Hello, America. Happy Saturday to all of you. I'm Vanessa Broussard reporting live to you from Newton, Iowa. This is going to be another double-header day today for President Trump as he makes his trek across the state of Iowa. We are now 9 days away from the Iowa caucus on January 15th. We are now in the single digits. January 15th is just 9 days away. President Trump is making his first stop today in Newton, and then he'll head right on over to Clinton, Iowa, and that's where our Brian Glenn is standing by, and he'll pick up coverage from there later on in the day. So again, so excited to be here with you today. We had a great day yesterday with the president and all of the enthusiastic voters across the state, and we're looking forward to another wonderful day here in Newton, Iowa. We want to talk to you first before we get started today. I have an interview standing by, a state representative who wants to talk to you about January 6th. Today is January 6th, the 3-year anniversary of what took place at the nation's capital. We'll hit on that in just a moment, but we want to remind you, if you watch us often, that this is a good time to invest in your future, and you can do so with the Birch Gold Group. If you are looking to save money for your future, you may be nervous about how times have become tough for you and your family, saving any penny that you have, if you can even save at all. Well, that's where the Birch Gold Group comes in, and they will help you save with your IRAs, with your 401ks. Just get in touch with them. It's very easy to do. All you have to do is text the word Trump to 989898. A representative will call you, and they'll come up with a plan that works best for you and your family. And they'll also send you a free information kit as well. And so gold is the way to go. Get in touch with them today. That's the Birch Gold Group. Text the word Trump to 989898. Start the new year off by trying to save some money, and this is the best way to get to those investments. Okay, again, today is January 6th, the 3rd year anniversary of what took place at the nation's capital. I'm going to step over to the side for a second. I do have Representative Brad Sherman here with us right now. So good to see you. Great to be in the state of Iowa.
Yeah, this is Iowa. It's caucus season, so things are really ramping up right now, yes.
And we just mentioned today is January 6th, the 3-year anniversary of what took place on the nation's capital that day. What is your opinion of what really happened on January 6th?
Well, it was a mixture of things happening there, and I've watched lots of different footage of the events that happened at January 6th, and there was obviously a lot of innocent people there that are being prosecuted. There were obviously some bad actors as well. And, then there's a strong indication that there were instigators and agitators involved in that. And so, truth will eventually be known. The sad thing is that just what's happening to our country in general. Just the whole thing with taking President Trump off the ballot in Colorado and Maine, it's just there's no due process. So that's just a big problem that we're facing.
Well, the Supreme Court announced yesterday they will see these cases. What do you think would happen there?
Well, if the court rules rightly, I think, a lot of people in America have lost a lot of confidence in the judicial system. But I think it's when there's no due process, I don't think they have any option other than to just say to make sure he stays on the ballot.
And going back to January 6th, we have seen some of the video. Not all of the video has been released. You may have seen more than the public has seen. But what we have seen doesn't look like what it was made out to be in the very beginning.
No, that's my opinion as well. I mean, it's not there's a lot of innocent people. In fact, I know some people who were there. And one of the things that happened there as well is that they're trying to hang this on President Trump. But they never play the videos of him asking for peace. In fact, he did 3 times. And when he finally did a little video and put it on Twitter, Twitter banned it and wouldn't let the people see it. When he was telling them to go home and be peaceful, he told them that in the beginning before it all happened. He said it in the middle, and he said it at the end. And they're still trying to hang this on him. It's just not right.
What do you have to say to the families who still have people who are locked up because of what happened on January 6th?
Well, there's a scripture that comes to mind it says this momentary light affliction is producing in us an eternal weight of glory. And so lots of people have been persecuted through the years, but God sees.
He absolutely does see, and evil will not prevail in this situation or any situation. Talking about keeping Trump off the ballot now, the left is doing anything they can to keep him off the ballot. Do you fear that in 2024 they're going to go to the extreme, go even further to try to keep him off the ballot?
Well, a lot of people have been talking about that, and I don't know what else they could do. I mean, I don't even want to speculate. I mean, thoughts come to mind, but you don't even want to voice those things. And so, I think they're desperate. Just the fact that you're trying to keep him off the ballot, that indicates to me that they don't believe their cheating system is going to work this time. They can't cheat big enough to win, so they're trying to keep him off the ballot.
Absolutely. And so the MAGA movement, though, the people, what are you seeing in Iowa? I was speaking to people yesterday in Sioux Center, and I was hearing that this may be a record turnout on January 15th.
Yeah, well, we're trying to get braced for that. I'm going to be a caucus captain myself in my precinct. And so we're just getting ready to do it. One of the things we're concerned about is that the Democrats are not doing their caucus on the same night tonight. And so here in Iowa, we have same-day voter registration. So we're kind of watching for people that would come in just to try to mess up the process. And so we're going to try to make sure that we identify who those people are and keep a record of it and do whatever's appropriate, to make sure that those, efforts like that don't succeed.
And that's great because, there's still speculation from 2020 that it was a stolen election, and we talk about it all the time. People need to get involved. Are you seeing more people now watching for these things that you're speculating may happen on the night of January 15th?
I don't really think January 15th is going to be a big issue because it's all spread out. I mean, it's not going to be a big thing, but I just know that people, every time they do something against President Trump, it increases his popularity. So.
Well, and that's true. The numbers go up. The poll numbers go up. In Iowa, that's where he launched his Farmers for Trump. He has dozens, hundreds of farmers who have endorsed him. What are they saying about how well he did for them when he was in office and what he could do for them again?
Well, I think they're appreciative of that. He leveled the playing field, and I know a lot of farmers that support him. You just drive around the farm fields and you can see that.
A lot of Farmers for Trump signs.
Yes.
All right. Well, Representative, so good to see you. Thanks for being here with us today. Thank you. And you're speaking today, right?
Yeah, I've got a little piece in the program, yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll see you on stage. Thank you. Good to see you. All right. So you heard from Representative Brad Sherman here from the great state of Iowa as we get ready to see President Trump take the stage around 1 o'clock Central Time. The program will begin around noon. So Representative Sherman will be one of those guests who will be speaking to the crowd. As you can see behind me, is already a packed house. There are no seats available, and the line is wrapped around the building for people waiting to get in. They are standing in 30-degree, maybe 28, 29-degree weather. There's snow on the ground. They're standing in the cold waiting to get in. And so already people are packed into this room. And so we're not too sure if everyone who's standing outside will be able to get in, but the Secret Service they do what they can to make sure every voter can see President Trump today. But of course, there is a maximum of how many people can be in this room, and so they have to abide by that number as well. So already with less than 2 hours to go, a little less than 2 hours to go until President Trump takes the stage, it is a packed house in here. People are starting to squeeze in, which is great to see. We talked about January 6th. We obviously give our thoughts and prayers to the people who are still in jail. We want those J6ers released, and to the families as well whose loved ones are still in jail and should have been released long ago. And we'll hit on January 6th a little more. Of course, President Trump is expected to talk about that today, as this is the anniversary of that day. A lot more to talk about here in Iowa. Looking at the poll numbers, President Trump is doing very well. I saw a poll just yesterday where Interactive Polls asked its followers and those who follow that poll on Truth Social, do you think President Trump will win the Iowa caucus? 97% of the people said yes. 97%. So that's a good number, great number for President Trump. Looking at Interactive Polls when it comes to the entire country, the GOP field in the primary, President Trump is sitting at 66%. Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis are both tied at 11%. Then you have Vivek Ramaswamy, who is about 6%, Chris Christie at 4%, and Ava Hutchinson at 1%. And if you're like me and many others, you may be wondering, why is Ava still in this race? Why is Chris Christie still in this race when they're very low in the single digits? Well, we don't really have an answer for that. We wonder the same thing, but perhaps there is a method to their madness. There might be a strategy that they're going with their team. But if you're sitting at 1% or 4% in this case, and President Trump is very well ahead at 66%, why even be here? Why not drop out and get behind the man that's in the lead? Well, we can only assume that they're waiting for the outcome of the Iowa caucus, and then maybe New Hampshire, the primary there, and then maybe a couple of other states, and then we'll head into the March primaries. Once we get through the March primaries, we'll have a very good idea of who the Republican nominee will be in November, and we'll probably start seeing some of these other candidates drop out of the race. I'm only assuming that could be the case. They can't stay in too much longer with those type of poll numbers. But again, President Trump doing great in all of the polls that we're looking at, even in the head-to-head matchups with Joe Biden. He is well in the lead there as well, leading by 2 or 3 points against Joe Biden. So the poll numbers, again, looking good, but we expect those to keep going up because as the country gets in worse shape and as the left continues to attack President Trump, as the state rep just said, his poll numbers keep going up. So the more they try to do helps President Trump, and so we'll take it. It's not great for the attacks, the vicious, malicious attacks against the president, but at the same time, it does help his poll number. So we'll continue to watch those poll numbers as we head into the Iowa caucus in just 9 days, and we'll see how that goes. I also want to mention that our thoughts and prayers go out to the city of Perry in the eastern part of the state. Just this week, they had a school shooting there. A 6th grader was killed, and our thoughts and prayers go out to the victims and also the families dealing with this tragedy. We're told that a high schooler sat in the bathroom and waited while kids returned on their first day to school back from the Christmas break, and they were eating breakfast, and the high school and the junior high are combined on the same campus, and some of the junior high students were in the high school cafeteria eating breakfast when gunfire rang out. An administrator of the school was injured and 4 other students as well. They're said to be in stable condition, expected to survive, so that's good news there. But again, one student, a 6th grader, was killed, and our thoughts and prayers go out to those victims right here in the state of Iowa. The gunman did die with self-inflicted gunshot wounds, and police are investigating. There were some social media posts from the gunman before the shooting took place, and so they are investigating motives and what kind of videos that he had out and how this all came about. So, again, we continue to pray for those people there in the city of Perry, Iowa. What are some of the big topics that President Trump is going to speak on today? Again, January 6th, because it is the 3-year anniversary. Of course, he'll hit on immigration and what kind of tragedy is going on on our southern border. 8 million illegal immigrants have crossed over into our country just in the last 3 years under the Biden administration. We cannot handle that for another 4 years. The country cannot handle that. So it's going to be something that we need to stop, and we need to stop it right now. They need to finish the border wall. You'll hear when President Trump speaks about the illegal immigration going on in the country, every event that I've gone to, the crowd starts chanting or yelling, "Build the wall, finish the wall." That's what the people of America want. And so if that's what they want, that's what we need to do. And so the Biden administration has failed us in that aspect. They have let these illegals come in. We don't know who they are, where they're from. They're from different parts of the world, China, not just South America, but they're from everywhere. We don't know. We don't know who they are, what they're bringing across. A lot of these people are criminals, bringing drugs such as fentanyl. Fentanyl overdoses have skyrocketed in the last couple of years under the Biden administration because the cartel, let's be honest, they're winning right now. They are in control of our border, pushing all these people through and bringing all that crime and these drugs into America. And not only that, the left is catering to them. They are putting them in five-star hotels in New York City. They're feeding them great meals. In California, Governor Newsom just passed a bill that allows these illegal immigrants to have free health care no matter your age. So you have the hard-working people in California who are paying $6, $7 a gallon for gas, working multiple jobs, paying high rent, high taxes, paying for their own health care, trying to support their families. We know what it's like, the cost of living in California. It's tremendous to live in California, but yet Governor Newsom is catering to these illegal immigrants and giving them free health care and free housing and places to stay and free food. And it's just not fair and it's just not right. And that's what the left wants. They want to put America last and take care of others before they take care of their own people. We have veterans who are jobless. We have veterans who are homeless. So the brave men and women who have fought for our country are struggling right now. They're trying to get into the VA and get the proper care. They might have PTSD or injuries. Whatever the case may be, they're struggling and they need help. But what is the left doing? They're taking care of the illegals before they take care of our own people, our brave men and women, and that's a slap in the face to our veterans. And so, there's been a lot of talk. Will Joe Biden actually be on the ballot in November? We just don't know. I was looking at video last night on the drive here to Newton, and he was at an event where his wife had to hold his hand and guide him off of the stage. I also saw a video last night where he was getting off the helicopter and he didn't know which way to go. He had to stop and ask someone, and the man guided him to where he needed to walk. This man cannot lead our country. If you don't know where to walk, how can you lead an entire country? So there has been talk that maybe he won't be on the ballot. Maybe it may be Governor Newsom. We don't know that answer. But can you imagine if Governor Newsom tried to California our America? We can't have 4 years of that. We won't have a country left. So it's up to the American people to go out and vote, caucus, get ready, and say we are not going to stand for this. We need to save our country. We need to stand up, and we're not going to let the left or these illegal immigrants who are taking over our country, and not just the border states. Every state, every community, no matter where you go, even here in Iowa, they say that is a big problem. Illegal immigration is a huge problem. So we have to stop it, and we have to do so by putting someone else in the White House. And that man, for all these people and for everyone, is President Trump. We saw what he did in 4 years. We know what he can do. He needs to finish his job for another 4 years and bring back our country, shut down the border, take care of America, and get our country back on track. So illegal immigration, can you imagine 8 million people? That is bigger than, Houston and Chicago, who have millions of people residing there. And these people are going all over our country. Governor Greg Abbott does a great job in the state of Texas, trying to secure the border with his crew that he has down there in Brownsville and El Paso, all along the southern border there in the state. And the federal government, the feds, have just come in this week and tried to sue Governor Abbott and the state of Texas, saying that it's unconstitutional for a bill that the state just passed. So the bill that the state just passed would begin in March and gives police officers and law enforcement officials the authority to arrest these illegal immigrants, put them in jail for about 6 months for their first offense. Now, if there's multiple offenses, then it could be up to 20 years in prison. So that's the bill that just passed that would take effect in March. The feds come in and say, we're going to sue you. That's unconstitutional. So what does that tell you? That tells you that the federal government, the Biden administration, the left, they don't want a closed border. They want all of these people to flood America so we can't keep track of them. And I think about this every time I travel, every time I go to the airport and I have to show my ID multiple times. You have to go through security, strip down. They go through your purse. They go through your luggage. As they should, but why have to do this at the airport, but you don't have to do this at the border? So it's just not, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't connect. The dots don't connect. And so if you're, making sure I'm the right person sitting in my seat on this flight and everything's clear going through security, that should be the case at the southern border as well. And that is not the case. So President Trump will speak on immigration today. He always does. And so we'll hear what he says today about that, as well as January 6th. The Epstein list is a big talker this week, as well as names were released from his client list. Bill Clinton was named in that, as we knew he would be. He is still in denial. He denies any wrongdoing. He actually says that he didn't really have a great personal relationship with Epstein. So Clinton is denying any wrongdoing. Prince Andrew's name was released. You can find the full names online. Just type it in anywhere. It's all over the place now of the list of names. But who's not on there? The left was hoping he would be on there, but whose name is not on there is President Donald J. Trump. And they are so mad that he's not on there. They're focusing on that instead of the names who are on there. So the names who are accused, these supposed, accused pedophiles, they are not so worried about, because they're more worried about President Trump and his name not being on that list. These are all underage girls, some as young as 9 years old, claiming that they were forced to have these sexual relations with these high-profile individuals. And again, people like Bill Clinton have denied any wrongdoing. So we'll see what plays out in that case, the Epstein list, in the next couple of weeks, because those names were just released this week. Okay, I'm going to step to the side for a second because I would like to see what's going on behind me as the crowd starts pouring in. We actually have Uncle Sam here in the building taking pictures with some of the voters here in Iowa, and it's already packed. People are squeezing in right now into this room. 11:22 here in Newton, Iowa, as we get prepared for Donald Trump to take the stage in less than an hour and a half. We have Trump Caucus captains here. You will see them. They have white hats with gold letters on. Caucus captains have a very important role on caucus night. They are the voice for the nominee of their choice. They report back and also report to not only the results, they report any issues they may face as well. So they speak on behalf of the president, they report the results, and they report any issues they may see. Right now in Iowa, there are 2,000 Trump caucus captains for this first in the nation caucus. It's not too late to get involved. You can go to ia.donaldjtrump.com, ia.donaldjtrump.com to get involved. Lots of accomplishments during President Trump's term as president for the state of Iowa. He boosted Iowa's economy, increasing E15 ethanol availability. He added 22,000 new jobs in the state of Iowa alone. He slashed the estate tax to allow farmers to keep their farms. And it was right here in Iowa where he launched the Farmers for Trump initiative. There are over 120 farmers on the Farmers for Trump initiative right here in the state of Iowa. President Trump has also had the endorsement from 300 faith leaders in the state. And Team Trump has been on the ground here in Iowa with captains for caucus trainings. And it's really been boots on the ground as they make their way all over the state, trying to get people registered, making sure they are registered Republican, and getting them out to caucus in just 9 days. President Trump has several more spots and stops to make before January 15th. He'll be in Iowa next weekend as well. Brian Glenn and I will be on the road with the president following his stops next weekend. And then we'll also be at the watch party that was just announced last night by the Trump team. There will be a watch party on January 15th that night in Des Moines, Iowa. And Right Side Broadcasting Network is your election headquarters, so make sure you are tuned in on January 15th. Caucus time starts at 7 p.m. President Trump announced yesterday that he will be here in Iowa. He will be here caucusing with the voters, and he'll be all over the state that day, and we'll be in Des Moines with him on the night of January 15th. So make sure you tune into Right Side Broadcasting Network in just 9 days as we wait for those results to come in. But in the meantime, we do have more events to cover with the president as we talk to these state reps and the senators and the people of Iowa before the night of the caucus. They're just really eager. They're ready for it. They're tired of the way that this country has been run. That's what they tell us everywhere we go. They are so tired of the left and how they have just demolished this country in just 3 short years, how their families are struggling, how the border is open, how we're on the brink of World War III. They don't feel safe anymore. They're scared. They just don't like the way this country is run. So they are waiting for their turn to vote. It's been a long time coming for them. That's what they tell me. And they will be out ready to cast their vote on January 15th. They feel like President Biden has failed Americans. And if you look at Bidenomics or the border or whatever the case may be, pick a topic, he really has. He has failed Americans. Americans are struggling. Americans have picked up not just 1 job, but 2 jobs, maybe 3 jobs just to make ends meet. Look, Christmas was just last month. People had to pay for gifts for their kids using credit cards. Credit card debt is skyrocketing here in America. I look at the reports that come in weekly, and it shows that Americans are depending on these credit cards to survive. They can't save money. They can't spend the money that they're working hard for because they need more to buy their groceries, to buy their gasoline, to just live. It's a struggle for them. So Americans are struggling. They're tired, they're fed up, and they just want to be saved. And they think that the man that can save them is President Donald J. Trump. I'm going to step to the side 1 more second just for a quick pan of the crowd. Okay, I stepped off to the side real quick to grab Mr. Charlie McClintock, the senator here in the great state of Iowa. Good to see you.
Yeah, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm so happy that you're here.
Yes. Well, we love being here. We've been in Iowa a lot. You know, I was just telling someone yesterday, I had never been to Iowa. I'm from Texas. I have been missing out, and that's why I told him when this is all said and done, I'm coming back.
Yeah, well, Iowa has some really interesting weather. I was telling one of the other folks, if you don't like the weather, just wait a little bit, it'll change. But you've come in some of the colder weather, but that's all right. You can see it doesn't stop the crowd, especially at a Trump event.
I was just talking about that earlier, that people are braving the cold. There's snow on the ground, and they're standing out there hoping to get into this room.
Some of the best weather, though, is in the spring and the fall, but I prefer the fall. So I hope you come back and enjoy some of the fall weather catch one of our Hawkeye games.
We'll do it. Okay, so let's talk about the state of Iowa, 9 days away from the caucus. How ready are the people of Iowa?
I think they're ready. Iowa is no stranger to political season. We're used to the ads. We're used to the political piece. I think Iowa also is glad when it's kind of over, but we're used to it. We're used to the caucus. We enjoy it quite a little bit, I think, being kind of that first state out there. We've embraced that, and we kind of like setting that standard.
You said the first state. President Trump was a big supporter of keeping Iowa first.
Yes. Yeah. Iowa's kind of that grassroots state when it comes down to doing the caucus. Other states allow folks to come in and vote the way, both parties to come in and vote. This is a Republican caucus here. It kind of gives you that indicator as to how things are going to go. Iowa doesn't always pick the president, of course, but with their caucus vote, but they do give you a good indicator. So.
Yes. And what are you seeing for the area that you represent? What are the people saying?
Oh, I get a good sampling from my constituency out there, either by talking to the folks or email or feedback or what they say to me when I'm out and about at town halls. A lot of topics out there this year. I'd say the bigger things are going to be border security, economy for sure. People are a little tired of the ongoing costs, living paycheck to paycheck or not being able to make it, credit card debt and things like that. So definitely economy is hitting people hard this year.
I saw you doing an interview or speaking to someone in the corner of my eye. I feel like you must have heard what I just said because I was just talking about that. The credit card debt has skyrocketed. People have, they have to depend on the credit card. Christmas was just last month, and to have a Christmas for their kids, they had to turn to a credit card, and they just can't save anymore.
Yeah, so you're paycheck to paycheck, right? And so you don't have that additional funding that you had before, and so you're not getting anything into your savings. Or some folks just like to be able to take a vacation where they don't use cash, whether they're traveling abroad or they're traveling here. And so they put that onto a credit card, and then they come back, and if they put, let's say, $6,000, $7,000 for a vacation, if you can afford that, you put that on a credit card, you come back at 30% interest. If you don't get that paid off immediately, you're getting cracked for $200, $300, $400 of interest. I mean, that you go back 4, 5, 8 years ago, whatever it is, that was not the case. It's unheard of now, and credit card debt is just crushing for people. And there's no doubt that was created under the Biden administration, and it's going to have to be corrected. And if you ask people, well, if you ask them what's getting back to normal, they're automatically going to refer to 4 or 5 years ago under the Trump administration on what pricing was and what costs were for food and fuel and things like that. To them, that's what was normal.
Right. And you look at housing right now, people can't afford to buy a house because of the interest rates that are so high. Are you seeing a problem with that in Iowa?
Yeah, we deal with that not only at the state level with what we're trying to do with the legislation, because economy, with jobs, with housing, and with education, which blends in with child care, it's like a trifecta, and we have to constantly try to deal with that at the state level. And Iowa's done a really good job with our governor and our legislation or legislators with dealing with having reserves and a strong economy. The problem is, at the federal level, if they're going to continue to print money like it's monopoly money, it's just going to destroy everything that we've done here. So we have to work together. So I'm looking forward to a Trump administration where we can do that, get things back on track, and make it a strong economy for Iowa at every level.
Yes. Can you believe we're just 9 days away? I felt like several months ago it seemed so far away, but time really did fly. Thank goodness. And here we are. And people have been waiting for their turn because they feel like when they put their vote in for a nominee, we're closer to November and we can make some changes. Like, people have waited for this for 3 years now.
Yeah, well, we're almost there.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to it. I'm on the ticket next November as well, so it'll be nice to see the Trump on there as well. Iowa has treated Trump extremely well in the past, and I think we're going to do it again.
All right. Any last words to the Americans out there watching about how important it is to get out and vote this November?
Well, I hope that the folks out there understand, not only in Iowa but nationwide, that this is going to be a very important election. I know they hear that a lot. Every election is an important election, but this one could really change the outcome of the country for the future. and I hope they take it very seriously and get out there and vote.
Yes. And good luck to you, too, in November.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And again, thank you for being here.
Absolutely. And again, I'm coming back once this is all said and done. I really like it's nice, and it's
Iowa nice.
It was Iowa nice, and I was telling my photographer just last night, when I'm sitting at home and the hustle and bustle of everything of life, when you always say, I just wish I could get away somewhere where there's nobody and nobody knows who you are. There's so much land in Iowa, I could escape here.
Yeah, you were thinking like the Caribbean or something like that.
That too,
but you're like, no, Iowa.
Iowa. Yeah, we'd come to Iowa. Yes, absolutely. Anywhere would work.
We'll be looking for you.
Thank you. Good seeing you. All right. So that's another senator who is here stumping for Trump. So good to see all of these people. They're in good spirits as we get ready for the Iowa caucus on January 15th. And as we just mentioned, the people are ready. They are ready to vote. They have struggled the last couple of years under the Biden administration, and you heard it here. You hear it everywhere we go. People are struggling. They just can't take it anymore. And so we need to change, because we can't have another 4 years of this. Again, Bidenomics has failed us. It doesn't work. It's not a good plan. It hasn't been a good plan straight out of the gates from the get-go. And we need to change. And they're wanting President Trump back in office. We talked so many topics, but there's so many topics we can continue to discuss. I know here in Iowa, there is legislation keeping parents involved if there needs to be a sex change in schools. They're giving parents, the parents have to have the consent to have their child make any type of sex change, or say, I'm a boy who wants to be a girl. That's real big here in Iowa. President Trump has gone on stage before and said, why are we even having to talk about this in this day and age? Because that's the Biden administration. That's what they want. And that's just where we are with the left these days. Okay, I'm going to bring in another interview. Just give me a few seconds while I grab her. Grabbed Heather Hora, state representative here in Iowa. Beautiful in red, lady in red. She even has the red boots on. I glanced when I was talking just now at your red boots. I'm a big fan of shoes, and they sparkle too. I love it.
Trump, right?
It's good to see you. How's everything going?
It's really good, really good. What a great day in Iowa.
And so we've been talking to some of the state reps and senators, and everyone is just in good spirits knowing we're just 9 days away.
Oh, can you believe it? It seemed like so far off, and now it's right down to crunch time.
Yes, it is. And the people really come out in droves. People are waiting outside. There's snow on the ground. They're waiting outside in the cold. We're not too sure if they can fit everyone in here. We hope that they can, but that just goes to show you how much people love President Trump.
Oh, they do, especially in Iowa. We love President Trump.
And what are the people in your district saying when it comes to putting him back on the ballot?
Well, it's essential, really. I'm from a rural district. I'm a hog farmer. I'm a corn and soybean farmer, and it is key to agriculture that we get President Trump back in the White House.
Good to know that you're a farmer, because this is where he launched his Farmers for Trump initiative. What are the farmers saying under the Biden administration? Are they struggling?
Yes, in more ways than one, but it's mainly so you've got all the regulations that they put back on. Trump basically got rid of WOTUS, and now WOTUS is back, right? So we can't build ponds to filter our water because the EPA says that we can't do it. And they want jurisdiction over the puddles in our ditches and things like that. And Trump is common sense when it comes to agriculture, and that's really what it takes. He gives the farmers the freedom to farm, and that's all we ask for. We've got the greatest farmers in the world, and he understands that. So that's what we appreciate about him.
And I love driving through Iowa and seeing all of the farms and knowing when I'm looking out the car window what you do day in and day out. It's very impressive. And so we have to take care of our farmers. There are hundreds of farmers who have endorsed President Trump. And that goes to show you that they are a fan of his, and he's a friend of the farmers.
He is a friend of the farmers from the very beginning. E15, ethanol is key in Iowa, and he's always been a huge supporter of ethanol, and he's never wavered. That's the thing that people don't understand. They look, there's some people that flip-flop, and there's some that don't even understand what ethanol is, but they got the talking points. Trump, hands down, he knows what he's talking about, and he did it by himself without much Republican support, even in D.C., so...
Absolutely. And so we love that he supports the farmers. Very important key role. The farmers play such a important role in American agriculture. When it comes to the people in your district, what do they say about getting out to vote? Because we try to look, we don't really want to talk about 2020 and how we feel like the election was stolen, but we feel like the more the people come out and vote, the harder it will be for the left to try to steal an election.
You're right. And I know people don't like to talk about it, but it's a real thing, right? And there's a lot
people
of
are scared to talk about it because of what's going on. Because if you say it's stolen, they'll come after you. So they think that it's stolen, but you kind of don't want to talk about it because you're scared to.
Yeah, you'll say it at the kitchen counter, but you won't say it at the convenience counter, right? So, and I think that kind of puts some people off. Like, what does it matter if they steal the election, right? Again. But if we come out with enough numbers, and I hope that our caucus will be an example of that. If Trump wins by enough, that we can take our country back, and that's really what it comes down to. These people that are here, they're about keeping our country free and protecting our freedoms, and that's why they support Donald Trump.
Absolutely. And so I think we're going to have a good Iowa caucus and a great November. It's so good seeing you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Keep up the great work. Tell all the farmers hello, and we're big supporters here on RSBN.
Perfect. Keep eating pork.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Yes, Representative Hora joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, talking about the farmers. She herself is a farmer, so she knows the vital role that they play, not only here in Iowa, but across the country. Okay, I'm going to step to the side and talk about the Wellness Center real quick. The Wellness Center, I ordered my first package the other day, waiting for it to come in, so I think that you should as well. Mark Zuckerberg, who made his big tech billions by collecting data on the interactions of almost every human on the planet, is building an apocalypse shelter. And while that is unsettling and eerie in and of itself, when Joe Biden gets involved too, we all need to start paying attention. No matter what's coming in 2024, the most important thing you can do is be prepared ahead of time with food, ammo, gold, medications, and that's where the Wellness Company's medical emergency kits come in. Introducing the Wellness Company's medical emergency kit, Dr. Peter McCullough and his team of doctors, several from President Trump's 2020 advisory committee who were censored for recommending ivermectin and HCQ, are rooted in their commitment to building a parallel healthcare system and empowering you to take control of your health. So avoid hospital wait times, avoid the cost of a doctor's visit or calling an ambulance, avoid getting caught unexpectedly when traveling with a healthcare plan. The Wellness Company's medical emergency kit includes 8 life-saving medications, including the Z-Pak and ivermectin. There's so many to name for you to keep on hand, along with a guidebook for safe use. From tick bites to COVID to extreme bioterror events, every scenario is covered. Go to MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Grab your medical emergency kit right now. That's MakeCareGreatAgain.com. The code is RSBN, and that will save you 15% at checkout. Don't wait until you need it. Take control of your health right now, today, with the Wellness Company's medical emergency kit. Again, that website is MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Use the code RSBN at checkout. That will save you 15%. And again, I did mine right before the new year and got an email just today that my package will be arriving within 2 weeks, so I'm excited about that. Just something to have on hand just in case you ever need it. Always be prepared for a worst case scenario. So make sure you log on to that website, put in the RSBN code, and save yourself 15%. We spoke to State Representative Heather Hora, State Representative Brad Sherman, State Senator Charlie McClintock. All three are here stomping for President Trump. The program is expected to begin in about 15 minutes. Talking about the issues that they are facing and having people face in their districts and in their areas, which they cover and represent. And it's the same story here and all across America. It's immigration, it's our economy, and people just want to be free. They just want their freedoms and feel protected. So that's what they're voting for when they go to the polls, when they go to caucus on January 15th. Hey, I want to remind you to go to rsbnetwork.com, sign up for our newsletter. Make sure that you are on top of your game this election season. The election headquarters right here on RSBN. We have you covered there on rsbnetwork.com. Sign up for our newsletter so you'll get that straight to your email. You can also follow us on social media, RSBN across the board, whether you're on Truth Social, which is President Trump's social media platform, X, Instagram, Facebook. We're all over the place. Rumble. When you're on Rumble, sign up for Locals. We have some behind-the-scenes content that you won't see anywhere else. If you're on Rumble, you'll see it on Locals, so make sure you follow us there as well. We also want to remind you that Mike Lindell has been a huge advocate for not only President Trump, but the American people. He was in Mason City, Iowa last night at President Trump's speech there. He not only fights for him to be the Republican nominee and get him back in the White House, but he's very big on election integrity. He's a great friend to Right Side Broadcasting Network. We appreciate all of his hard work. He puts in his personal funds on the campaign trail and to fight for election integrity. The court systems, the judicial system is coming after him as well in his fight. So he's paying for these court costs and attorney fees out of his own pocket. So what can we do to help Mike, who's trying to help us? We can go to mypillow.com and help him make some money there. I actually got a gift from Santa Claus from mypillow.com for Christmas, and really eager to use that when I get back home. But that's what you do. And you don't have to buy a lot. So if each of us maybe watching right now can buy one thing that will really help Mike Lindell. So go to mypillow.com, and when you put your items in your cart at checkout, put in RSBN as your promo code, and you will receive a discount. So mypillow.com, promo code RSBN, and you'll receive a discount, and all of that will help Mike Lindell in his endeavors to make sure that our elections are secure going into November. And also on social media, I'm there. So if you're on Truth Social, Vanessa Broussard. I'm on Instagram a lot. I'm on X. So make sure you follow me, Vanessa Broussard, on social media. So just this week, I got word on my way to Iowa that I was on the Jimmy Kimmel Show, and I don't want to give him too much time of my time today. I really hit on this yesterday, but I do want to mention for those who may not have been watching yesterday, I was in Iowa a couple of weeks ago and interviewed a wonderful a woman who lives here in the great state of Iowa, and she's a Trump supporter, and she believes that God needs to be first in this country and that Trump is a godly man, in her words, that he was sent here to help us and save this country and put faith back into our country. And that was part of her interview. Well, Jimmy Kimmel went on his show just this week and played that clip, poking fun of the lady I was interviewing. Well, I want to just go ahead and say this again really quickly. I don't want to go into it like I did yesterday, but just remember, we are protecting our freedoms, and we have the right to religion. And if she believes in God, if I believe in God, no one, not even Jimmy Kimmel, should poke fun at us and make us be the brunt of his jokes on his late-night TV show. That is our right to believe what we want. So shame on Jimmy Kimmel for not only poking fun of our freedoms and our right to believe and our right to believe in God and have our faith, but also for making fun of this woman who is a Trump supporter. He clearly is not. He has made that clear, and that's his right. But you don't have the right, Jimmy Kimmel, to poke fun at one of our viewers and actually one of Trump's supporters as well. If you want to spend some time in the next couple of weeks reading to your kids, you need to get a free Trump book. I'm going to step aside as we talk about this, because when we talk about these things, I like for you to see the crowds. The free Trump book, I have one for my son. He loves looking at pictures. He can't read just yet. He's only 2, but he loves the pictures. But start them young, and you can do that with the free Trump book, your guide to President Trump in the White House, with President Trump leading the Republican candidates for 2024 by a wide margin. His chances of becoming president again are looking good. So now's a good time to make sure kids learn about his achievements as president, as well as his vision for America and his plans to save the country, making America great again in his second term. One thing you can count on is that public schools won't be teaching kids anything positive about Trump. So it's up to us to do that at home. It's up to the parents to teach our kids. To help make it really easy, Mike Huckabee's team put together the Kids Guide to President Trump. Now, the best part is they're giving it away for free as part of a gift bundle offer. You just have to pay a small fee for shipping and processing. That's it. So the book is free. You just have to pay a small fee for shipping and processing. To learn more and to order the free Kids Guide to President Trump for your kids, just go to freetrumpbook.com, freetrumpbook.com. But hurry, this guide has been flying off the shelves. Go to freetrumpbook.com right now and order your free copy. All right, people are still coming in here. I'm looking around, and there are not many spaces left for people to come in, but the line is still long outside. So we'll see how this works out here in Newton, Iowa. We're in this convention center of sorts, and the people are waiting for the program to begin in about 9 minutes. That's when it's expected to begin, at noon Central Time. And then President Trump is expected to begin at 1 o'clock Central Time. From here, he'll go to Clinton, Iowa. That's where our Brian Glenn is standing by, and we'll toss the coverage to him once President Trump is finished here in Newton. So it's a doubleheader here today on Right Side Broadcasting Network as we make our way across the state of Iowa. If you go to donaldjtrump.com, Agenda 47, there is a list of goals for the president. And one of those is ending veteran homelessness. We talked about that a little earlier, and I'll speak on it again, that there is no reason that any veteran should be homeless in the great nation that is of America. There should be zero reason why a veteran should be homeless. Our veterans are homeless, but yet the government is taking care of these illegal immigrants and housing them. Shame on them. Slap in the face to our veterans. President Trump says when he's back in the White House, he'll make sure it is his priority to end veteran homelessness in America. Also, no welfare for illegal aliens. Look again what they just did in California. Governor Newsom passing a law that illegal immigrants will receive free health care, while the hard-working people in California are having to pay for their health care and work for their health care. The illegal immigrants are getting free health care, no matter their age, in California. President Trump, also on Agenda 47, wants to end drug addictions, claiming that our streets are dangerous. He wants to restore law and order. He is a big backer of the blue, our men and women in uniform. Over in New York City, they're actually slashing the budget for law enforcement officers while they try to save some of that money to house these illegal immigrants that have caused an influx in the city. So in order to do so, they are taking salaries away from our law enforcement officers. He wants to protect our students from Marxist teachings, take on Big Pharma, protect Medicare and Social Security. He also says he'll prevent World War III. We are on the brink of World War III. And when President Trump was in office, there was peace in the Middle East. He wants to bring that back and make that possible again. All right, we are about 5 minutes away from this program starting. We're going to take a quick commercial break, but we'll be right back. I'm Vanessa Broussard reporting to you live from Newton, Iowa for Right Side Broadcasting Network.
My employees and I are excited to announce it's our 20th anniversary, and to celebrate, we're bringing you a limited edition MyPillow. The Giza Elegance MyPillow is made with the most amazing cotton, 2-inch pipe gusset, comes in 4 custom loft levels, and it's machine washable and dryable.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night, and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
My patented fill adjusts to your exact individual needs and helps keep your neck supported and aligned. That's why we've been around for 20 years, because MyPillow works.
Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your limited edition 20th anniversary MyPillow queen size. Retails for $69.98, now only $19.98. That's right, only $19.98.
With my 60-day money-back guarantee, you have nothing to lose. Sleep well, America!
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. They've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and activity book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Vanessa Broussard reporting to you live from Newton, Iowa. It's a gorgeous day here, about 30 degrees outside. The people have been waiting in line for hours to see President Trump take the stage here in about 1 hour. So it's about noon Central Time. He'll take the stage at 1 p.m. Central Time, and it is a packed house inside, and I'm looking right now outside the door, and there's a crowd of people waiting to get in and hoping that they can get in. So we'll see how that goes, because right now it's standing room only, and I'm not sure they can let just too many more people in here without it being overcrowded. And that is exactly what it's like at every President Trump event. Always standing room only, always a crowd. The people come in droves. They love him. They stand out in cold weather. They stand out in heat and humidity during the summer. No matter the case, they come to see President Trump. And so once again, that's what we're seeing today, as we always do. So again, we're in Newton, Iowa, which is about an hour from Des Moines. And then later on, it's a double header. We have team coverage of President Trump's 2 stops today. From here, he is heading to Clinton, Iowa, and that's where our Brian Glenn is standing by, and he'll pick up the coverage from there. So we're excited to be on the campaign trail. This 2024 season is going to be an electrifying season. It's going to be a fun, wild ride. So buckle up. We're in for a long journey ahead, but it's going to be a great time traveling the states and getting President Trump back on the ballot to crush Joe Biden in November and then taking back the White House in 2025, and January is when inauguration is. I want to take an excerpt from President Trump's speech last night where he says, "The stakes of this election could not be higher. Under crooked Joe Biden, our borders have been erased. Millions of illegal aliens are invading from all over the world. Our middle class is being crushed by Biden's crippling inflation. Violent criminals are running wild in Democrat-run cities, while law enforcement has been weaponized against Christians, conservatives, and people of faith. We have war in Europe, war in the Middle East. China is threatening Taiwan. Iran is inches away from a nuclear bomb. Our military has gone woke, and we are teetering on the brink of World War III." That's our problems in a nutshell, America. And that's a lot of problems in just 3 years under the Biden administration. So President Trump went on to say there is only one candidate in this race who is up to the task of saving America from every single Biden disaster starting on day one. And he has made that very clear that on day one, he is ready to hit the ground running, sign some executive orders, and take back our country. So we're expecting him to talk a lot about that again today here in Newton and also in Clinton a little bit later on this evening as he makes his way across the state. So those are just some of the excerpts from last night's speech. We're eager to see him on stage today. How he does it, I don't know. The man is full of energy, but he loves the people. I think the people fuel him to keep going because the MAGA movement is so strong, stronger than it's ever been. And I have a feeling that it's going to get even stronger as we head into 2024 because as the left keeps attacking him, the more the MAGA movement grows. And so President Trump, I feel like he gets fuel from the people because he knows the people of America are supporting him. So we are just a couple minutes away from the program starting. The music has stopped here. Taking a look at behind me, nobody's on stage yet, but we usually open with prayer, of course, the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we go into our speakers. So that should be starting any minute now, and President Trump should be taking the stage in about 1 hour. Eager to see what the congressmen and women come on and say and talk to the people here of Iowa who have come to see the president, their message to the voters as we get ready for the Iowa caucus in just 9 days. Another reminder to follow us on Rumble. If you're watching on Rumble today, hello. Make sure you sign up for Locals as well. All right, we're going to turn it over now to the program.
I want to thank you all for being here. My name is Dick Green. I live in Brighton, Iowa. Jackson Lane asked me to do this on New Year's Day. He asked me if I would do this prayer, and I said absolutely. Because God had told me about 4 years ago that you're going to pray for President Trump. I've been praying and standing on that word for a while. So and I told him absolutely also. So I also told Jackson that. And he also, because he'd asked me once before, would you as a pastor endorse publicly President Trump? And I said, absolutely, also that too. It's good to see this many people here today. When I was in here earlier, there were some veterans that I shook their hands. Thank all the veterans that are here today too. All right. The first thing that I want to do is that I need to, I'm trying to look at all my notes here. I just have to find it. Anyway, President Trump's mother-in-law is not well to the present moment. Okay? I would like to say a prayer and have you all agree with me in Jesus Christ's name, okay? Okay. I want us to agree in prayer for the First Lady's mother. I speak life into her body and declare complete healing for the body. I command her body to come into kingdom alignment, that she will have quality of life and be able to do all the things that she wants because she is healed by the stripes of Jesus. And everybody said, Amen. Thank you. Well, it said in Ezekiel 23:30, said, God looked for a man to stand in the gap, but none was found. God found one in Donald J. Trump. He's standing in that gap for us right now. So, I haven't been in front of this many people before. And I come from a very small town. We don't have many in our church. But you don't. That's good. All right, here we go. Dear Heavenly Father, I ask you, President Trump, what it takes to make this country healthy again. I pray that you anoint him with the gift of understanding, discernment of spirits, and gift of the word of knowledge to be able to know who to trust. So, Lord, bless this rally and our time with President Trump. Bless his whole family and keep them all safe. Keep your hand on him. No weapon formed against any of them shall prosper. And finally, Lord, I pray a blessing over the weather on January 15th, that the weather would be perfect, that we would all be able to get out and pray for the next president, number 47, Donald J. Trump. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Trump Caucus Captain Trenton Islander.
Well, good afternoon. Together, let's stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, and please stay standing.
And now to sing the national anthem, please welcome local vocalist Kyle Van Wyck.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glares, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
I hope everybody is listening because we have some very important information for you to make sure we win this primary and we win it big. It all starts right here in Iowa with the first in the nation caucuses that I was able to give to Iowa. I controlled it and I gave it, just as I said I would. The outcome in this state will send a message to the entire country and, in fact, the entire world. So please listen very carefully to these simple steps you need to take to vote in the Iowa caucuses on Monday, January 15th, 2024. That's Martin Luther King Day, January 15th, 2024. Together we're going to make history, but you have to show up and you have to follow these instructions. Thank you all, and let's go and make America great again. We're going to do it. We're going to make it greater than ever before.
Making America great again starts one place on earth, and one place only, right here in Iowa. Monday, January 15th, 7 p.m. Be there, because it's caucus night. Now you may say to yourself, "Self, I've never been to a caucus. How does it work?" You've come to the right place. Because for the next 2 minutes, Marlon's going to tell you everything you need to know about how to successfully caucus for President Trump.
Caucusing is super easy. Before we get going, let's make sure you are eligible to caucus. Time to check with the lawyers. For that, here's Margot from the law firm of Dewey, and Chittister.
To vote at a caucus, you must be at least 18 years old. But here's the kicker. That's 18 by November 5th of 2024, Election Day.
Okay, so now you know you're eligible to vote in the Iowa caucus. Woohoo! How simple is it to caucus? As simple as this. Wait, that's the wrong one. As simple as this. 3 easy steps. Step 1, make sure you're eligible. Done. Okay, step 2, do you know where your caucus location is? Now be careful, the correct answer isn't necessarily your regular voting location. I'm throwing you a lifeline here. You can easily find your caucus location and lots of other information by going to ia.donaldjtrump.com. Now, a quick time management lesson. It's Monday, January 15th, Caucus Day. You wake up at 5 a.m. because you are so excited to caucus for President Trump. So what time should you get to your caucus location? Aren't you the go-getter? You don't need to be to your caucus location until 6 p.m., so no excuses for being late. And finally, step 3, register once you get to your caucus. Now, if the line is long, don't panic. I said don't panic. Sorry. The lines move very quickly, and once you're in line, you can't be turned away, so hang in there. Okay, starting exactly at 7 p.m., it's time for democracy to begin. First, you will hear a few brief speeches. Then paper ballots for voting will be distributed, collected, and counted, all in front of you. Easy peasy. And that's the first step to making President Trump our next president and making America great again.
And now, please welcome to the stage, State Representative Brad Sherman.
Good afternoon. You know, I want to make an announcement today, and that is that good things are ahead for the United States of America. I believe that with all my heart. But I think we all know that at this present point in history, things don't look so good. There's a darkness that's fallen upon our nation, and many Americans don't even realize it. Don't even realize that we're at a war right now. We're in an ideological war, trying to understand what the foundations of this nation originally were and what people many years ago understood automatically. And so, the deep state, the globalist cabal, the military-industrial complex, whatever it is you want to call them, they've wormed their way into our nation, they've infiltrated our government, and now we've got a big battle on our hands. And so, many of our schools have simply become indoctrination centers for Marxism and for things that don't represent the values of America any longer. So I just want to say that, let me just make this comment too. There are many people that we've been running into who think our Constitution is antiquated. They think our Constitution needs to be fixed or something. And I want to tell you right now, our Constitution doesn't need to be fixed. It needs to be followed, and that's what our country needs right now. Most of the things that ail our country could be fixed if we would simply obey our Constitution and fix the lack of justice that's taking place in our country. So this slide into darkness, it has to stop, and it stops now. And I believe you are here to stop that darkness. And we, the people, this is a government of the people, by the people. And because of that, we're the ones that have to shoulder the responsibility for turning our nation around. And we also need a leader. We need a leader that will stand up against the darkness we're facing. We need a leader that will stand up against the deep state and the globalist cabal. And we need a leader who will stand up for our Constitution. And I'll tell you who that leader is right now for this time that we're living in. It's Donald J. Trump. And Donald J. Trump is uniquely gifted, and I believe called, to lead this nation out of this darkness that we're in right now. So anyone can talk about what they plan to do. But Donald Trump, we've got lots of people running for president right now. But anyone can talk about their plans. Donald Trump has proven that he will do what he says he will do. And not only that, he stood up and did and accomplished more than any president in my lifetime, even while being viciously attacked and lied against and all these other things that were against him. And so right now, I am so excited to endorse Donald J. Trump, to pray for him, and to believe for the good things that's coming to our nations if we can get him back into the White House. And he's going to, it's kind of funny. I've heard lots of these, at least a couple of candidates, talk about how they are the candidate that the left fears the most. And I hear that and I just chuckle. It's like, are you serious? How could you even make that statement with a straight face? How many times were you indicted on false charges? How many times did the alphabet agency show up at your door and raid your home? How many times did they spy on you and tap your phones? No, I'll tell you one thing. The left is afraid right now. They're afraid because they know there is somebody running for president who is going to take them to task and won't put up with their stuff any longer. And so that man is Donald Trump, and I'm happy to support him. Now, I hear people say, can he be elected? And, that's a big question. I've had people that are friends of mine say, well, you think he can be elected? What do you think? Well, my response to that was, well, he already has been twice. And so, yes, he can be elected. So anyway, I'm excited to support him. Now, I just want to say a word to you about Caucus, and I'll make sure I don't forget something here. But we're going to take this nation back, and if we're going to do so, like I say, we have to be that government of the people, by the people. And this caucus system is a true grassroots system, and it's something we should value highly right here in Iowa. And I know some of you are not thrilled with the Republican Party. I get that. But the answer is not to reject the party, because America was founded as a republic. I'm a Republican primarily because America is a republic. And republic means ruled by laws and honoring the law and order. And so, I want to put republic back into Republican. And so that's why we need to get involved and not disengage. And we need to make it what it should be, not get angry and say, well, it's not what it should be, and then just walk away. And the caucus system is one of the ways that we can do that. And it's probably one of the best ways we can do that. It's a true grassroots movement. And, the Declaration of Independence tells us that rights come from God. And the purpose of government is to protect the rights that come from God. That's what our Declaration says. That's how our nation was founded. John Adams said our Constitution was made for a moral and a religious people and is wholly inadequate for the government of any other. So what do we need in this nation? I'll give you the translation. I wrote it down for you. The translation of what I just said is this. We have to restore the Judeo-Christian values that this government was founded on. Otherwise, liberty cannot be sustained. That's right. I just want to encourage you on that point. So I want you to take your values with you to the caucus. I want to encourage you to go to the caucus. I want you to go there and vote for Donald Trump. I want you to drag some friends with you and have them vote for Trump. Get there early and offer your help, because I'm going to be a caucus captain this time around. I've done it in the past. And I'll tell you, we need lots of help. We always need more help than we have at the caucus. and especially when there's a big turnout. So go and just show up early and say, how can I help you? Find the precinct chair, say, how can I help you out tonight? And then we're going to have the presidential poll, and hopefully we're going to give Donald Trump a huge victory right here in Iowa at the caucus. But then, you know, a lot of people tend to leave then at that point, so I just want to encourage you, hang around, because there's a lot of important stuff that happens at the caucus. That's where we elect Central Committee members, we elect people to go to the county convention. You know, there's a lot of very important things that happen at the caucus, so I want to encourage you to go to your caucus and participate to the end, because there are a lot of good things there. So Donald Trump's not running to boost his fame. He's not running to enrich himself. In fact, he even gave his own salary. Didn't even take a salary when he was president last time. You know, he already had those things. He had fame. He had fortune. But I'll tell you what, why he's running. Donald Trump's running because he cares about America. Donald Trump is running because he cares about our freedom, and he's running because he cares about you and he cares about me. He cares about the liberties that we've lost, and he's going to help restore them. And so I just want to encourage you to keep him in your prayers, give him a big welcome when he comes here a little bit later today, and let's deliver a big win for Donald Trump in the Iowa caucus. Thank you.
And now, please welcome State Representative Heather Hora.
Representative Sherman's taller than me, so let me adjust. Welcome to Newton. Wow, what a great day, right? I am Heather Hora. I'm a representative of District 92, which is Washington County and rural Johnson County. I am a hog farmer, a corn and soybean farmer, and most importantly, a mother. I am the caucus chair for my precinct for President Trump, and it's so simple. And a lot of people are kind of intimidated by it, like you're going to go in this room and you have to stand up and say what you believe. But if you're here, most of you know exactly why you want to support President Trump. It's not something you have to think very hard about. So let me tell you a few of the things that I'm going to say as a farmer and as agriculture being key to Iowa, right? So no one was stronger on China than President Trump, and we need that back. No more bending the knee, no more letting the Chinese come out and search through our cornfields and steal our little beans and take it back and steal our intellectual property. Free and fair trade. Nobody was stronger on trade than President Trump. When they tried to sell us on TPP, which would have been a disaster, he canceled that. He went in and said, what is this? And he canceled NAFTA, and then he created USMCA, which is one of the greatest things that he did for farmers like myself. He believes in bilateral trade agreements, which was such common sense to me. I thought all these years in the ag industry, and we never talked about bilateral trade. It was always these multilateral. So to me, it was just bringing common sense back into agriculture was fantastic. Reducing regulations. He was key on reducing regulations. You know, WOTUS was a thing prior to him from the Obama administration, and he got rid of WOTUS. And guess what's back? WOTUS. So if we want clean water, we must get rid of WOTUS, because right now farmers can't put in ponds because the federal government tells us that we can't. Trump will get rid of all of that. We have the greatest farmers in the world in Iowa. Trump gives us the freedom to farm. That is all we're asking. Give us a fair shake and we will rule the world. But with all the regulations and the burdensome stuff they put on us, we can't do that. Along with that goes energy independence. Who's feeling that we need some energy independence, right? Have you looked at your power bills? And I was saying to my family on the way over here, did you notice all those windmills that weren't moving today? And did you notice, you probably didn't notice them because of the clouds. So how much solar power is being made today? Not very much. So God bless the oil and gas companies that keep our houses warm and our cars running. And I guess more than anything, I feel that President Trump has the will, the desire, and the strength to cancel the Green New Deal. Every bit of it. The other thing that's important to us, and thankfully we've got a great legislator in Iowa where we kind of protect ourselves from this, but securing the border, right? I mean, it is insane watching TV and seeing what happens on the border. I was in Arizona, and somebody asked one of the Border Patrol agents, what was it like when Trump was president? And you know what he said? Trump about put us out of business. So that was a good sign that, things could go back to that. So there's an endless number of reasons, and everybody has their own reason for supporting Trump. Just go into these caucuses, tell your story, be believable, which we are because we're real Americans, and just get people to switch their vote. And it's a secret vote, so nobody even has to admit that they switched over to Trump. So the caucuses are January 15th. Mark that off, MLK Day. Most people should have the day off, 7 o'clock. Most of the caucus locations have been picked, but some haven't. So check iawagop.org, iagop.org for your locations. You can visit ia.donaldjtrump.com for a virtual commitment card. You guys probably have cards under your chairs maybe to fill out, and if you want to be a caucus chair. And then it just really, the caucus is no different than it starts with the pledge, and you stand up and speak as an American, speak as an Iowan, speak your heart, speak life into Donald J. Trump's candidacy. And when we walk away on the morning of January 16th, the night of January 15th, I want Donald J. Trump to win Iowa by so much that it sends the entire nation the message. Donald J. Trump is the Republican candidate for president. God bless you guys, and enjoy President Trump. Thank you.
Please welcome State Senator Charlie McClintock.
Are we fired up, Newton? Are we ready to go? Oh, man. I love being in Newton, Iowa. I was born here, so this is coming back home for me. So I do like an energetic crowd, and I see one out here. I've come to these events before. They are awesome, so I just love being here. Newton, Iowa has a population of 15,000 plus. That's 15,000 great Iowans. That is 15,000 great Americans. And I want to make sure that I talk about that population number, because in a little bit I'm going to talk about border security, and I'm going to throw out some numbers that should concern you a little bit. So that's why I bring that up. But first of all, let's just test this crowd a little bit for an energy level. When I kind of point at you like this, I want to see how loud you can say enough, all right? Because I've had enough of several things with the Biden administration, so let's give it a try. You ready? Yeah, okay. So how many of you, when it comes to Bidenomics, have had enough? Yeah, I think so. I'm going to hit like 2 or 3 points today, and I'm going to start out with the economy, and I'm going to tell you what. The printing of money, like monopoly money, has pretty much destroyed this economy. I don't know about you folks, but it used to be that you could go make a paycheck and you had a little bit extra to put into the bank. And a lot of people out there now are living paycheck to paycheck, and it is destroying the middle class, let alone people that are struggling to get food to eat and heat their homes. So how many people have had enough? Yeah, exactly right. And we're going to prove it at the Iowa caucuses, because we're going to set the standard for the rest of the nation, and then we're going to prove it again at the ballot box. So the economy is out of control, and we're going to make it better. I saw the other day at an event, they were talking about how well Biden is reversing that. He's making it better, and things are better than they were before. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. I hope no one is going to buy that. And I said, they said, well, that's the truth. You've got to agree with that. I said, well, I'll agree with it to a certain extent, but let me give you an example. If I took a stick and started beating you with it and beat you down on the ground with it, and finally said, hey, stop doing that, and I let up after a while, and somebody come up then and said, don't you agree that's much better? You let up on him a little bit. You've got to agree you're better off now than you were because he's not hitting you as much or as hard. Well, yeah, I suppose that's true, but it's certainly not better. So I hope everybody everybody realizes that when they hit the ballot box, and we take this country back. So that's what we need to do. The other point that I wanted to make quickly was border security. I hear it a lot. I talk to my folks out there, and they've had enough of it. The folks, somebody was doing an interview down there the other day on the border. The folks coming across, they said, "Why are you coming to the United States?" And don't get me wrong, I have nothing bad to say about immigration to the United States, but illegal immigration is a whole nother topic. And they said, "Why are you coming here?" And they said, "Well, it's for better jobs and housing and to get our kids in school." All valid reasons, but when they dug down a little bit, they said, well, we can go to these sanctuary cities and places in New York and so on and so forth where they have to give us free housing and they have to give us benefits and they have to do all these things with things. Well, those are the areas where, especially with the not the social media, but the phone system and the internet that they have, they're just pouring in from other countries to get that, all for the sanctuary cities and the benefits that are going to saturate the country. And with the Biden administration having that border straight open, it's going to be nothing but a problem for the United States. And I was in Europe on a delegation earlier this year, and we used Uber a lot. And I spoke to a guy that was driving that wants to come over here to be a doctor, that he's studying to come to be a doctor. And he wants to immigrate legally here. And we were discussing the southern border. And I said, they're coming across as fast as they can. Why don't you could utilize that method? And he goes, no, there's no way. He goes, if I try to come across illegally and I get caught, I'll be barred permanently from coming into the United States. He says, I'm not going to take that chance. There is a prime example of two different philosophies of people that want to come into this country. So that's why we need to address this. And I hope that the nation realizes that and that we turn this country around in the next election. And it's you folks out here that can make that happen. So happy to see the turnout here in Newton. Last thing, I endorsed Donald Trump back in early March. And people have asked me many times, both at the rallies and my constituents, why did you endorse Trump? I said, because he's the guy that can do this. He's the person I trust to do this. I have no issue with the other candidates. I know them. They're good people, but I trust Donald Trump to go in there and do what he says he'll do, and that's why he is the person for the job. And I hope that you agree with me on that and that you talk to your friends, your family, and the other folks, and we put Donald Trump back into the presidency in November. So thank you for that, for coming here and supporting that. Okay. Last thing, we come here, we're doing the lineup to come out and to speak and everything, and they said, okay, are you good with where you're at? And I said, the only concern I have is, boy, don't put me out after Matt Whitaker. That guy's a class act, and there's no way I want to go after him. That's a tough act to follow. So luckily they didn't do that either. So anyway, if we've had enough of the bad Biden politics and enough of the media telling me everything I don't want to hear because it's so fake, I just want to end on one more thing. So, have we had enough of Biden? Yeah. Oh, man, that's what I want to hear. Thank you so much. I appreciate being here. It's going to be a great time. Thank you for coming out.
Please welcome former acting U.S. Attorney General Matt Whitaker.
Newton, Iowa. How are all my friends doing in the room? I can't hear you. How are all my friends doing here today? I was just checking before I came out, and Donald J. Trump is on his way here to Newton, Iowa. And not only do I want to say hello to my friends here, but I also want to say hello to the thousands of people that are watching right now on Rumble and around this world. Because you know what? This is more. This is more than just about Newton. This is more than Central Iowa. This movement is more than just winning the Iowa caucuses by a record number on January 15th. This is about changing our country, saving this country, and setting the tone for the rest of the globe.
You know, I think we all have to appreciate what's happening here in this great state of Iowa. You know, we have flourished under conservative policies and conservative principles. We've also flourished because this state has continued to look to God for our blessings, have continued to not forget the importance of God in our lives, in our families, and in our communities. And we need to remember that and make sure that the whole country understands that we need to turn back towards God, thank Him, and pray for His revival and His deliverance. I also, you know, while I have a chance, I want you to join me in thanking the men and women of law enforcement for all they do every day. You know, it was really, when I was at the Department of Justice, it was my great honor to make sure that the men and women of law enforcement knew that Donald Trump and everybody that worked with him had their backs and they had our thanks. So thank you to the men and women of law enforcement. We will never forget you. We will restore this country and the respect for law enforcement. And I also want to thank not only those that are currently serving in the military, but all of our great veterans for what you've done for this country. Thank you. You know, I'm excited to see what Donald Trump has to give you for a message. But I expect one of his primary messages is an assurance that these dark days of Joe Biden are almost over, that we will return America First policies to Washington, D.C. We will fix the border. We will fix the economy. We will fix the culture, and we will fix Washington, D.C. once and for all. But you know, my friends, it starts here. It starts in my beloved home state of Iowa and in communities and in precinct caucuses around this great state. And I see so many of those beautiful white with gold hats that say you're a caucus captain for Donald J. Trump. And I really appreciate that. And I know there's at least one or two in here that aren't wearing their cap because, like me, it will mess up your hair. But friends, there is so much work to do and so few workers to do it. You know, we have to sign up. Go to our website, ia.donaldjtrump.com. Sign up to do something. Bring 10 people to the caucus. Call your neighbors. Call your friends. Knock on doors. We have a grassroots effort of volunteers. This is not a bloated campaign. This isn't some super PAC that's hiring people to go out and pretend to be supportive of a candidate. This is about supporting Donald J. Trump because we believe in him. Do you believe in Donald Trump? Are you going to caucus for Donald Trump? Are you registered to vote for Donald Trump? Okay. Listen, January 15th, 12 points. Margin of victory in a competitive caucus is the record in Iowa. Are you going to help us set the record in Iowa and caucus for Donald J. Trump on January 15th? Well, with your help and the help of so many other Iowans just like you that want to save this republic, I am certain that not only are we going to win Iowa, we're going to win the nomination, we are going to set the tone, and we are going to restore this great nation. And with God's help, this republic will endure for generations to come. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Hey, Iowa. Unfortunately, today, Americans live in uncertain times. Just 3 short years ago, the United States was a safer, more prosperous nation under the leadership of my father-in-law, President Donald J. Trump. But as difficult as life may be in Joe Biden's America, you all possess a unique opportunity to take the first steps towards changing the direction of our country. Home to the first in the nation caucuses, Iowans enjoy a special privilege, but also a responsibility to examine and select the strongest candidate to defeat Joe Biden next November. It's clear that President Trump is, of course, that candidate, which is why it's critical that every America First patriot participate in the Iowa caucus on Monday, January 15th at 7 p.m. and cast their vote for who else? Donald J. Trump. But for those who may never have participated in a caucus, you might wonder what it is and how you can participate in this incredible tradition. In short, the caucus is a meeting of fellow Republicans held in every voting precinct in Iowa. Friends, family, and neighbors gather in a central meeting location, usually a school, church, or community center, to cast their vote for President of the United States and, of course, to discuss the critical issues facing our nation, of which we know there are many. Thank you, Joe Biden. It's important to note that your caucus location may be different from where you previously voted in other elections, so be sure to look up your caucus site by visiting ia.donaldjtrump.com. On the evening of Monday, January 15th, President Trump's supporters should arrive at their caucus location early at around 6 p.m. When you arrive, don't panic. There may be long lines to register, but those lines are going to move quickly, and once you're in line, you cannot be turned away. All Iowans who are 18 years or older by the date of the general election, which is November 5th, 2024, are eligible to participate in the Republican caucus. If you are a registered Republican, your name will already be on the precinct list. You simply need to show your photo ID to a volunteer. If you are not a registered Republican or are unsure of your registration status, you may register to vote as a Republican at your caucus location. If you choose to register at your caucus location, you must bring a valid photo ID such as a driver's license, military ID, or student ID, and a piece of mail such as a cell phone bill, utility bill, bank statement, or paycheck with your current home address for that voting precinct. After you check in or register to vote at your caucus location, volunteers will direct you to the room or area where your precinct caucus meeting will take place. Additionally, our campaign will have friendly representatives or Trump caucus captains at each location. They are going to be very recognizable because they will have a caucus captain hat and will be on hand to help direct or answer any questions that you may have. Once you gather with others from your precinct, a volunteer will call your caucus meeting to order promptly at 7 p.m. The meeting will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, and then caucus goers will elect a chairperson to officially run the remainder of the meeting. After a chairperson has been elected, this person will open the meeting to candidate speeches, and each candidate is allowed to be represented by one speaker. Speeches are usually limited to around 3 minutes each. After candidate speeches are finished, volunteers will distribute paper ballots to every voter in that precinct. You will have a moment to complete your ballot and will return it to a volunteer to be counted. What makes the Iowa caucus so special is that the paper ballots are collected and counted in front of all voters in your precinct, ensuring the process is secure and transparent. Not that we think that there was ever a time where voting was not secure and transparent. Wink, wink, nod, nod. After the votes are counted, the results will be announced to all caucus attendees, and that's it. Once caucus goers have cast their vote, they're free to leave. But for those wanting to take the extra step to support President Trump, we urge you to stay and run as delegate to your county Republican convention. We need each and every one of you to take just an hour of your night to support President Trump. Remember to mark your calendars for 7 p.m. on Monday, January 15th, Martin Luther King Jr. Day, because that's the day we're going to start to take America back. The corrupt Washington establishment doesn't want our movement to succeed. President Trump has, of course, a tremendous lead in the polls, but we cannot leave anything to chance. Your participation in the Iowa caucus on January 15th will send a powerful message to the world that the America First movement is stronger and more united than ever. Together, we will win the Iowa caucus, and together, we will make America great again.
thousands were brutally killed, including Americans. Before Iran helped Hamas plan the attack, killing Americans. Before Biden gave billions of taxpayers' money to Iran, Trump played hardball with Iran, destroyed ISIS, kept the Middle East at peace, kept us out of endless wars through strength.
History shows very plainly that evil only respects one thing: unyielding strength. When I'm back in the White House, our enemies will know if you spill a drop of American blood, we will spill a gallon of yours.
President Trump, the strength we need to make America strong again.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
Gas prices up 50% over last year. Used that new number on inflation worse than expected. Already sky-high prices soaring even higher across the board.
Men in women's sports.
Americans are placing less importance on values that have shaped this nation for generations, like faith and love of country.
Let me see if I have this right. We're supposed to kneel for our flag, but we're not allowed to kneel for the God above.
Schools helping children change their genders while keeping it a secret from their parents. Who have we become?
The Pentagon is now tracking a Chinese spy balloon over the northern United States.
Our military's in decline. China grows more powerful. Well, that's scary.
The FBI lied to every American, and Biden knew it. That's what a third world dictator does.
The direct cause of so many Americans' deaths from fentanyl is the Biden administration's surrender on our southern border.
This is what we get when you have a weak commander-in-chief.
Let's be honest. We know what they're saying about us. Our best days are behind us. We're down. We're never getting back up. It's over, America. Or is it?
While the world burns, Joe Biden has created a violent threat in our own backyard. Biden's open border has opened the floodgates to record numbers, including terrorists, fentanyl traffickers, and raises the possibility of a Hamas attack. President Trump had our borders secured, and he'll do it again by building even more wall and stopping people from terrorist countries from ever entering.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
They come from different walks of life, but all have one thing in common. They want their country back. Parents who want to take back control of their children's education. Veterans tired of being kicked to the curb. They believe in protecting the sanctity of life, securing our borders, standing for the flag, kneeling for God above, and an honest day's pay for an honest day's work. Hillary made fun of them.
You could put half of Trump supporters into what I call the basket of deplorables.
Biden called them a threat.
The MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic.
And DeSantis degradingly called them listless vessels. No, they aren't, Ron. They're great Americans who know there's one person who will always have their backs.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
It's morning again in America. And thanks to Joe Biden, our borders are now wide open for all to come. Our schools free from parental involvement. Mediocre male athletes now given the opportunity to compete unfairly. Under Biden's unprecedented inflation, the hope of home ownership gone, and young adults forced to abandon seeking the American dream to live in their parents' basement longer. Biden's disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan left billions in weapons behind and American lives taken. Our police ranks now shrinking, yet Biden spends billions creating an army of 80,000 new IRS agents. Why would we ever accept the incompetence and weakness of Biden when we could have the freedom, security, and economic prosperity we enjoyed just 3 years ago?
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
There was a secret chord that David.
All right, so the pre-programming portion has just concluded here in Newton, Iowa. I'm Vanessa Broussard reporting to you live from Right Side Broadcasting Network here in Newton. We have a doubleheader for you today. After President Trump speaks here in Newton, he'll also head over to Clinton, Iowa, where our Brian Glenn is standing by, and he'll pick up our team coverage from there. So it's a full day here in Iowa as we get ready for the Iowa caucus in 9 days. We're down to the single digits. We want to remind you that RSBN is your election headquarters. To make sure you sign up for our newsletter during the 2024 election cycle, you can go ahead and do that right now. Go to rsbnetwork.com. Sign up for our newsletter. Also, help support Mike Lindell at mypillow.com. Use the RSBN code at checkout to receive a discount. Mike Lindell has been a huge advocate and supporter, not only for President Trump, but also for the American people. And we want to help support him as well in his endeavors to ensure election integrity this 2024 election cycle. And so he has used a lot of his personal funds for battling not only his legal fees for attorneys, but also the court cases that have been slammed at him and hammered at him. And so we want to make sure that he's okay and that he knows that America is supporting him as well. Not only America, but the people watching from all over the world here on Right Side. So help support Mike Lindell. He's a huge advocate for fairness. And so we want to make sure that he has the means necessary to keep putting up the good fight, and we thank him for everything that he does. So go ahead and show his appreciation, or show your appreciation to him by supporting him with so many great products on mypillow.com. Again, type in the RSBN code for a discount at checkout. The program is expected to start with President Trump at 1 o'clock here Central Time in Iowa. Looking at some of the poll numbers lately, there was a Pauli Market poll that Interactive Polls released this week asking, will Trump win the Iowa caucus, with 97% of the voters saying yes. 97%. The national primary polls from Interactive Polls, Trump's leading at 66%, followed by a tie between DeSantis and Haley at 11%, Ramaswamy at 6%, Christie at 4%, and Hutchinson at 1%. President Trump stated this yesterday. He may reiterate it again today. Don't let the poll numbers let you get complacent. Don't get comfortable. We need to make this a historic election. It's a very important election. All elections are important, but this may be the most important in history because of how terrible our country has become under this Biden administration, and we can't let another 4 years go by like we are now. We can't sustain this. So we have to make sure that we bring our country back, that we save our country, and to do so we need everyone to get out and vote. So while the poll numbers are looking good for President Trump, do not get comfortable, do not get complacent, and still get out and vote on your designated day for your state. We want to remind you that since it's January, a lot of you may be thinking about taxes and filing your taxes. Well, you can contact Tax Network. If you're struggling with back taxes or unfiled returns, the IRS is actually escalating collections, adding 20,000 new agents and sending over 5 million collection letters to kick off 2024. Now, in these challenging times, your best defense is Tax Network USA. So don't let the IRS take advantage of you. With over 14 years of experience, Tax Network USA has saved their clients over $1 billion in back taxes. So no matter the size of your tax issue, their expertise is your advantage. They specialize in negotiating with the IRS, actually, aiming to significantly reduce your debt. So Tax Network USA doesn't just negotiate, they also protect your assets from IRS seizures and also manage your yearly returns for ongoing compliance. Importantly, they are licensed to help with all state tax issues, regardless of where you live in the U.S. So no matter where you live, which state you live in, they are licensed. So the clock is ticking. Don't wait as the IRS steps up its game. Seize control of your financial future right now. Contact Tax Network USA for immediate relief and expert guidance. Call that number on your screen. That's 1-800-357-1415 or visit tnusa.com/RSBN. Again, that's tnusa.com/RSBN. Don't let those tax issues overpower you. Turn to Tax Network USA and find your path to financial peace of mind. All right, just a couple of minutes now from President Trump taking the stage, his second doubleheader this weekend. He had 2 stops yesterday in Iowa, and now he's making 2 stops today as he really hits this state hard, talking to all of the state leaders and the congressmen and women, and also to the people on the ground in the communities, getting all of his team captains in place, caucus captains in place, really doing a great job. It's like a well-oiled machine. The Team Trump, the team is really, really great at what they do. They're very organized, and they're ready to get this campaign season going, and they have all of their ducks in a row as we head into election season. If you want to know more about the Iowa caucus, you can go to ia.donaldjtrump.com, ia.donaldjtrump.com. And if you just want to know more about the caucus or primary in your state, you can also go to his website, donaldjtrump.com, and sign up to help if you want to be on the Trump team some way, somehow. They'll get you trained and get you ready to roll in your designated state for your area. These captains play an important role on election nights, and so you can sign up and get trained if you are interested in participating. If you're watching on Rumble, so good to see you. Thanks for watching. While you're there, make sure you sign up for Locals for some behind-the-scene content that you won't see anywhere else. You can also subscribe to our channel on Rumble. Also follow Right Side Broadcasting Network on all social media platforms. I'm also there on X, Truth Social, which is President Trump's platform, Instagram, Vanessa Broussard News on Instagram, Vanessa Broussard on Truth Social. Really love being a part of Truth Social. There's a lot of like-minded people on President Trump's social media platform. We all want to save this country. We all want what's best for this country, and it's humbling to log on and see so many people joining in the fight to bring back America and keep America great. So that's on Truth Social. Before we started the pre-program, I was going over a little bit of Agenda 47 on DonaldJTrump.com and his plans for taking back the office. And one of the ones on there is restoring law and order and cleaning up our dangerous streets. Our law enforcement officers have their hands full. In fact, I spoke to a former law enforcement officer just maybe 2 weeks ago who actually got out of the business because he just couldn't do his job. He wasn't allowed to do his job. He was scared to do his job because if you make the wrong move, you could be fired or you could be put on suspension or somebody can accuse you of something or making, when you're in these life and death situations, you have to make a decision in the blink of an eye and they have families at home and they love protecting our communities, but they're on these dangerous streets and he got out of the business and retired and started into a new career. And so that's just the ins and outs of what these law enforcement officers have to go through on a daily basis. President Trump is a big supporter of our law enforcement officers, also our veterans. And so he wants to take care of our men and women in blue and also our veterans when he returns back to the White House. And you can find more about his plans, again, on Agenda 47, which is on DonaldJTrump.com. We just hit the 1 o'clock hour, so President Trump should be coming on momentarily. We're not getting any word of any delays, so we should expect him to take the stage any minute now. He always comes in and speaks to his top supporters and his those who sponsor him and donate to him, I should say. So he's in the back speaking to them before he comes out on stage. Looking again, I'm going to pull up, taking a look at some of my notes here, pull up parts of his speech that he really hits on when he does take the stage. He said just yesterday, Crooked Joe cannot talk about a single issue that matters to hardworking Americans because he has failed you and betrayed you on every single one. President Trump said Biden and the radical left Democrats lie about us because they know that Americans can't stand the truth about them. He'll say it again today. This election is our last chance to save America. The battle begins in Iowa on January 15th, and Joe Biden's banana republic ends on November 5th, 2024. President Trump says, with your help, we are going to bring our country back from hell. He says our country is dying, and this is no time to waste your vote on another establishment career politician. He says a vote for Donald Trump in these caucuses is a vote to secure our border. It's a vote to stop the invasion. It's a vote to rescue our economy. And it's a vote to reclaim our democracy from crooked Joe Biden and the entire criminal class in our nation's capital. He says, we love our country. We will take care of our country. We will pray to God for our strength and for our liberty. We will pray for God, and we will be with God. The great silent majority rising like never before, and under our leadership, he says, the forgotten man and woman will be forgotten no longer. So those are some of the excerpts from his speech last night, expecting kind of the same scenario today. We'll see the energy he brings to the stage. Excited to see President Trump here in Newton, Iowa. And as we wait, it should be momentarily, we are going to play some music for you and pan the crowd, standing room only here in Newton.
welcome the next president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Thank you very much.
Wow. And a very special hello, Iowa. Happy New Year. We're going to have a great year. We got to win. Got to win. We got to win. 9 days from now, the people of this state are going to cast the most important vote of your entire lives. I believe that. I believe that's the most important. I used to say it in 2016, and I'd say it very proudly and truthfully, and I meant it, but this is the most important because our country's going to hell. Like, nobody can believe what's happening to our country. When you look at what's going on, you read the news, even if it's fake news. I mean, they can't hide it. They can hide a little bit of it, but they can't hide. You really can't hide what's going on, including with the president. His performances are just terrible, just terrible. So sad to see. He represents our country so badly. We're in such trouble because of him. By delivering a massive victory in Iowa, you'll send a thundering message straight to crooked Joe Biden, the fake news media, and all the evil and sinister people trying to destroy our nation. They're trying to destroy our nation. Can only be the reason. With your vote for our campaign on Monday, January 15th, you will declare that we are going to take back our country. We're going to defeat Joe Biden. And we are going to, you probably haven't heard this phrase, make America great again. And it all starts right here in Iowa, 7 p.m. It's Martin Luther King Day. It's going to be a big day. And I'm coming to Iowa. We're going to be picking some nice location. We have a lot of people. And I'm going to caucus, okay? I'm going to caucus. That's how important it is. We have to do it, you know. And just don't go by the polls. The polls show that we're leading by so much. It's incredible. Nobody's ever seen numbers like this. But we have to get out there. Every one of us have to get out there because it really sends a message for November. And that's what we have to do. We have to beat the most corrupt, the worst president this country's ever had. He's the worst we've ever had. It's not even close. The happiest man around today is President Jimmy Carter, because his administration, by comparison, was brilliant. I would say his administration was brilliant compared to Biden. So don't stay home. If you want to save America, each and every one of you go out and vote. You got to get out and vote. If you're a first-time caucus goer, you can learn how to caucus, and I'm going to have to learn too, by the way. I haven't done this before, but they're going to teach me. I'm a quick study, and so are you. I think everybody in this room, at least 94% of you, are quick studies. The other, we accept their votes also, right? But you can learn how to caucus and find your caucus location, which is often different than where you normally vote. So you got to remember that at ia.donaldjtrump.com. So you'll get it and you'll figure it out, and we'll figure it out all very quickly. I'll be figuring it out with you, but we'll get it. It's actually fun. You meet great people. It's something very nice about it, to be honest. It's who knows? If you're not married, maybe you'll meet somebody, the love of your life. You'll say, he was the greatest president. I met the love of my life. I was caucusing, and I met some beautiful guy or some beautiful person, woman, and we're going to appreciate it. We got to win this election. We're delighted to be joined today by some really fantastic people right from the beginning. State Senators Charlie McClintock. Where's Charlie? Charlie, thank you very much. And you know the story with Brad. I've told it so many times, but I say it again. He was the first one in the nation to endorse me. He endorsed me before I knew I was running. He endorsed me like 3 months before I said I'm running. And I kept saying, who's that guy, that senator from Iowa? Who is he? Who is he? And they say his name's Brad Zahn, and he really likes you a lot. And he was a little earlier than me, but that's okay. And he was actually first in the country. Where is Brad? Where is Brad? He's around here someplace. Thank you, Brad. Thank you. We love Brad. Remember that name. I call him the Marlboro Man. I call him the Marlboro. Come here. Say something, Brad.
Well, it's a really easy decision to make. I can tell you that this is an incredible person, and we need him more than any time. So I'm very proud to be the first person in the nation and proud to be with the 47th President of the United States.
No, I'm telling you, he's the Marlboro Man, Charlie, right? Doesn't it? Perfect. They could use him right now, just put him on a horse, but you're not allowed to do that anymore. Also, state representatives, Brad Sherman, fantastic, Brad, thank you, Brad, appreciate it very much. Heather Hora, Heather, where is Heather? Thank you very much. And somebody that's been with me for a long time, right at the beginning, and he's been a real patriot, great guy, really a fantastic person, acting Attorney General of the United States, Matt Whitaker. He's been a really great friend, Matt. He goes to so many events and so many, and he had a tragic event happen, I have to say, and that special person is up there looking down on you right now. You know that, okay? You know that, right? That's really something. But Matt has been a great friend. The stakes of this election could not be higher. Under crooked Joe Biden, our borders have been absolutely erased. Millions of illegal aliens are invading from all over the world, are invading. It's like a military invasion. It might as well be a military invasion. But they're invading our country. Our middle class is being crushed by Biden's crippling inflation. Violent criminals are running wild in Democrat-run cities. Go ahead. Why don't you sit down? That way the people in the back can see I'm trying to be nice. Thank you. We got to be. It's a great honor. Usually what happens is they sit down, and then about a minute later they stand up again anyway. And it's okay. I consider it an honor. I appreciate it. Violent criminals are running wild in our Democrat-run cities while law enforcement has been weaponized against Christians and conservatives and people of faith like never before. We've never seen anything like this before. You know, this guy goes around and says, I'm a threat to democracy. No, he's a threat because he's incompetent. He's a threat to democracy. You know, you can be grossly incompetent and be a threat to democracy because he's got us into wars. We're in wars now. You look at the Middle East. Look at what happened in Ukraine. That would have never happened. These things would have never happened. Inflation would have never happened. The attack on Israel would never happen. The attack on Ukraine would never have. All these things would never have happened. Millions of people would be alive right now. Millions of people. Cities wouldn't be decimated, knocked down. You look at Ukraine with those towers, those gorgeous towers, ancient towers. They're all dead, gone. Can never be rebuilt. So many millions. I think the numbers are much bigger than what you're hearing. They knocked down an apartment house. These are big buildings, too. It's shocking how big they are. And they say 2 people were injured. No, people were killed. A lot of people were killed. The numbers are much bigger than you hear. It should have never happened. Most of the stuff, almost all of it. I can't think of anything that would have happened. We would have stopped all of it. And we did. And we had no inflation. Now you have inflation that's so bad, the worst, probably the worst we've ever had. China is threatening Taiwan. That'll be next. Iran is inches away from a nuclear bomb. When I was with Iran, they were broke. They were broke. I wouldn't let anybody buy oil. I said, look, I want to be good to them. I want to be nice. They can't have a nuclear weapon. They're, I guess, 31 days away from having a nuclear weapon. It becomes a much different negotiation, a much tougher negotiation. And it's so sad. This would have never happened. They would have had to deal with me within 1 week after the election. But that's the way it goes. We did great in that election. We got millions and millions more votes in that election than we did in 2016. Millions. We did much better than we did in 2016. I was told by the great John McLaughlin, who's around here someplace. I said, is John McLaughlin here? John McLaughlin, the great pollster, who's fantastic, and other pollsters said that there's no way if you get 63 million votes, the same as we got in 2016, there's no way you could be beat. And we beat it by millions. We got the most votes of any sitting president in history. And they say, you lost by a whisker, just by a little bit. These people. But you know what? This will be the biggest event in the history of our country. We have to win this, but this will be much bigger than if we did it the more traditional way. And I think we're going to do it. I've never seen spirit like this. We didn't have this spirit in 2020 or 2016, and we had a lot of spirit. We had more spirit than anyone's ever seen, but it's not like it is now, including Iowa. You watch. You got to get out and vote. You got to get out and vote. And if you do, you'll see numbers as big as the numbers are being projected. You'll see numbers that are much bigger than that. For instance, Nikki Haley, give me a break, I know her well. I will never run against our president, she said. I will never, ever. He is a great president. I will not run. This went on for like 2 years. Then one day she's making a speech. I said, oh, that's nice. Ladies and gentlemen, I've decided to run. What's going on? What's wrong? And DeSantis was worse because he was dead until I endorsed him. And then he went up like a rocket ship and he won. And then I helped him get through the general election. And, you know, he was so far down in the primary that it was the other guy was measuring carpets in the State House. He actually sent people, please measure my bedroom. I want to put a brand new carpet there. And then I endorse this guy. And, you know, to me, it's a bad seed. When something like that happens, it's a bad seed. So I got him in, and he went up like a rocket ship. One press of a little button, you know, with the button. Now, truth is much better. We all know that. But there was no truth then. Right now, we have truth, which is the best, right? But one press of a button, and all of a sudden, that election was over. He got the nomination. Then we got him past, a very tough guy. They said he was going to be president someday. It turned out to be a crackhead, but these are minor details. But we got him past that guy, him and Stacey Abrams. They were the two hottest male and female politicians in the country. And in his case, he lost. I mean, and Ron didn't think he could beat him, and nobody did except me. I did 3 rallies for Ron. We had thousands and thousands. These are massive rallies, thousands and thousands of people. And I said, you're going to win. Oh, I don't know. And he won. Then 4 years later, they say, will you run against the president? He says, I have no comment. I said, no comment. You know what no comment? See those beautiful little children? They know what it means. That means he's going to run, right? Yep. She's like 4 years old. She's saying, yeah, that's right. And my people say, sir, don't attack him so violently. He's a Republican. I said, I don't care if he's a Republican or not. And he's taken a big fall, that guy. He's not going to do too well. And she's not going to do well either. But we have tremendous numbers. And I think if everybody goes in, and remember when you're doing this for November, because we got to beat this guy, this fool that's destroying our country. Donald Trump is a dictator. Can you imagine? Donald Trump is a dictator. I'm a dictator. All I want to do is have a great country. I don't want to be ripped off with trade deals. I don't want these countries just ripping us. And boy, we had it stopped. We did USMCA. We did the greatest trade deals ever. But all I want to do is have a great country. Low taxes. We did the best tax deal ever, bigger than the Reagan tax deal. You know, we just want to have a great country. He says I'm a dictator. It's so insulting. You know, actually, it's insulting. But he's a threat. You know, he's a threat he doesn't even know what the word means. He's a threat to democracy. Define democracy, Joe. That's not a fair question. No, the guy can't find steps to a platform. He makes a speech. He can never find the damn steps. Look, there's steps. Or you jump out the front if you have to. You can't do that. You have to leave. You know, when you make a speech, his speeches last about 3 minutes. You know why? Because he runs out of fuel. He runs out of fuel. The fuel doesn't last very long. So you notice the speeches, they start off very energetic. He's a threat to democracy. By the end, he's like, I got to get off. This is not the man we should have for our president, okay? Our military has gone woke, our leaders, and I have to say leaders, because look, I defeated ISIS. Everybody said you couldn't do it. It would take 4 or 5 years, right? I defeated ISIS, took out al-Baghdadi, the founder of ISIS. I kept saying, why don't they ever get the guy with the fan behind, right? You saw that picture of the fan, like for 15 years, he has a fan. I said, why can't they get him? He's the founder. I got him. We took him out. Took out plenty of others, too. And we had the safest border in our history, by the way. You know, I was telling a group before, I was speaking to a great group of young Republicans, and we surprised them. They had no idea, about 150 young Republicans at a hotel, and they had no idea it was coming. I said, but you know, what we've done and what we have a chance to make this country so great, but this is our final chance. We're not going to have another shot at it, because I even worry about, you know, it's 10 months before the election. I even worry about the 10 months because he has done such damage to this country. And, you know, what can he do in 10 months? You might end up in World War III. You could end up in World War III with this character. And then he gets up and talks like we're the devil, all of us. I mean, basically, it's MAGA, MAGA, MAGA. He doesn't even know if I said define MAGA, he would have no idea. It's called Make America Great Again. That's all it is. It's nothing sinister. It's so sad. It's so sad. I mean, these people are more dangerous than the so-called enemy. You know, China, if you're smart, you can handle China. If you're smart, you can handle Russia. I ended the Russian pipeline. He approves it. Then he says, I was soft on Russia. I was the toughest on Russia, and Putin liked me. I got along. It's nice to get along with people that have nuclear weapons. Don't you think it's really nice if you think about it? But I was tough on Russia with the sanctions and everything. But more importantly, he's building the biggest project they've ever done, the pipeline going through Europe into Germany. I got angry at Germany. I said, you know, you're giving them all the money. We're protecting you with NATO, and you're paying them billions of dollars a month for energy. And then we have to protect you from the people you're giving the billions of dollars to. Does this make sense? So we had a lot of fun with those countries because they've been ripping us off for a long time. But I'm the only candidate in this race who is up to the task of saving America, and I'm the only candidate that will say with great, I can say it from any standpoint you want, as definitive as you want to make it, we will not have World War III with me as your president. And we're going to do it through strength. We're going to do it through strength. Thank you. We're going to do it through strength. You know, you can do things, you don't even have to go there. You can do things with telephones that are quite effective if you know how to use a telephone properly, if you know how to speak, that are very effective. Sometimes it's better because it's easier to talk over a phone than to tell some of the things I say to these guys face to face. It's easier for me to just say, you know, you son of a... I was telling yesterday at one of the big meetings, I love these, you know, we go to different corners of your state, and we meet with such great people. And then we're going to do a rally sometime in the summer, a big one. We're going to pick a big, beautiful site, maybe the State Fair or something, but we're going to do a big rally. But I have such fun with it. But, you know, I tell them that some of the deals we made were so incredible. For instance, Mexico, they supplied us with 28,000 soldiers. They supplied us with, we said, remain in Mexico. You think that's easy? And this guy gave it up. Remain in Mexico. They were remaining in our country. In other words, they come in, we leave them in. I said, no, I don't want them in our country until they get approved, because they're from mental institutions, they're drug dealers, they're criminals from jails. We have people coming into our country now that we've never allowed people like this into our country, and we don't do anything about it. But Mexico said, no, we're not going to give you soldiers. I said, yes, you are. Yes, you are. No, no, sir, we will not do that. We will not do it. And I like the president of Mexico a lot. I think he's great. He's a socialist. But can't have everything, right? Tell those kids, can't get everything. But he and I have a great relationship. But I said, listen, you have to do it. Anyway, he sent his representative, a handsome guy, to see me in Washington, and I was meeting with him. And I had from the State Department a woman who handled Mexico, a very nice woman, but not a good negotiator, frankly. She said, sir, I've been trying to get this for 21 years. They'll never do it. I said, well, I'm going to get it. So I asked Tom Homan. I asked a couple of the top people, really great people in Border Patrol. We have phenomenal people in ICE and Border Patrol. They're not appreciated like they should be. They're incredible. They're incredible. Brad, we have, Brandon Judd is fantastic. I know so many of those guys. They're so fantastic. They want to do their job. You know, it's funny. It'd be a lot easier just to do what they do. Just let them come in. They're not doing anything. They're doing paperwork now. They have them sitting, and people are just flowing in by the millions. They have now a caravan. I came up with that name. They won't say that, by the way. The fake news is back there. You got a lot of fake news back there. That's a lot of fake news. But the caravan, we have a caravan, the biggest one we've ever seen. Thousands and thousands of people just pouring right into our country. It is so sick and so sad. What's happening to our country is so sad. But I said to the gentleman comes up, great representative, I said, we need 28,000 soldiers for our border. No, I'm not going to do that, sir. Oh, no, I said, you are. You 100%. No, I'm not. He was confused because I kept telling him he was going to do it. Nobody had ever told him that before. He said, no, we won't do that, sir. I have no authorization to do that. I said, then you'll get it quickly, but you're going to do it 100%. He said, no, I'm not going to do it, sir. I said, you're going to do it. And also, I want it to be remain in Mexico. In other words, we want a policy called remain in Mexico, not remain in the United States, and then nothing ever happens. And then we want another one. Catch and release in Mexico. You know, we catch and release criminals, and we have them released into the United States and come back for your court case in 4 years. And only very, very stupid people come back because there is no court case. You know, there's no court case. So it's catch and release in Mexico, and another 7 or 8 items that are impossible to get. So this guy keeps saying, no, we will not do that. We will not do that. And the person from the State Department, she was really good, but she said, sir, they're just not going to do it. I said, 100% they're going to do it. So at the end, I said, here's why you're going to do it. Because I have papers right in front of me, and I'm signing. It was a Friday evening, late, like 4 o'clock, 4:30. Biden was sleeping. He was younger then. Biden was at his home in Delaware or wherever they may be, sleeping on top of the boxes that he shouldn't have taken out, right? See, I had the Presidential Records Act. I was allowed to take them out. He wasn't. He was not allowed to take the boxes out, but he sleeps on top. You know, he had his Corvette parked on top of him, right? He thinks the Corvette was such a great car. I wonder who gave him the Corvette, which country gave him the Corvette, right? But I said to him, no, you're going to do it because on Monday morning at 7 o'clock, I'm signing it right now, we're going to put a 25% tariff on every single thing that Mexico sends into this country, including all the cars that you stole out. You know, they stole about 32% of our... Did you know that? They stole 32% over the years of our car manufacturing business. And then the unions, the people in the unions are voting for me. But you can't get the heads of, they're so wedded to the Democrats. I don't know. They have wonderful dinners together or something. It's so crazy. But they stole from the United Auto Workers about 32% of our car making. So they're a massive car manufacturer. They send the cars in. So I said on Monday morning, 7 o'clock, you have a 25% tariff on every single thing that you produce coming into this country, which is massive. That's far more than building the wall. And we're talking about, you know, remember Mexico's going to pay for it. Mexico paid for much more than that. There was no legal mechanism to get that, but there is a legal mechanism for them to put their soldiers all over the place and all these other things, which is actually much more money. So I said, it's going to be signed. I'm signing it now. At 7 o'clock, you pay 25% tariff or tax. You could call it whatever you want, very similar. And that takes place 7 o'clock on Monday morning. And you can call your president and tell him or not. Sir, may I be dismissed for just a short while? I would like to make that call. He comes back like at about 4 minutes. Sir, we would be proud to give you 28,000 soldiers. It would be a great honor. And we would be proud to have remain in Mexico. We would be proud. We would love to have. Do you ever see Tijuana? Tijuana had like 200,000 people in Tijuana and nothing on the other side of the wall, because as I built the wall, it became very safe. That wall was great. Wouldn't have been my design choice, but that's what the Border Patrol wanted. They wanted steel. They wanted rail so you could see through. I wanted to put beautiful concrete plank. Very nice. But they didn't want that because you do, ideally you want to be able to see through. But they also need it because they have acids that can melt concrete. Do you believe this? These guys have everything. And steel is much tougher for them. So they wanted steel, they wanted concrete inside, 5,000-pound concrete inside, and then they wanted rebar. I said, I understand, it's tough. You have all these different substances you have to go through. You can cut the steel, but then you can't cut the concrete. And we built them the wall. The panel on top is a no-climb panel. It's a stop climb. In other words, I didn't like it. I said, I don't like the panel on top visually. They said, so that's an anti-climb provision. That makes it very hard for them to climb over the top. I said, okay, well, we'll put it in. I did everything they wanted, and we built. And wherever we had the wall, it just stopped. But then as you build the wall, it goes like this. They go like water. So it kept going further, and we ended up building a tremendous amount. And then we were going to put up. This is when I got wise to them. I couldn't believe it because I thought it was just political talk. We built over 500 miles of wall, and I ordered 200 more miles because as you build it, it gets longer. They go around it. And when they came in after the terrible, terrible tragedy of that election, that was a tragedy. That was a tragedy. Look what's happened. So many people are dead now that wouldn't be dead. But you look at that tragedy. But so many, what's happened is we had all of this wall sitting there, very expensive, sitting on the ground, ready to be flipped up. It could have been done in a 3-week period. And they say, we don't want to do it. I said, that's strange. That means they actually were serious that they want to have open borders. That's the first time I really believed it. And now you see the result. Millions and millions of people. Last quarter, 300,000. That's larger than probably almost all of your cities in your state. 300,000 people over actually a 2-month period, less. A 2-month period, 300,000 people poured into our country, and nobody knows. Most people have never even heard of the countries from where they came. All over Africa, all over Asia. They come from different parts of Europe. They come from the Middle East. A lot of people coming from the Middle East. And a lot of these people are young, strong men, military age. Isn't that shocking? We had 27,000 people, the last report, 27,000 people coming in from China between the ages of 20 and 25. That sounds a little suspicious, doesn't it? What this guy has done to this country, you have no idea. It's just horrible. And then he says that I'm bad for democracy. He's bad for democracy for another reason. He's incompetent. And when you're incompetent, you're bad for democracy. You're very bad for democracy. Since 2016, you and I have been in this battle side by side, and it's been a lot of the same people. I recognize the faces so well. Taking on the entire corrupt system in Washington like no one has ever done before. This movement that we're all a part of very proudly, it's your movement more than mine, but this movement is the biggest movement in the history of our country by far. You look at a politician and every once in a while they'll go to Iowa, they'll go to New Hampshire. By the way, I kept you first in the nation. And they're the first primary, and I kept you both. I kept them too. The Democrats were going to change them, and they did. Look what they did. They're gone from Iowa and New Hampshire now. They made a mess of it, in a total mess. And, there's a great tradition to Iowa and New Hampshire. It's a beautiful tradition for for many years, and they want to change everything. They want to change the name of George Washington, take him off the schools. Let's not use his name. George Washington. When they start taking George Washington's name down, you know we got problems, right? I used to say, you know, someday if they keep going like this, they'll be taking George Washington's name. But I never believed it. But guess what? It's coming down off some schools. We're taking the name George Washington High School. We're going to get rid of it, put somebody else up. It's disgraceful. But what we've done is really amazing, and we're going to have, I'm going to say we're going to win for the third time, and I just don't want the results of the second. I don't want the results, because the results of the second are just so bad. They're so embarrassing. We're laughed at all over the world. We're laughed at. We're laughed at all over the world. They laugh at us. You know, I know all these leaders, the press goes crazy when I say it, because they say, that's not nice. They say, like President Xi of China, strong, smart, tough, no games. We will start negotiation immediately. I say, let's loosen up a little bit, you know. But can you imagine when he sees Biden walk in? Hi. And don't forget, I took in $400 billion from China. I gave you $28 billion for your farmers, right? Oh, that guy knows he's a farmer. He's a farmer. She's involved with farms, huh? No, nobody else. You think Biden would give you 28? He wouldn't even know what the hell. He actually is very anti-farm, if you want to know the truth. But we don't have to worry about him too much here, because we beat him badly last time. You know, in the history of elections, nobody has ever won Florida, Ohio, and Iowa and lost the election, except me. Okay, it was a rigged election. Nobody has ever done it. In fact, if you win Florida and Ohio, it's over. But when you add Iowa, nobody's even come close. And I won all three in landslides. Florida in a landslide. I won Ohio in a landslide. And I won here in a landslide. But nobody's ever won that combination. And there are about 20 other, statistical nightmares that I could give you, like the number of counties and the number of this, number of that throughout the country. It's really disgraceful. Such a bad thing happened. But together we stood up to the failed establishment. We stood up to the corrupt media, and we still are. You know, we have to justify it. They say, oh, he's a conspiracy theorist because he mentioned that the three states that we just said, he mentioned that those states that nobody ever won. That's a conspiracy there, because they're so bad for our country. If they're all dead anyway. I mean, nobody's listening to them or reading them. When I came in 2015, because I actually started in 2015, I think they had a 96% approval rating, and now they have an approval rating that's lower than Congress. Can you believe that? They're in the low teens. No, the fake news media, the fake news is in the low teens now. And actually, I'm very proud of it, because we have to let the public know. For years, nobody exposed them until I came along. Nobody exposed. Who ever talked about fake news, right? Look, they're even shaking their heads. You're right. Because a lot of them actually agree with us, but they can't write it. They're editors and the owners of those stupid owners that own that junk. We stood up to the deep state, the globalists, the warmongers, the Wall Street special interests, open borders fanatics, the radical left. We achieved things that nobody ever thought would be possible to achieve. We did more in 4 years than any other president by far, more than most did in 8 years, when they were in for 8 years. And with your vote in these caucuses, we're going to finish the job and get it done better than anybody's ever got it done before. We're going to turn this country around, and it's much tougher. It's much tougher now, because we have, thank you very much, Biden, we have about 15 million people in our country, because I believe that's the real number. The number will be 15 or 16 by the end of his term. That's more than you have in New York State. That's more than you have in just about almost every state other than 2 or 3. And they came in, and people that should not be here, people that they didn't want. You know, if you do a poll and you look at jails throughout the world, not just Honduras and Guatemala and, Mexico, different places near us, around us, surrounding us. If you look at polls and study a poll, don't worry about the phone. I don't mind. He's in a panic to get his phone off. Oh, well. And I know exactly. I know the feel happens. The phone goes off and he's going crazy. That means he's a good person, but he still can't find his phone. So but if you look, It's the numbers and the statistics are just so amazing. You look at what's going on and you look at what they've done to damage our country. It's not even believable that they can allow this to happen. When you see the scenes, it's not believable that they can allow it to happen. And you don't have to look at much. And the one good thing is the fake news wasn't covering the invasion at all. And just like they barely covered Afghanistan. You know, Afghanistan came and went in like 2 days. They don't talk about it. You never see it on. It's the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Really a horrible, horrible thing took place. And it was gone very quickly from the news. Other than, you know, some of the conservative news, they still cover it a little bit. But I think it was the worst day. I think it also created a lot of problems like Russia going in. I think when Putin looked at the incompetence of the job they did, would have never happened with me. We were getting out also, but we were getting out with strength and with dignity. And we were taking our equipment, and we wouldn't have had 13 dead soldiers, and we wouldn't have had 38 people that were obliterated with no arms and no legs. But together we fought long and hard to rescue the Republican Party from the likes of Mitt Romney. How do we have that guy? He's worse than a rhino. I think rhinos are good compared to Mitt Romney. He's the worst. Karl Rove, Paul Ryan. How about Paul Ryan? How bad was he? And now he works at Fox. You know, he's on the board of Fox. So what's that all about, right? Wonderful. That's probably what happened to Fox. And there's no chance we're going to let them claw their way back into the power of our party. We don't want them in our party because they've hurt our party. And frankly, we don't love the job that Ron DeSanctimonious has done, or Nikki Haley, or even worse when you look, and this is the one we just cannot play games. We got to get rid of crooked Joe Biden. The most corrupt, the most incompetent, and the worst president in the history of our country. And, you know, I have to say this because it's so tough. The language is so tough. But they did something to me that was unthinkable. They indicted me because I fought against a corrupt election. I got indicted. And I'm in all these really highly Democrat areas with, you know, radical left, Soros-backed prosecutors. I got areas where, you know, Republicans get 2% of the vote. Washington, D.C., you know, I'm going to close up Washington. We're going to federalize it. You can't walk down the street in Washington now. It was a great place when I was there. You can't walk down the street. You get shot. 3 people were shot the other night, killed, walking down the street. They were tourists. People don't go there anymore. It's our nation's capital. And it's so sad to see. But when you look at, you know, what's happened, when you look at what they've allowed people to get away with, how they're destroying the fabric of our country in every way. But Washington, D.C., we're going to federalize it, take it over, make it safe, and make it beautiful. Take all the graffiti off those beautiful marble columns. You see these gorgeous marble columns, and then you see a swastika on the marble column. And we're going to get rid of all of that stuff, and we're going to take it over, and we're going to have a capital that's going to be just incredible, as it should be. And some people are, you know, people that are against that don't love our country very much. But you can't walk down the street anymore. People that work there are afraid to stay there anymore. Our country is dying, and there's no time to waste for your vote. You have to get rid of these establishment career politicians that have sold you down the river. We have great people. By the way, we also have great people in Washington. We have great people in our military. Took out ISIS in 4 months. We have great, great people. I met some warrior generals they could beat anyone. The people that took out ISIS were unbelievable. Raisin Cane, you know that story, right? General Raisin Cane. We love Raisin Cane, but I said, what's your name? Cane, sir. Oh, what's your first name? Well, they called me Raisin. I said, wait a minute. Your name is Raisin Cane. I love you, General. That's what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for these stiffs that you see on television. Oh, I'm so ashamed. I walked down to the church with the president, and he held the Bible. You know, they attacked that church. You know, that church was on fire the day before. And it got very lucky. We authorized it. They built a fireproof. The area of that church was built along with the White House. And it's amazing. 2 weeks before that, they completed the job of fireproofing the basement of the church. They started a fire in the basement, and it didn't spread because of the fireproofing. But it got very badly damaged. But it didn't spread because she's clapping. It's true, right? And it was sort of luck, I guess. But I went down, I held the Bible high, and Millie said, oh, I shouldn't have walked with the president. No, he should have walked with the president. He should have been proud to walk with the president. That was the end of him. That was the end of him. And the other thing, you know, I love studying the, if you take a look, I mean, the wars, I don't know what it is. The Civil War was so fascinating, so horrible. It was so horrible, but so fascinating. It was, I don't know, it was just different. I just find it, I'm so attracted to seeing it. So many mistakes were made. See, there was something I think could have been negotiated, to be honest with you. I think you could have negotiated that. All the people died. So many people died. You know, that was the disaster. If you got hit by a bullet in the leg, you were essentially going to die or lose the leg. That's why you had so many people, no legs, no arms. If you got hit in the arm or the leg, it meant you were up because the infection, gangrene. It was just such a, you know, sort of a horrible time. But I was thinking to myself, because I was reading something, and I said, this is something that could have been negotiated, you know? It was just for all those people to die, and they died viciously. That was a vicious, vicious war. And in many ways, look, they're all, there's nothing nice about it, but boy, that was a tough one for our country. But I think it's, you know, Abraham Lincoln, of course, if he negotiated it, you probably wouldn't even know who Abraham Lincoln was. He would have been president, but he would have been president. He wouldn't have been the Abraham Lincoln. Would have been different, but that would have been okay. It would have been a thing that, and I know it very well. I know the whole process that they went through, and they just couldn't get along. And that would have been something that could have been negotiated, and they wouldn't have had that problem. But it was a hell of a time. And you think of it today, I would have absolutely stopped Putin. He would have never gone in. And he didn't. You know, for 4 years he didn't. There was never even a thought of it going in. And that was the apple of his eye. He would tell me, we would talk. That was the apple of his eye, but there was no way he was going to go in. I told him, you can't go in. You go in, bad things are going to happen. And he would have never gone in. Plus, oil prices were so low that he wasn't going to be able to go in and wouldn't have been able to afford it. As soon as I got out, oil spiked up to $100 a barrel. And all of a sudden, he's making a fortune, and he saw the incompetence of Afghanistan, and he said, wow, these people are incompetent. I guess I'll go in. Unlike every other candidate in this race with me, you know in your heart, and you'll always know that I will put America first, and with God's help, we will get this job done better than ever before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Sonny. So a vote for Donald Trump in these caucuses is a vote to secure our border. It's a vote to stop the invasion, the biggest invasion of our country ever. I mean, what's the difference between military? At least military, they're in front of you. You can shoot them. But these people are coming in, and then the crimes they're committing are just incredible. Many of them are very sick, and that gets caught by our people. They've been very sick. They're letting people, we had that too, remember? Our great title, we called it title. We just called it title. But it didn't allow people that were sick to come in and infect our people. And now everybody can just pour into our country. It's a vote to rescue our economy, and it's a vote to reclaim our democracy from crooked Joe Biden and the entire criminal class in our nation's capital. They are criminals. And I was going to say before, when they indicted me, I spoke differently about him. I respect the office of the presidency tremendously. And I never talked the way I did. I'd say, you know, it's not doing the job and other things that you would say. But I never said he's grossly incompetent, he's this, he's that. He is, by the way. But I wouldn't say it because I had too much respect for the office. Now I say it. He's corrupt. He's incompetent. He has no idea. I would never talk about he can't find a stairway that's, 10 feet to his left, 10 feet to his right, in front of him, behind him. He walks into a wall. He walks into a wall. Where's the stair around here? I never did that stuff. And now it's different because he did something. He weaponized the DOJ and the FBI. They're after Christians. They're after Catholics especially. I mean, the Catholics, I got 50% of the Catholic vote. I should have gotten 100%. The Catholics are like a target of these people. I don't understand how a Catholic can vote for these people. But I would never have spoken this way. But, the worst criminals in history haven't been indicted 4 times, if you think. I always talk about Alphonse Capone, but he was pretty bad. He was tough. If he had dinner with you, this gentleman with that beautiful, let's see, if you don't like Trump, oh, I like that. You don't like the country. Stand up, say hello to them. If this gentleman had dinner with Al Capone, and if Al Capone didn't like the way he cut that beautiful beard, he'd be dead the next day. He'd be gone. You'd be gone, right? Although you're a pretty tough cookie. You might. Do you think you could have handled Al Capone? I don't know. Anyway, but thank you very much, and I do love what you have on your handsome chest. I do love it. They come up with some beautiful slogans that I'm very honored by, actually. But you know, the biggest criminals in the world weren't indicted 4 times. They were indicting me so fast, and my poll numbers were going up through the roof. And then they were going to indict me 2 more times, and I heard they got a call from Washington. Please don't do it. No more indictments. This isn't working out what we. I'd be leading by a lot, but I wouldn't be leading by the kind of numbers because the people understand it's a scam. It's interference with the election. It's a political witch hunt. And he's using the DOJ. He has this guy, Jack Smith, comes out of The Hague, and he's terrible, terrible human being. He's central casting, though. You look at that guy, he's like the personification of evil. He's lost a lot of cases. You know why he loses them? Because he goes too far. He's a sad sack. And you look at this guy, somebody said, why don't you treat him nicely? I said, oh, we'd be doing much worse. I mean, if you treat him nicely. There's nothing nice about him. He's a corrupt person. But you look at the people, and they're using these people to get to the Republican, not just me. Oh, and it'll get worse and worse. You watch. You'll have some congressmen. At least I'm able to explain to you guys, and you understand it. Many of you understand it better than I do. But you'll have some congressmen get a subpoena from the federal government to show up before a grand jury, and the word gets out, he's destroyed. He can't, even if he's totally innocent. But they'll go after our congressmen. They'll go after our senators. That's what they're doing. They've weaponized government like never before. And the only thing I can say is, you know, there's a 5 or 6, depending on your definition, depending on who you're asking, but there's a statute of limitations. I mean, what they have is a very dangerous thing. What they're doing is a very dangerous thing. But I would have never, until this happened, in fact, nobody thought J6 was even a possibility. If you read the stuff about, you know, that fake committee with the 2 Republicans kissing, crying, remember crying, Kissinger? But, and Liz Cheney. I mean, she has a major case of Trump derangement syndrome. I watch her on television. She's shaking. I get scared. I mean, I did knock her out of office. You know, she lost by the largest margin in history for a congressperson. Did you know that? Because any congressman doing that, congressman or woman doing that badly would drop out of the race long before the race. So they never got to see, because I'm sure there were people that were as unpopular, probably can't be many. But she lost by, I think, 40%. It's the biggest, did you know that? The biggest margin ever lost in the history of our country. And then I see her on CNN and MS. MS is worse than CNN. MSDNC. She goes, oh, my Lord. Am I right about that? It's the worst. Oh, they want to string you up. They are the most evil, and they're dishonest as hell, but they are really evil. They're bad. These are bad people. It's so funny, your reaction. Those are 2 votes I got, I'm telling you. No, they're very bad people. They're very bad. No. Well, it's not, but it's a shame. You know, I'll give you an example. I have a son, Don, who's a very good guy, and he's become hardened, very hardened, because he went down to Washington and he wanted to help and, you know, like negotiate some deals for the country with Mexico, with Canada. Love to gets involved in Russia. He had nothing to do with Russia. Now think of it. Just put yourselves, you have a son, you love your son, you know, you love your kids. I had my son go down and he wants to help the country. He didn't want money, he didn't want anything, just wants to help the country. Same thing with Eric. How about Ivanka? Ivanka just wanted to help people get jobs. I said, I'll put you in the United Nations and you'll be ambassador and you will be better than anybody that's ever been there, 10 times better than Nikki Haley was. Ivanka would be the star of all stars. She said, Dad, I don't want to do that. I want to keep doing what I'm doing. You know what she did? She went around to see companies to get people jobs, get Walmart, to hire people. And hundreds of thousands of people were hired because of her. It's sort of not glamorous. The other would have been very glamorous, would have been so perfect for her. She would have owned the world, okay? If I put her there, she would have been so perfect for that job. We would have had everybody, because she's great, smart. She got the whole package. But she wanted to help people, and they would go after her. It's just so sad. But they went after Don. So think of this. Don spent many hours in a federal grand jury and before Congress and all the different things. And Adam Shifty Schiff, bad guy, no dummy. These are not dumb people. But Adam Shifty Schiff would come out of a meeting that's supposed to be secret. He'd have a lot of press there because they're talking about us. I'll never forget it, because Russia turned out to be a hoax that they now all admit. It's now admitted. Times, they all admitted it was a hoax. It was a made-up, fictional thing. And Adam Shifty Schiff comes out and said, looked right at the microphones. They're all piled up here, all these mics all over, this press all over. Donald Trump Jr. will go to prison for what he's done with Russia. Now, he knows it's a con. He's the one that created it, along with crooked Hillary Clinton and the others, right? Right? So he knows it's a con, Brad. He knows it's a con. They made it up, and it was really made up short term. It was supposed to be the reason that she lost was Russia. And they thought it would be a 24-hour deal, and it blew up. But, of course, the fake news wouldn't give it up, even though they knew it was bullshit. Okay? They knew it was bullshit. They wouldn't give it up. But think of it. He knew it was a con. They made it up. It was made up. It was made up to solve the problem of how did she lose, because she wasn't expected to lose. The polls said she was going to win. I disagreed, because would come here and would have 35,000 people at a rally, and she'd come here and she'd have 9 people. And same with him. He couldn't fill up the circles, right? No, he couldn't fill up. They'd draw like 8 circles. They had to use the press to stand in the circles because they didn't have the people. But think, how bad do you have to be? You say that somebody's son is going to prison. And I actually called him. I said, Don, are you okay? I mean, is there any truth to this Russia stuff? Dad, I don't know anything about Russia, which I know. I know the kid. He's a good kid, but he becomes harder. You know, you become hardened. And he got a little bit harder. You may have even noticed in his speech, the anger. He gets angry because what happened to him was so bad. So they know the story is fake. They know the deal is made up. They know it's a witch hunt. It was put there to get rid of this bad stigma of a loss. They thought it would go away in one day, but it didn't, because the press kept it going and going and going. Went for over 2 years. And they say, they know it's a fake, and they say, he's going to prison. How bad do you have to be? You know, it's one thing if you really believe this to be true and all that, but they know it's a fake because they created it. We have everything. They spied on my campaign, all these different things. But you know it's a fake, and they say Donald Trump Jr. will go to prison for what he did with Russia. You have to be a bad seed to do that stuff. You really do. You have to be a sick, bad seed. So this election is our last chance to save America. The battle begins in Iowa on January 15th, and Joe Biden's banana republic ends on November 5th, 2024. Okay? Never told that one. That's true. Good. You made a good choice. I like that couple. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Nice to be here. Well, we did. We sacrificed, but you sacrificed too. You know, you sacrificed too. It's amazing when you talk about like the election. It's a conspiracy. There's no conspiracy. They spied on my campaign. You say that. This is a conspiracy, but we have all the evidence. We have all the proof. I wish we had an attorney general that would have been better than Bill Barr. Bill Barr was a coward. He didn't want to do what he should have done. And you know, it's okay in a certain way because nobody thought that you should ever do. You rip the country apart when you get into that stuff. Nobody's ever done that except this guy. This guy, because he can't talk, can't put sentences together. He has no idea what's going on, and it's probably the only way they can win, I guess. But I don't think that's going to win. And so far, you know, let's put it this way. I think in history, I'm probably the only guy that ever got indicted 4 times whose poll numbers went through the roof. You know, usually if you get indicted, here's what happens. You go to the mic. I have decided to resign from office today, and I am going back to my family, and I will fight for my name. That's the last you ever hear of the poor guy, right? This is about 100% of the time when they get indicted. They get indicted all the time. Matt understands this. He was probably after some, but he was easy. You know, you have to be reasonable with that stuff. It's a very powerful thing. You know, in a way, the prosecutors are the most powerful people in the country. If you ever think about it, I sometimes see like 6 prosecutors, and I see some big politicians. The prosecutors are more powerful than the politicians, and they have to use that very judiciously. You don't have a country anymore, but they didn't use that in this case, because in my case, they went after me, and they would have done it more, except it's backfired. It's backfired. And if I didn't run, or if I was in 5th place or something, I would have had no indictments. This is all political stuff, including the women's stuff. The Bergdorf Goodman. I meet a woman outside of Bergdorf Goodman. I took her upstairs to a changing booth. It was all made up. And you know who's financing it? Reid Hoffman, their #1 political donor. Reid Hoffman, big fat slob. And I never use the word fat, not even with Christie. In fact, with Christie. But this guy I'll call a fat slob, because he's worse than Christie. He's worse than Christie. He's a slob. Remember with Christie, I'd say, please, sir, do not call him a fat slob. Some guy says very lowly, he's a fat slob, sir. I said, do not use the word fat. He is not a fat slob. You know, in front of 10,000 people, I'm saying, he is not a fat slob. I came to his defense. But no, this guy's bad news, Reid Hoffman. He's financing these things, you know, all of them. Every one of these cases that you see. I met a woman in front of Bergdorf Goodman, took her up to a changing booth right outside where the cash register is. This is New York City. Why didn't you scream? I was in trauma. But if you saw her interview with Anderson Cooper, you would see, whoa, that was... And she answered some questions. And he said, we're going to commercial right away. And then he comes, you saw this, and then he comes back from the commercial, and she's 100%. She's just doing what they want her to do. We're in a very dangerous time. We're in a very, very dangerous time. And I had a lawyer, by the way, that said to me, and he was a good lawyer, he's fine. He did the wrong thing, I thought. He said, sir, don't go to this trial. It's beneath you. There's no evidence. You know, this thing took place like 30 years ago. She didn't even know. She didn't know the year, the month. She didn't know anything. So long ago. And I have buildings surrounding Bergdorf Goodman. You know, you don't go into a changing booth. You wouldn't do that. You don't do anything. I have buildings surrounding it. I took her into a changing booth. Just think about how horrible this is. And it started because she wrote a book and she put a chapter in about this. And somebody called me and said, is this true? I said, no, it's not true. They said, is she a liar? Yeah, she's a liar. That was it. Then I got sued for libel, for calling her a liar. So you can't, you know, if you even defend yourself. But my lawyer said, sir, you should not be there. This is way, way below you, sir. The President of the United States, this is way below you. I said, yeah, but it doesn't look good. You have a jury. If I don't go there, they're there. If you don't go, I sort of felt I should be there. He said, sir, you shouldn't be there. This trial is bullshit. He used that term. He said, you should not be there, sir. This is beneath you. That's the term he used, beneath. So I didn't go there, and they found me not guilty of the one charge, the big charge, but guilty of stuff. I never met this woman. I never saw this woman, except 25 years ago, there's a picture of her and her husband, who was a nice guy. He was a newscaster. He was an African-American, and she called him an ape in her book. And the judge, who's radical left, and a Clinton judge, radical left, said you're not allowed to use that in the trial. And other things. They had a dress like Monica Lewinsky. They said, we have a dress. So I said, all right, use it. It's sort of gross, right? Use it. Because I didn't do anything. I never saw this woman, other than they have a picture standing on a reception line where it's a celebrity. I'm shaking hands or something with hundreds and hundreds of people. That's the only picture they have. They said, so the dress. So I said, you know, use it. something never happened, and you say, we have to go through this. I said, use the dress. And the judge wouldn't allow it. It turned out there was nothing in the dress. The judge wouldn't allow it because he knew that there was nothing on the dress. Because the judge is a radical Democrat in New York. And so you go through it. And I continue to go through it. And now I have to pay her money, a woman that I have no idea who the hell she is. No idea. And they do it for election interference. But Reid Hoffman is the guy that's funding the whole thing. And he's the big political. He happens to be funding somebody named Nikki Haley also. By the way, you got to put that in your head. Did you know that? No. Look, she's going like, she's being funded by Reid Hoffman too. With your help, we're going to bring our country back from hell, because our country's in hell right now. Victory cannot come soon enough as we speak. The last remnants of our open border, and it's an open, broken border like nobody's ever seen in a third world country. No third world country would have a border like this. They'd fight them with sticks and stones if they had to. It's crumbling into rubble. Millions of people are storming the United States in the largest illegal mass migration in the history of the world. There's never been, you look at the pictures, there's never been a migration like that. There's never been an invasion like that. Hundreds of thousands of people on a quarterly basis, and tough people, tough people. They had some prisoners from the Congo the other night. Where do you come from? The Congo. Where were you? We were in prison. Why? Murder. Oh. And if you look at the population, the prison population all over the world, it's at the lowest number. They say, I don't know, I just read the stuff. But it makes sense because these, dictators and presidents and prime ministers, they're all smart. They're all cunning people. I'd do it. They're bringing them up to our border. They're getting rid of them. They're putting them into our country. They're in our country. Their prisons are emptying out. Many of them are totally empty. They're taking MS-13, the toughest gang members anywhere in the world. They make our gang members look like the nicest guys. You want to take them home and introduce them to your daughter. They make our gang members look like sweethearts, right? And their prisons are emptying out. Their mental institutions are. Do you know what these countries are saving? There was an article in the paper the other day about a psychiatrist a couple of months ago, and he's sitting reading a paper at a desk, a very plain desk, plain chair, nice guy. He said, look, I used to work 25 hours a day. I worked all the time. That's all I did. But now I don't have anybody to work with because they've all gone to the United States. He was a psychiatrist, I guess, or whatever. And he was saying, this hospital was loaded with people, but now we don't have those people anymore. They said, where are they? Oh, they're in the United States. Now, do you know what that's saving countries? Same thing with the jails. And terrorists are coming in also. What they're doing to our country is not, it's when you talk about insurrection, what they're doing, that's the real deal. That's the real deal, not patriotically and peacefully. Peacefully and patriotically. You ever see Maxine Waters talk about the Republic? You go in there and you whack them. It makes you sick. Ron DeSanctimonious, Nikki Haley, and the rest of the pack will never do what it takes to secure the border because they're owned by big money Wall Street establishment owners. Now, Ron's lost most of them because he's failed. Fox gave up on him. That was the end of him. They realize you need a little personality to do this stuff. It helps to have a little personality. It helps when you don't have to use it. So far, I've used the teleprompter about 14. But isn't it better this way? I could read that teleprompter all day long. Biden can't even read the teleprompter. The other day, Matt, he's given a thing. He's a news conference because he hasn't had one in about 6 years or something. Can't have it. You can't have a news. So he picks he goes, Bill from NBC over here. So the guy asked him a very simple question, like about vanilla ice cream. But then they actually asked him a question about a border or something. So he goes, they ask him a question, Bill from NBC, they ask him a question. The border is very strong. It's very normal. And things are going very well on the border. Oh, thank you very much for the news conference. Thank you. and then he walks into a wall. But this is what we have as our president. We're going to end up in World War III. We're going to end up in a depression. I'll tell you, if I'm not elected, I think we're going to end up in a depression like in 1929. Because, you know, if you ever notice, every time like all the polls now say that I'm beating him, but you'd almost say, who wouldn't? This beautiful child, this young man, how old is he, 3? I would vote for him over Biden because he's more intelligent. Look, the kid's 3 years old. He's got better judgment. You ever hear some of the people in Obama administration, Secretary of State, different people, and others, many others, they say there's never been anybody worse on foreign policy decisions. And I see it. You know, we're stuck in that whole thing with Ukraine. Very tough war to win. The one's a war machine, the other one's not. And very, very tough to win. And they say, we will not leave until there's total victory. It's not happening that way, is it? You know how you know it's not? Because they don't cover it anymore in the fake news. You know, if they were doing well, they'd be covering it. So you sort of know that way. But just as I said, one of the biggest donors to Nikki Haley's super PAC is the same guy, Reid Hoffman. He's a ultra-left rich guy, billionaire, who's one of the Democrat Party's top funders. He's also a funder for Nikki Haley. How do you answer that, Nikki? Well, and they're trying to stop Trump. So what they want to do is they'd much rather run against the sanctimonious or Nikki, but they're the party of disinformation, and they're great at it. They are great at it. You know, if they'd use this genius for, like, making our country great, we'd be great in about 2 weeks. But they don't. They want to destroy our country. But they're always saying, we want to run against Trump. You know, you have a 50-point lead. So they say, you know, from the standpoint of the national polls, I mean, I think I have a 60-point lead or something like that, beating her by 55 points in South Carolina, where she comes from. But they don't want to run against me. Ask them, how did they do in 2016? And then other than their cheating, we killed them in 2020. They don't want to run against me. They want to run against, and I'm the one that's beating them in the polls. There's some narrative out there, oh, she's going to, no. And the same thing that happens to me is going to happen to them, just so you understand. They'll be indicted because they'll say she was having an affair or something, you know. That doesn't mean it's lying. But she'll be indicted for something. Ron DeSanctimonious will be indicted, and he's not going to handle it the same way as I handle it. He'll be in a corner crying, saying, Mommy, Mommy, I want to go home. He's not going to handle it this way. You think anybody else could get up here and speak to you all day and get indicted 4 times and have you 9 trials against them? All fake trials? Nobody else. Nobody else. I love that trial. Nobody else. But just like, you know, some people didn't like the name DeSanctimonious, but it really has caught on. I liked it. Some names I didn't like. I didn't like Crooked Hillary, but it caught on. You know, sometimes they catch on. Low Energy Jeb, that was a good one. That took him out of the race as soon as I said it. That was the end of his race because they knew I was right. But Ron DeSanctimonious, so what we do is, I think it's a great name because sanctimonious, you know, he's sanctimonious because I got him the election and he didn't appreciate it. You know, he was willing to run against the guy that got him the election. So we call it Ron DeSanctis. Write them both out when you go home. Ron DeSanctimonious, then write Ron DeSanctis. It's like the middle of the word. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful, genius thing. Because DeSanctimonious is great, but you can't keep saying it. So now the other day he's being interviewed by semi-legitimate press, meaning one of the big networks. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to have Governor Ron DeSanctis with us today. No, my name is DeSantis. Then he changed his name, remember? DeSantis. I said, never change your name in the middle of a campaign, Ron. I just put it out on Truth. Truth is the greatest. All go to Truth. Forget about those other places. But listen, I said, never change your name in the middle of a campaign. You could do it before, after, but don't change your name in the middle of a campaign. He said, DeSanctis. I didn't like his, but actually I like DeSantis better, right? Don't you? But one of those things. But people who fund Nikki Haley and Ron aren't working for your interests. They're working for the interests of other nations and themselves. And so are those two. Nikki would sell you out just like she sold me out. I mean, I'll never run against him. He was a great president. Why would I run? Ladies and gentlemen, I've decided to run. You know, it's like after listening to that for 2 years. She came to Mar-a-Lago to see me to inform me that she'll never run. They're all false rumors. But then she ran. Probably doing a little better. You know, they had a poll the other day. It was a classic, 'cause just to show you how dishonest the fake news media is. And it said, headline, Nikki Haley surging. I said, oh, shit. That's not good. No, I figured I was in trouble. The new poll must be. So I went up 7 points, and it's hard to go up 7 when you're already at 68. You know, there's not that much you can. She went up 3, and DeSantis went down 1. So the headline was Haley, and she is surging against him. But you had to read 3 paragraphs down. It said, while President Trump is at 74, so she was at 11, he was at 10, and I was at 74. And the headline is, Nikki, and I went up 7, and she went up 3. And the headline was Haley surging. But that's the fake news media. But it did disturb me for approximately a second. Nikki would grant amnesty to Biden's illegal aliens in her very first week, and sadly, the establishment losers and sellouts lagging far behind us in the Republican primary cannot be trusted on taxes, trade, or anything else. Look, like they betrayed me, they're going to betray you. And one thing about a politician, their original thought is what they go with. They're globalists, and they always will be. They can't help it. And, you know, some people agree with them, but not a lot. I don't agree with them. I think it's horrible. That's why we're in such trouble as a nation. And I want to help other countries. I'll keep them out of wars. I'll threaten them. I'll do threats. I'll do whatever you have to do. Like I did with Macron, with the wine and the champagne. I'll do whatever you have to do. They were going to put a big tax. You know that story. They were going to put a big tax. I told it yesterday. And it's funny. They're good stories because you can do so much without even doing anything. For 2 months, my people worked on it. They couldn't get him to stop. Top people. But they couldn't get it. He was going to tax all American companies doing business in France. Emmanuel, he was a nice guy, you know, but he likes France, and I like the USA. You can't blame him, and you can't blame me. So I gave him 2 months. They came in, Secretary of Commerce, Secretary, a couple of secretaries. I had a lot of power working on that. I didn't like it, you know. I don't even like some of these American companies that are, you know, doing business over there. But they're American companies, so I didn't want it to happen. So they came in after 2 months. They couldn't do it. They told me they can't. So I said, call him up. They call him up. Sir, Emmanuel Macron is on the phone from France. I said, Emmanuel, I understand you want to. At first I said, hello. Hello, Emmanuel, how have you been? Everything good? See, that's more than President Xi says. President Xi is all business. He stands up. We will. First time I met him. And I like this. I think it's incredible. I think it's incredible. There's no games. I meet him. Hello. Hello. We will immediately get down to business. I said, good. Loosen up a little bit, you know, but good. Then I had to tell him we're sending 58 missiles to Syria, which he was protecting, over the chocolate cake, right? You know, that wasn't so easy. And I didn't think he spoke any English. Never said hi. This most beautiful person, woman. You're not allowed to say that anymore. You know, if you say somebody, a beautiful woman, that's the end of your political career. But, you know, so be it. That would be maybe not such a bad thing. But this beautiful interpreter comes in, and she would say, hello, it is great to meet you. No, they're speaking for him. And I'm with him for 2 days, got along with him. We had a very good relationship until COVID. That was just a step too far for me. It was me. I couldn't stand what they did, even though I think it was incompetence. I don't think it was the other, but I think it was incompetence. But they're out, and they're saying hello, and they're saying all of the different things. And we started getting down, and it was so beautiful to see, because so many people, they come in to see you. Hi, beautiful day. Isn't it beautiful? Oh, how'd the Yankees do last night? How are we doing? How's Iowa doing? How's their wrestling team doing? Not bad, right? How is it doing? Pretty good, right? You know, you go through about half an hour of stuff. This guy comes in, looks at you. We will immediately talk business. I said, okay, good. That's why, you know, there's no games. They don't waste a lot of time. And I respect that. I respect it really greatly. And we need people that can deal with that. I dealt with it. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars from that gentleman. And he liked me, and I liked him. We got along great until COVID. We got along great till COVID. But we had a great relationship. I had a great relationship with Putin. The fake news hates when I say that. He shouldn't be dealing with Putin. He said he gets along with Putin. Somebody asked me, is President Xi of China, now he controls 1.4 billion people ruthlessly. Ruthlessly. No games, right? They said, is President Xi of China a brilliant man? I said, yes, he is. He's a brilliant man. Next day in the paper, Trump said President Xi is brilliant. I said, yeah, I did. They want me to say, no, he's not a very smart guy. You know, he just runs 1.4 billion people with an iron fist. It's crazy, and they have to straighten out. Iowa does not want politicians like Ron or Nikki who both support a 23% national sales tax. You don't want a national. Every time you buy a John Deere tractor, 23%. Remember when I said buy bigger tractors and more land because I got you all that money? I said it's coming. And you waited, and you were loyal because it takes a little while. You know, you have to let it gestate a little bit when you're negotiating with these people. But they end up buying $50 billion a year. They were buying peanuts compared to that. It was a great trade deal. That was great. And USMCA was great. But you don't want politicians like Ron or like Nikki who both want to gut Social Security and Medicare for our great seniors. And they want to do it. They're going to do it. Ron voted 3 times while he was in Congress to raise the retirement age, Social Security, to 70. And Nikki says the retirement age at 65 is way too low. It must be much higher. And that's what they do. I mean, that's because that's their inclination. Now they say, oh, we'd never do a thing like that. Unlike DeSantis and Nikki Haley, we will always protect Social Security and your Medicare. We're always going to take it. Look, we have such wealth in this country. We have wealth in the form of liquid gold right under our feet. But this guy doesn't want to take it out. He says it's environmentally not good. And yet he'll take tar from Venezuela and will refine it in Houston, Texas. It's the worst oil, the worst stuff you can get. Venezuela, it's got a lot of it, but it's literally tar, very thick, heavy. There's only one refinery in the world that can refine it, and that's in Houston, Texas. So they drop all this crap into this place. It refines it, goes into the atmosphere, you know. And these same people are talking about they're talking about global warming. They're talking about all of the different things. You know, global warming doesn't work for them anymore, so now they call it climate change. Global warming, and then all of a sudden they see the ice cap is getting bigger, bigger, bigger. They say, this term is not working for us. Let's just call it climate change, which is genius, because climate change, if it gets cold, it gets warm, a lot of rain, no rain. Climate change, it works for any event. On my first day back in the White House, I'll terminate every open borders policy of the Biden administration, stop the invasion on our southern border, and begin the largest domestic deportation operation in American history, because we have to. Not one thing, there's not one thing when you think of this. Thank you very much. There's not one thing that's gotten better under crooked Joe Biden. Not one thing. Name one thing that's gotten better. Under the Trump administration, you were better off. Your family was better off. Your neighbors were better off. Your communities were better off. And our country was so much better off. America was stronger, richer, safer, and more confident than ever before when I was behind that beautiful Resolute desk. The Resolute desk. 1 of 7. You pick your own, but I love that desk. That was a beautiful desk. And the nation was safe. When I was your president, America was respected like never before. Viktor Orban, probably the toughest man in Europe, one of the toughest leaders in the world. They said, you know, Trump is out now. The whole world is blowing up. We didn't have a problem with Russia, Ukraine. We didn't have a problem with President. We didn't have a problem with anybody. Israel would have never happened. That would have never, because I told you, Iran was broke. They didn't have the money to do it. Now they have $250 billion. $250 billion, not including the $6 billion that they were paid for 5 hostages. $6 billion they got for 5 hostages. And they got $10 billion on top of that for the electricity going to Iraq. You know, we released another $10 billion, but that's peanuts compared. They're making so much money with the oil. And we have, remember this, we have more than anybody. We were going to make so much money. We didn't have to go after Social Security, and we didn't have to go after Medicare and all of the other things. We were going to make so much money. We have bigger, think of this, bigger than Saudi Arabia, bigger than Russia. And I got Anwar, Alaska, approved that Ronald Reagan couldn't do. He tried like hell. He couldn't do it. He couldn't get it approved. Anwar is the biggest, probably the biggest find in the world. I think bigger than Saudi Arabia, they say. I got it approved. And in his first week in office, Biden ended it. But we'll get it approved again. And the people of Alaska, but it's not the people in Alaska, this country with the money that we would make. You know, when you ask, like in Saudi Arabia, when I'm there, I think they're terrific people, actually. We've lost Saudi Arabia to China. I mean, who would think that? But we've essentially lost Saudi Arabia to China. because of stupidity, stupid people. It's an impossibility to even think about it. But when you ask them, like they bought 100 Boeing 777s, it's a big wide-body jet, I say, how did you finance that? Finance? They didn't know what the word finance meant. Finance? We have cash. When they do projects, massive projects, they have all cash, they have oil. We have more oil than they do. We were going to pay off our debt. We were all started. We were ready to rock. You know, we were filling up the strategic reserve, which he, by the way, has brought now down to the lowest level in history. It's the lowest. These are these massive salt mines under different states, mostly Louisiana. Massive salt mines, and they hold the oil. It's natural to them. They don't have to do anything. They put a hole in the ground. They pour the stuff in, and it's massive. I got 80 million barrels in there at a really cheap price. But think of it. He used it, and it's supposed to be used for military, for war, for real problems. He used it to keep gasoline prices down during the election so that somebody would pay. And it's just a temporary fix. It's actually very small compared to all of the cars and everything else. But they used it. Now it's at the lowest level it's ever been. And it's really meant for war. It's meant for, you know, real emergencies, the real stuff. But we're not respected as a nation anymore. We'll soon be respected again. I promise you that. If we win this election like we have to, we have no choice. We have no choice. This guy's bad. They've got their plan. Their plan is, you know, we're all threats to democracy. That's their plan. They think that's good. He can't use anything else because they haven't done anything else. He can't say that they did great with inflation. He can't say everything is bad. We're going to lose our dollar as the standard all over the world because so many countries now are backing away from us. I wouldn't let them back away. I say, you want to back away? We don't do business with you. They'll be back in 2 seconds. But eventually, I'm not going to be able to say that if they take it too far down the line because we will have lost our wealth and we will have lost our power. We've lost a lot of it already. Joe Biden gave that ridiculous speech yesterday because he can't talk about any of the things that he's done. He's got no successes. All he can talk about is we're a threat to democracy. But he's a threat to democracy. I say it always back. I always put Joe Biden as a threat to democracy. Crooked Joe is a complete and total failure as a president. Everyone knows it. His people know it. I find it hard to believe that they're going to let him go. And I found it hard to believe the first time. That was, you know, 2020. I found it very hard to believe that they were going to let him go. I thought he was terrible, but, you know, they rigged it, and they have an advantage. The Democrats have a voting advantage because they have certain groups that are going to vote for him no matter what. They sort of have like 39% of the vote no matter what, no matter who it is, and he's at 38. So, you know, he's one below the number that's impossible to get at. We have to do it the old-fashioned way. We have to run the East Coast like I did in 2016, like I did also in 2020. But, you know, we didn't quite get a couple of those states that we won by a lot. We were doing so well in Pennsylvania. Remember Pennsylvania? We were up by like 900,000 votes with, I think it was 900,000 votes with 73% of the vote. I think if I would have lost every vote, I would have won Pennsylvania. I love Pennsylvania. And all of a sudden, there was a mistake, like 3:02 in the morning. Oh, we just happened to find about 1 million votes. Oh, look, we just found, they're tied. And then you lose it by a couple of votes. You know, these guys, I'm telling you, if they put the genius into running our country, it would be, I probably wouldn't be running. I'd say the country's a fine-tuned machine. But they don't. They're evil. They're basically evil people. But they lie about us, and Americans aren't going to stand for it. So it's no wonder the same corrupt forces that have been fighting us every step of the way, and they are fighting every step of the way and everything now, breaking every rule and shattering every norm in a lawless attempt to keep us from defeating them at the ballot box. They can't beat us with the vote. They know that. They didn't beat us the last time with the vote. You get the highest number in history, and you lose. Where is John McLaughlin? Is he here? The great John McLaughlin? You know, he's the great pollster, the greatest pollster in the world. He's here. I know he's here. He's probably backstage. But he told me, wow, did you do great? And I said, well, but, you know, things happen. Even the polling, they had me down 19 points in Wisconsin, but I just left Wisconsin, and I could see that we were doing so great. But they had me down, the Washington Post, ABC fake news. And I was down 19 points. And I said, I can't be. I just left. The people are going crazy. They love us. I said, why would they do 19 if they were going to cheat? Why don't they do 4 or 5, and it gives them credibility for the next election? He said to me, they don't care about the next election. If you do 19 points down, people won't vote. If you do 4 or 5 points down, people will vote because you have a chance. And it turned out I won the state. And yet I had this poll. And what they do is they do it to suppress the vote. There are so many different things. I mean, I have a head full of things. You could talk all day long about it. It's interesting. But, they say you're down. And if you're down enough, think of it. Why don't they do 4 or 5? Because people will vote for that, but they won't vote at 19 for that. Even if they love you, they'll stay home because they say, we don't want it. It's too cold. That's why I hear your night's going to be pretty cold next week. And 9 days, 8 days. So you just have to put on that warm coat and get out there. I said it to one of our people, and they said, oh, that's good news. I said, why is it good? Because their people don't have the enthusiasm to vote, and my people will walk on glass. They don't care, right? Right? They'll walk on glass. She's going to vote. You're going to vote? Yes? I have a feeling. It's interesting. I was just asking one of our people back there. They said, no, we'd love bad weather because the weather's not going to keep our people away. It's going to keep them away. And, they were supposed to have a rally at my hotel this morning, a Nikki Haley rally. And this sort of speaks to what I'm talking about because Biden had the same thing. He couldn't get people to a rally. So they were going to have a rally so that when I walked out of the hotel, they have, we love Haley, we love Haley. You know how many people showed up? 1 person. Secret Service said, sir, there could be a rally tomorrow morning. Nikki Haley's organized a rally at the front entrance to your hotel. So when you come out, it could get a little nasty. Oh, good. It's all right. I walk out, how's the rally? They said, we don't see anybody. I walk out, there's one guy goes, hi, President, hi. He's got a Haley thing. Hi, President. I said, vote for me. I said, I think he's going to vote for me, actually. No, so there's no enthusiasm. But when I said about the weather, they said the worse the better because we won't lose 1 vote. We got enthusiasm like nobody's ever had before. Joe Biden is really a threat, and he's weaponizing law enforcement for high-level election interference like our country's never seen before. We've never seen this before. This is Banana Republic. This is third world nation because we're beating him so badly. If we weren't beating him, I wouldn't be indicted. I tell you, if I was doing poorly or I was in 3rd place, 4th place, especially if I didn't run, I'd right now be in Monte Carlo, maybe, or I'd be someplace that would be very nice. But right now I'd be someplace that'd be saying, be interesting to watch the election, be boring. They would be very boring by comparison. But I'd be someplace very nice. I have nice places all over the place, right? And it's really amazing to see what's happened. It's been really amazing. But I loved when they said it, that the worse the weather, the better, because we're not going to lose. They said he used the expression, they'll walk on glass. They don't care it's going to be a little bit cold that night. In the new Morning Consult poll, we're trouncing the Republican primary field with Trump at 66, just came out, DeSanctimonious at 11, and Haley at 11, so they're tied now. We're also leading big. And, the Des Moines Register was a fantastic poll that came out. And I only say fantastic if we're leading by a lot. If we're not leading by a lot, I either don't talk about it or discredit the poll. That poll doesn't mean a thing. But the Des Moines Register is a very respected poll. The woman that runs it is very respected. And that was a number that, they haven't even seen before. We're also leading big here in Iowa, but we're taking nothing for granted because we want you to get out and vote. The general election, we're crushing Crooked Joe by historic margins in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, Ohio, Florida, and virtually every other state. They want this one narrative out. I was telling you before, they want to say, we really want to run against Trump, because that's what I'd say too. Because it looks like they have no choice, number one. But we really want to run against Trump because that's demeaning to me. And, it's like, oh, they want to run against me. Now, if you look at the polls, actually, she's losing to Biden almost every. She had one poll that looked good, but it was a Fox poll, of course. But other than that, she's getting killed, and he's getting killed by Biden. Hard to believe you can be losing to Biden, to be honest with you. But it's a party thing. The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election of 2020, and we're not going to let them rig the presidential election of 2024. We're not going to let them do it. We're not going to let them do it, right? These people are bad. They're evil. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor. I really do. I'm being indicted for you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I wonder what my parents would say as they looked down. I said, my kid was indicted 4 times. I wonder if anybody in the country's ever been indicted that many times. I don't think so. I mean, how many times you get indicted once or twice if you kill people, but then you get put in jail so you don't get indicted after that, right? Of course, in this country, you don't get put in jail. If you're a certain person, you don't even get in trouble if you kill people. But if you're with us, they put you in jail. Look at what's happened with the J6 hostages. The hostages, that's a horrible thing. And yet Antifa knocks down Portland, destroys Portland. If I didn't put soldiers into Minneapolis, you wouldn't have that city left. Remember the CNN reporter standing there saying, this is a friendly protest. And behind him, the entire city is burning. It's as long, the entire city is burning down. Never forget, our enemies want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. That's what's happening. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, they're not after me, they're after you. I just happen to be standing in their way. That's true, actually. But this is far more than a campaign. This is the greatest political movement in the history of our country. Maybe in the history of the world, but let's just take our country. That's okay. Together we ended the NAFTA disaster where you were getting ripped off, and especially the farmers in Iowa. That was a horrible thing. And you know why I know that USMCA is so good? Because they're trying, Canada and Mexico are trying desperately to renegotiate the deal. So don't do it. They shouldn't do it. But it's the best trade deal they say ever made. Actually, the deal I made with China might even be better. And I made a great deal with Japan. I had to break a deal with Abe. He was a great man. He was assassinated, but he was great. He was such a great guy, such a great leader. They loved him in Japan. But I went to him, I said, Shinzo, this deal is crazy. He said, I knew you'd be coming to me next. They lived with it for 25 years, ripping off our country. And he looks at me and goes, he didn't say like, we could. He said, all right. And I renegotiated the whole deal. He said, I knew you'd be coming to us. Billions, and we're talking billions of dollars. I took on communist China like no administration in history, bringing in hundreds of billions of dollars and pouring it into our treasury when no other president had gotten 10 cents from China. Not one president got anything from China. And they wouldn't ask. I don't know what it is. It's like hard to believe. But just as I took in hundreds of billions of dollars, I would say they weren't fond of me. That's why a lot of people think that what happened with COVID or China virus was, a plan. I just don't think that. I think it was incompetence. I think the scientist came out to have lunch with his girlfriend, and she died, and then all of a sudden other people, and it just grew. I believe that was what happened, but who knows? I also said right from the beginning that I picked the location, right? I picked that location. I said, that's where the lab. It was the lab. And I knew certain things that maybe other people didn't, but it was a terrible thing. $50 trillion to the world. The world, many places were much harder hit than we were, and just nobody knew. This was like the hidden enemy. You couldn't find it. Wuhan. I said it comes from the lab in Wuhan. They said no, it comes from. First they tried to blame France, then they tried to blame Italy. Remember, they tried to blame everybody. Then they said it comes from bats 2,000 miles away. I said, no, it comes from Wuhan. It comes from your stinking lab. But just as I promised, I also stood up for ethanol, and I issued a historic rule declaring the E15 would be made available all year round and letting them use existing pumps, which saved hundreds of millions of dollars and a lot of jobs. I said, how does the old equipment compare to the new equipment? I've heard this many times. I hear it. I buy a lot of John Deere stuff, a lot of tractors and a lot of things for all the properties I have. And they said, well, actually, the old stuff is better. I think the old stuff is better. The new stuff has so many environmental computers on it. You have to go to MIT, like my uncle. Go to Dr. John Trump, the longest-serving professor in the history of MIT, Dr. John Trump. Think of it. You think Biden has that in his family? I don't think so. I don't think so. He may have, but it'll be a shock. Ron DeSantis spent his entire career as a raging opponent of ethanol, and he will destroy ethanol. He was totally against it. Now, all of a sudden, a couple of weeks ago, he came out in favor of ethanol, you know, when the election's over. But I will protect ethanol just the way I did for 4 years in the White House. Everybody would come to me from Iowa. They were saying ethanol was really going to be dead. They were going to kill it. And I saved it. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after we win the presidency, because it's we, not I, but after we win the presidency, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled. I know both of them very well. Ron DeSanctimonious, Nikki Haley will never end the endless wars. They want the endless wars in a certain way. They don't even know it because they're both bought and paid for by the neocons and the warmongers and the corrupt Washington establishment, the military establishment. And they've never seen a war that they didn't like. Look at their stances on these things. It's ridiculous. Countries that don't want us there, countries that you've never even heard of. And we're losing our blood and we're losing our treasure doing this all over the world. We want to protect our country. And you know, those domes are starting to work. I didn't like it when Ronald Reagan suggested it because we didn't have the technology. We do have the technology now. And we're going to build a giant dome over our country to protect us from a hostile source. And I think it's a great thing, and it's going to all be made in the United States, and that's something that I consider productive. You know, when I watch our guys operate those things, it's unbelievable. Missile coming in. These geniuses sit down. Most of them are, you know, they're from MIT, but they sit down, bing, 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 boom, it's gone. It's amazing. I think we could use it. Do you like that? Yeah. I mean, isn't that better than giving other countries billions of dollars, billions? We're going to give billions of dollars to other countries and so they can build a dome, but we don't have a dome ourselves. We're going to have the greatest dome ever, but now we have the technology. We have unbelievable technology. Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis both want to send your hard-earned money to bankroll endless conflict overseas. Just take a look at their votes. Take a look at Ron when he was a congressman. He had everything, just as much as they wanted. Well, they support real cutting of benefits, substantial cutting of your benefits and services for American citizens, especially for seniors. Under my leadership, we will turn the page forever on those foolish, stupid days of never-ending wars. They never ended. We're in Iraq for 21 years. We're in Afghanistan for 19 years. And we don't even fight to win. If you're going to be in, you got to fight to win. Remember in Iraq, I was a civilian then. But I used to say very strongly, I used to say, don't go in, don't go in, don't go in. But if you do go in, keep the oil. Well, you know who has the oil right now? That was one of the dumbest wars ever. Iraq and Iran were the same. They were the same power. You had Saddam Hussein, and I will say, they hung that sucker, and he looked at him and he spit in their face. You know, he wasn't begging. He wasn't saying, please don't do this to me. He spit right in their face, but, you know, tough guy. But you had Iraq and Iran, and they were almost identical. For 1,000 years, with different names, they've been fighting each other. And one would move 3 feet this way, and then they'd move 3. But we didn't have to do anything because they basically, then they'd stop. They'd be exhausted after 3 or 4 years. Then they'd start. This went on for hundreds of years. Then we go in and we obliterate one side, and now the other side's a great power. We should have never done that. We should have never gone into the Middle East. We should have never gone into the Middle East. And we didn't need to. We were in the Middle East for one very strong reason. We needed their oil. But we have more oil than they have. But we didn't use it. And maybe we didn't even know that. Maybe we didn't even know how much we have. But we have far more oil than they have. But we were in it for the oil. And we have to protect Israel, too. Second reason, we have to protect Israel. Let's even say that's the first reason. Maybe I'll say that's the first reason. Because we don't need their oil. It's funny, when, you know, you were totally energy independent under me. We're going to be energy dominant within a matter of months. We're going to be dominant all over the world. We were dominant. We went to number one. We were in 4th place. And after about a year and a half, we were number one. We passed Russia and we passed Saudi Arabia by a lot. But we were going to be number one for a long time. We were going to make so much money with that oil. We were going to send it all over. It's going to be great. Now these lunatic, radical left, Green New Deal scammers are, you know, the concept of oil is just so. It's our greatest form of wealth. I mean, what you can do with that, you'll pay off your $35 trillion in debt. You'll do things that you wouldn't have even believed possible. And we have the best oil, too. You know, it's not just the quantity. We have the best. Canada has a lot, but it's very similar to Venezuela. It's tar, you know, it's called the sand dunes. And it's a very expensive process to refine it. But we have the best oil. We have the most oil. We will restore peace through strength. It can be done through strength. You don't have to necessarily send people to die. You have to be prepared to do things, but I think it'd be very unlikely we'd ever have to do it. I'll end Biden's inflation nightmare, save our nation from debt. We had no inflation, think of it. But we will drill, baby, drill. We'll be making so much money. We'll be making so much. We have something that nobody has. China doesn't have it. China doesn't have it. China has everything they need for batteries, but they don't have a thing called gasoline. And yet we're going to go away from that, and we're going to go right into the hands of China. How stupid are we? How stupid. On day one, I will also cancel crooked Joe Biden's insane ethanol-killing electric vehicle mandate. They don't go far. They don't go far. Very simple. I'd like to give you a much more complex. You know, I like dealing in complexity, but I'd like to give you a much more but it's very simple. They don't go far. Let's drive down and get some potatoes from Idaho. Well, sir, that'll be about 6 stops. Where's there a charger? Sir, there's a charger. We have to go approximately 100 miles up here. It's the craziest thing, I tell you, these people. And they want to take away your gas stoves. You know, I have friends, they cook. A lot of people cook, and they like gas better. I don't know if it's better or not, but it seems to be better. They want to take them away. We're going to end all of that stuff on day one. The car mandate. And if you want to buy electric, you can buy electric, but you'll also buy combustion engines, gasoline, and you'll have the combination, which is fine too. I like the combination actually better than I like all electric. But just as I did before, I'll appoint strong, highly qualified pro-Constitution Supreme Court justices who will interpret the law as written. And I'll direct a completely overhauled DOJ to investigate every radical, out-of-control prosecutor in America for their illegal, racist, and reverse enforcement of the law. And also, we're going to indemnify all police officers and law enforcement officials. I've met a lot of great ones back there, all throughout the United States, to protect them from being destroyed by the radical left lunatics that are running our cities and states, for taking strong actions on crime, because they can stop this crime. You know, and somebody told me the other day, and we have these stores in New York. You'd love to go. I used to love to go to them. You did, like drugstores and grocery stores. Everything's now got glass on top. You want to buy aspirin, and you have to call a clerk, which takes you an hour. They come over, they open it. They open a door, and they give you and then they close it. Because if they leave the shelves open, the place will be raided. I mean, would anybody even think that's possible? We have to bring back law and order in our country. And we're going to rebuild our cities into beacons of hope, safety, and beauty, better than they've ever been. We'll work with the Democrats. We'll work with the Democrats because they run those cities, and the cities are terrible. What's going on? You look at the crime rate. It's we've never seen anything like it. And they're dirty, filthy dirty. It's horrible what's happened to our cities. Run by, in all cases, Democrats. Safety will again be restored so that children can go outside and play in the park like they used to. You could take your kids to the park, and you wouldn't even think about it, without being beat up, molested, or shot. That's what happens today. And we're going to fight for much better health care than Obamacare. Obamacare is a catastrophe. Nobody talks about it. You know, without John McCain, we would have had it done. But John McCain, for some reason, couldn't get his arm up that day. Remember? He goes like that. That was the end of that. We almost had it, but we're going to make it much less expensive for the people. Not necessarily for the government, for the people. And it's going to be much better care. And it may be an offshoot of Obamacare. We may add on to it. I'm not looking for any credits. I'm just looking to get much less expensive and much better health care because it's not good. It's not good. It never was good. We kept it going. We did a good job of care. I had a choice. Let it rot and let it do terribly and everybody, or make it as good as it can be. And we made it as good. It was the right thing to do. But as president, I could have destroyed it. just by not feeding it. I did the right thing, but we really have to get much better health care in our country. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto our children. All right? Amazing. It's amazing that you have to even say these things, you know. Who would ever think, you know, your children go into surgery, you don't even know, so they're operating on your daughter. They are? Can you believe this? They're taking over. It's just, but who would believe not one penny would go to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate? These are mandates that are very bad, very dangerous. And the other one, I will keep men out of women's sports. Who would believe? And the new one is fighting. Now they want to have the men fight women. And honestly, I don't want to sound chauvinistic. That's not going to be a good situation. That's not going to fight you. That's not going to be a good situation. That's a terrible. I mean, can you imagine? I know a lot of these fighters. I go to the UFC. Dana White's great. I mean, he's phenomenal what he's done, right? For the people that know about that, he's something, I mean, amazing what he's done. But these are tough guys. These are people. And the women that fight are very tough, too. They fight against each other. But, boy, that will be a terrible thing. But that's what they're fighting. They want them to fight. Look at the weightlifting. You know, the weightlifting came out. The record's like 150 pounds more. You know, I do it. My wife gets very upset. She says, it's not presidential when you do that. It's not. But this is a Saturday, you know, we can take it. But, you know, not presidential. But, you know, you have this great champion, and she goes up, and they put 1/8 of an ounce on that side of these big barbells, these big, and I think 216 pounds. That's a lot. And she's there with everything, and she's going to do it, and she lifts it up, and her parents are so proud. Go, baby, go. Mom, I can't do it. And you know, the record stood for like 18 years. And then a person comes up who happened to decide to go and wants to become a woman. And they say, have you lifted before? No, I haven't. Well, why don't you give it a shot? He goes up to the same one. Bing. He's going like, bing. Right? No, it's so demeaning to women. It's so ridiculous. But now the fighting is can you imagine that? It'd be horrible. It's a horrible thing. A horrible thing. Everybody knows. Look at some of these track and field records, you know. They're knocking them out by, like the swimmer. It lasted 16 years. She wants to swim. She's a great all-American swimmer. She looks left, she looks right, she looks left. All her friends, she's been growing up with these people because, you know, you set the pyramid, right? Then looks, and she sees this huge guy, this person, and she goes, man, wow. He's like Wilt Chamberlain, except slightly larger, right? He's got a bigger wingspan. And I always say, in a joking manner, she suffered a terrible tragedy. She was very badly injured, right? Because he went by her so fast that she got tremendous wind burn, you know? He's going by her at a level, no, the whole thing, and he broke the record by many seconds, you know? This is a thing that stood like 1/100th of a second. And, you know, they break it by like 19 seconds. The whole thing, can you imagine that you have to say you're going to keep men out of women's sports? Who would think that that's even possible to say? It's just crazy. And these radical left lunatics are really into it. They really think it's like a good thing. I don't get it. You'll have to, he was a big football player, you know, you'll have to tell me. You think there's a person that, yeah, there's probably a couple out there, you know, probably that could stop you. That stop you. They may need a weapon, but they'll figure it out, you know, they're very smart. But I'll fully uphold your Second Amendment, which was under siege, total siege, and will protect the innocent life, and we will restore free speech. We will restore free speech, and we will restore and secure our elections. Our goal will be one-day voting with paper ballots, all paper ballots, and voter ID. And every governor should do that right now. Every Republican governor should do that right now. There's no reason for them to wait because our elections are a disgrace. But until then, Republicans have to win. So If you took the 10 worst presidents, remember this, I say it all the time. I used to have it 5 worst. Remember, I told top 5. But I said it's nothing compared to the damage that he's doing. If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of our country and you added them all up, all of them, they will not have done the damage that crooked Joe Biden has done to our country. You could take the 10 worst presidents. I mean, what he's doing at the border, and it's a very difficult problem. You know, we're going to deport people, but you know, when you have 15, 16 million people, this is not like a simple thing to do. What they're doing to our country is incredible. This is not it'll be the largest deportation in history. But this is a very difficult thing. You know who was a big, strong person on that is Dwight Eisenhower. He deported a tremendous number of people. Who would think? But he was very much, he was right. But it's nothing like this. And he didn't have people coming in from prisons and mental institutions. He just had people coming in. So if you want to save America from crooked Joe Biden, then get every patriot you know, make sure they're registered Republicans and get them out to vote in their local precinct caucus and you got to do this 7 p.m. on Monday, and I'll see you there if you're in the one that I'm at. They don't want me to tell you the one I'm at. You know why? I got a couple of things going. They don't want really, but I'll be here. I promise you, I'll be in the state, and we're going to all work together. I'll be careful. I may be there. So it's Monday, January 15th. Remember, you're first in the nation because I kept you there. Nobody else. Nobody else. People like to say, oh. And the Democrats, remember the Democrats, they left. They took off. And I respect, look, first in the nation. Iowa, first in the nation. I say farmers, manufacturers, and politics. And there's something nice about it. It's a tradition. And I was never going to let that go, and I will never let it go. And I've told you that now for 8 years, right? And for 8 years, I kept you here. The whole world is watching, so learn how to caucus and find out caucus locations where it's appropriate for you, which I said earlier, oftentimes it's different from where you normally vote. So you have to go and make sure you get it right. And it's at ia.donaldjtrump.com. So that's enough of that stuff, but just go out and do it. You're all smart as hell. You'll be able to figure it out in about 2 minutes. From Fort Dodge to Cedar Rapids, from Des Moines to Davenport, and from Waterloo to Sioux City right here, we're all with you. We are with you like nobody's ever been with you. No president's ever been with you like I've been with you. No president's ever had to be persecuted. It's a combination of prosecuted and persecuted. I got them both. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. But we stand on the shoulders of generations of Iowa patriots who tamed the wilderness, braved the elements, tilled the soil, worked the fields, built the factories, and poured out their blood, sweat, and tears to make this country into the greatest nation in the history of the world. But now we are a nation in decline. We really are. We're a nation in very serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. We're a failing nation. We're a nation that has lost its confidence, it lost its willpower, and it's lost its strength. Think of that. How sad is that? When you say it's lost its confidence, it's true. We've lost our confidence. We're no longer a confident nation. And 3 years ago, we were the most confident nation. We were more confident than this nation ever was. We're a nation that has lost its way, but we're not going to allow this horror to continue. 3 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. It was hardworking patriots like you who built this country, and it's hardworking patriots like you who are going to save our country. We will fight for America like no one has ever fought before. 2024 is our final battle. It's our final battle. We're going to win that battle. We're going to turn this nation around. We're going to make America great again. America first. But it's our final battle. It's the last battle. It's the last shot at it. Because they're down the road. They've taken it down the road with corrupt elections and lots of other things. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will get them out. We'll get them out. Let's attack that country. Nobody ever heard of it. Let's attack them. Let's lose our children. Let's lose our sons and daughters into a country that nobody ever heard of before, that doesn't want us there in the first place. We'll drive out the globalists. We'll cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We'll throw off the sick political class that hates our country. And we will rout the fake news media. And we will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House on election night 2024. We have to. We have to. We have to. The great silent majority is rising like never before. And under our leadership, the forgotten man and woman will be forgotten no longer. You'll be forgotten no longer. Remember the term? I'd use it in 2016 a lot. And they were not forgotten. They were not. But now they're forgotten again. We will love our country. We will take care of our country. We will pray to God for our strength and for our liberty. And we will pray for God, and we will be with God. We're one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you. Thank you. God bless you all. Thank you very much. Iowa, thank you. I got to see it. Hey, can they get that from that picture? Give me. No, I just...
Trump wrapping up his speech today in Newton, Iowa. Speaking for a little over 2 hours, hitting all of the hot topics that's affecting Americans today, and his plans to change this economy, change our immigration system, change what's taking place in schools. Also mentioning the anniversary of January 6th. The president spending a little more time right now meeting with the crowd, signing autographs. And then he'll leave here and go to Clinton, Iowa. And that's where our Brian Glenn is standing by. waiting to pick up coverage from there. We'd like to thank all of our sponsors today. Free Trump book with President Trump leading the Republican candidates for 2024. How about you teach our kids about President Trump? The Kids Guide to President Trump. The best part is they're giving it away free. Go to freetrumpbook.com. All you have to do is pay a small shipping and processing fee. That's freetrumpbook.com. It's tax season. It's upon us. Make sure you contact Tax Network USA. That number is 1-800-357-1415. Visit tnusa.com/RSBN. The information's on your screen. They will help you with your taxes. Don't let the IRS take advantage of you. The IRS is escalating collections, adding 20,000 new agents and sending over 5 million collection letters to kick off 2024. So be prepared. Get prepared with Tax Network USA. Also, protect your IRA, your 401k, and also your savings. Plan for the future with the Birch Gold Group. Text the word Trump to 989898. Again, that's Trump to 989898. They have an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Thousands of satisfied customers. You can definitely trust Birch Gold. Give them a try. 989898 is the number. Birch Gold Group. Don't forget about the wellness company as well. The medical emergency kits. Go to makecaregreatagain.com. Type in RSBN. Saves you 15% at checkout. Don't wait until you need it. Take control of your health today with the Wellness Company's Medical Emergency Kit with Dr. Peter McCullough and his team of doctors. And as we wait for President Trump to make his way through the crowd signing autographs, people are trying to get to him right now, but he is surrounded by Secret Service and security, but he is taking the time to sign autographs, and we're not going to wrap it up here until he's completely done, because we know that's who you want to see. He's the man in the building. And so we'll stick here with Right Side and Newton before we toss it over to Brian and Clinton. And let you listen in as the people swarm the stage, hoping to get an autograph from Donald Trump. All right, so this is something we don't see often from President Trump, but he is taking the time today. We've seen him do it several times in the past, but he is taking the time today to meet with these voters and sign autographs before he heads to his second location for the day. I know it's hard for you to see him, but that's just how close everyone is to the president. They're standing on chairs. They're trying to get his attention. They're trying to pass over. I've seen magazines and hats just for him to sign an autograph. The signs that they pass out here at the rallies, the Trump 2024 signs, the Caucus signs, those are being signed right now by the president as he makes his way through the crowd. So bear with us here as we're trying to get a good glimpse of him, but it's hard with all of the people. Just a reminder, it's not too late to sign up for the Iowa caucus. You can go to ia.donaldjtrump.com. So if you live in Iowa, you can still participate, being really involved in that night. Of course, we want you to go out and vote. Everyone should go out and vote, but it's not too late to get involved with the actual caucus captains that have been designated. 2,000 across the state, 2,000 caucus captains for Team Trump. So you can go to ia.donaldjtrump.com and you can find all the information that you need there in order to help on January 15th if you choose to do so. Now, if you live in another state and you're watching today, you can just go to his regular website, which is donaldjtrump.com. And if you want to get involved in your state's caucus or in your state's primary, you can find the information there as well. There's ways to contact the team, contact the campaign, and someone would reach out to you. We know that they have been on the ground here. The Trump team has, going through extensive training with these caucus captains. They're going to be very important on the night of the caucus. They play an important role. They are the voice for the president. They, are watching the results come in. They watch to see if there's any issues going on. And so their role is very important. They've been trained, and they're ready to go. And you see someone right here wearing, or actually several people in front of me wearing those white caucus captain hats. They get those hats when they become a caucus captain. And so you could do the same. So if you live in a state other than Iowa, no, we're here in Iowa, but if you live in one of the other states and you want to get involved, make sure you go to donaldjtrump.com. All right, President Trump still signing autographs. He is leaving here shortly and heading to his next location, which is also a packed house, I'm hearing. Lots of people, as always, packing the arena for President Trump. Standing room only, lines outside for hours, standing in the cold. It's 30 degrees here in Newton, Iowa. We'll let you listen in as he exits. And he's not done. Just whenever, this is the man of the people, just whenever he was going backstage, there was more people, even kids right there, trying to get his attention. So he stopped and came and shook their hands. So that's the people's president. You see it right here. He's not leaving until he says hello to everyone who waited for him. President Trump now exiting. He is making his way to Clinton, Iowa. That'll do it for us here in Newton, Iowa. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been a pleasure being here in Iowa with you this weekend. We will have so much more coming up until January 15th, so make sure you're following Right Side Broadcasting Network. We will be here in Iowa. The President's campaign announced last night there will be a watch party of sorts in Des Moines. RSBN will be there, so make sure you're with us as those results come in at 7 o'clock is when that caucus starts on January 15th. And also along the way as well, we'll be here in Iowa all throughout the coming days as we count down 9 days left until the Iowa caucus. That'll do it for me in Newton, Iowa. I'm Vanessa Broussard. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, and then when we come back, we'll be in Clinton, Iowa with Brian Glenn. Stay with us.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. We've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
My employees and I are excited to announce it's our 20th anniversary, and to celebrate, we're bringing you a limited edition MyPillow. The Giza Elegance MyPillow is made with the most amazing cotton, 2-inch pipe gusset, comes in 4 custom loft levels, and it's machine washable and dryable.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night, and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
My patented fill adjusts to your exact individual needs and helps keep your neck supported and aligned. That's why we've been around for 20 years, because MyPillow works.
Go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your limited edition 20th anniversary MyPillow queen size. Retails for $69.98, now only $19.98. That's right, only $19.98.
With my 60-day money-back guarantee, you have nothing to lose.
Sleep well, America!
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and Activity Book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
All right, guys, we are live here in Clinton, Iowa, on our doubleheader on this Saturday. Thanks for joining us as we have President Trump scheduled to take the stage here shortly. But until then, we're going to bring you some of the pre-programming that has started or scheduled to start here at around 3:30 here local time. And I anticipate President Trump taking the stage maybe a little bit later than what was scheduled due to some travel issues. Obviously, the state here got some weather moving across the state of Iowa, which could impede travel, at least slow it down a little bit. So we'll keep you updated on that. Until then, let me step aside real quick and show you what we're looking at. This is the second of today's stop, and I've got to tell you, we are in Clinton Middle School here in Clinton, Iowa, and this is in the gymnasium, and it is packed. No other way to describe that. It is absolutely maxed out here, and I anticipate them trying to put a few more people in this room. They've also got an overflow room as well. Now, I'm going to post up a video here. We have an opportunity to show you what the line looked like outside. Now, we have covered, obviously, hundreds of these events, and I got to say, today's line was one of the longest I have seen for an event like this. Simply, not only did it run out the front door, obviously down across the school here, but it spilled over into the neighborhoods across the street from the school, and people were literally standing in line in front of people's houses, and of course parking pushed out that way. So right now, Iowa, from Clinton, Iowa, if I can, as far as I'm concerned, has turned out today for President Trump. We'll get into a whole lot of stuff. Let's talk about our friends first at the Wellness Company, this emergency medical kit. Now, there's so much uncertainty in the world, not only from like a pandemic standpoint, but just life's always throwing a curve there. But Dr. Peter McAuliffe and his team of doctors have developed this new medical emergency kit. Now, it's got everything that would treat everything from ivermectin to treatment for bug bites, fever, cuts, burns. It's all right there. Get this medical emergency kit, and the website is pretty simple. MakeCareGreatAgain.com. That's MakeCareGreatAgain.com. MakeCareGreatAgain.com. And it's what a great something to have in your home, your office, your work, your car. In case of emergencies, you're ready to do that, so you can avoid the hospital wait times. So a lot of times the cost at a doctor's office to treat simple ailments that you might get. Well, this medical emergency kit will do just that. Don't forget to go to the website, MakeCareGreatAgain.com, and don't forget about that promo code RSBN to receive a discount on that. All right, so we're on the second of our doubleheader here on this Saturday, moving closer to January 15th. Now, that is caucus night at 7 p.m. across the state of Iowa. Iowa is the first in the nation to sort of set the tone of the nominee for the Republican Party. So far, according to a Fox Business poll that was conducted yesterday, it was released yesterday, has President Trump up 34 plus points. Now, I've seen it as high as 38 to 40% points over anyone else in the field. So depending on what poll you look at, he has a sizable lead that was almost seen insurmountable by anybody else. Now, if you look at a head-to-head poll, and that's, I think, probably one of the most important polls to look at right now, President Trump is beating Biden in every one of the swing states, and in some instances more than 8, 9, 10 points ahead. Well, let's step aside. Here we go. This is what happens when you come to Clinton, Iowa. Fired up for President Trump, without a doubt. And of course, we love them all. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Very nice showing up. Thank you. Well, is there any doubt who these people came to see today? Very much excited about President Trump here in Clinton. But if you look at the polling numbers reflect what you just saw. An insurmountable lead that a lot of people have criticized the GOP for even continuing to have these debates that they've been having. I know they have another one, I think, next week on Wednesday, I believe. So we'll, keep an eye on that, but not much. Every time they have one of these debates, his polling numbers obviously go up. But if you look at some of the things he's had to weather through over the last year or so, it's been lawsuits, it's been indictments, it's been the turmoil that's been with constant weaponization of the DOJ and the FBI. So it's been something that even all of that has not slowed down the pacing of the president in terms of his the pollings and in terms of his followers and support. So if you take a look at the caucus, which started back, I believe, in 1972-74, when they started having the Iowa caucus, being the first in the nation, being in this leading indicator, the Trump ground team here in Iowa has been remarkable. They have done over 400 these kind of a learning, teach and learn session where they're training people to be a team caucus leader. They have conducted these across the state with thousands of caucus team leaders that are able to go into their caucus on the 15th and organize it and get people registered and signed up. Now, there's a lot of rules on if you're new to Iowa, you're new to the whole caucus, there's a lot of rules that apply to this. And so the best website that I've seen is ia.donaldjtrump.com. It has all the logistics on where to go to caucus. The caucus location is different than where you would go to vote. So you need to go to the website, ia.donaldjtrump.com. We've got a video behind us. Let's listen in as a pre-program is scheduled to start here shortly. We are live in Clinton, Iowa.
Trump played hardball with Iran, destroyed ISIS, kept the Middle East at peace, kept us out of endless wars through strength.
History shows very plainly that evil only respects one thing: unyielding strength. When I'm back in the White House, our enemies will know if you spill a drop of American blood, we will spill a gallon of yours.
President Trump, the strength we need to make America strong again.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
A bolt of fear went through him as they thundered through the sky. For he saw the riders coming.
Video message from the president. Of course, the crowd is loving it. Programming note, it's going to be about 4 o'clock local time before the pre-program starts here in Iowa. So just a heads up on that. It'll be about another, I guess, half hour for that. Today is also the 3-year anniversary of January 6th. And, of course, I've spent some time this morning kind of channel surfing, if you will, across many of the networks to see what the coverage would be on January 6th. As you can imagine, it reflected pretty much what the narrative has been on January 6th coverage from on day one. And of course, some of the alphabet channels cannot wait to remind you just how awful and horrible that day was in American history. And of course, none of us can approve of the violence that took place and some of the lawlessness that took place on that day. But as we have found, not only through the release of the J6 tapes, we've also found through other testimony that there was also another side of January 6th, instigating side of January 6th, that caused a lot of the violence and disruption on that day. Now, of course, there's a lot of people associated with J6 that still are in jail to this day. A lot of people have not even been charged for a crime. They're just waiting for their sentencing. And so the weaponization of the Department of Justice, the FBI, Matthew Graves, the district attorney there in D.C., has really gone after the thousands of, in my opinion, people that should not be arrested and thrown into jail. These are simple trespass charges. Now, granted, there were some that engaged in the police in a way that nobody can approve of, but there was hundreds, if not thousands, of people rounded up for simply walking into a door that was open and made their way into the Capitol. Now, we were there on this day 3 years ago. We covered Trump's speech at the Ellipse. We made our way down to the steps of the Capitol, where there was, I think, a speech planned by an organization down there that had a permit. But of course, as we got closer to the Capitol, we realized something much, much more was going on there in front of the steps of the Capitol. So we continued to broadcast. We continue to stream what was going on and to show the American people what was happening that day. So I have gone on the record of saying I know exactly what I saw there on January 6th, and I have witnessed, if not millions, of Trump supporters throughout my years here at Right Side and doing dozens, if not close to hundreds, of Trump-related events. And I can tell you, the people that I saw on the front lines there on January 6th were not Trump supporters at all. They were antagonists. They were Antifa. They were people that were paid to be there and be violent. Trump supporters do not dress in all black. They do not wear body armor and gear and helmets and pickaxe and all of the weaponry that was associated with the insurrection on January 6th. So there's a lot of good people that got kind of rounded up in that type of narrative. And I just think that today we need to make sure that we correct and we make sure that the people that deserve to be prosecuted are prosecuted, and some of the innocent people that were caught up in that are simply the wheels of justice proceed, and they were allowed to have their day in court, I should say. All right, big chant breaking out behind me, the USA chant. That's something you're going to hear pretty much all day. I do want to talk about this wonderful Trump book that is ideal for kids. Now, we can all talk about all of the benefits and all of the accomplishments that President Trump was able to contribute to America through his policies and his tenure. But unfortunately, your kids in school, they're not going to hear that. They're not going to read about it. And they're certainly not going to learn about it on the University of TikTok. It's just not going to exist there. But you can for yourself. The information for this book is on your screen. It's a free Trump book All you do is pay for shipping and handling, and you can order, I believe, as many as you want. There might be a limit on there, but check it out. Go to the website and check it out for yourself, and it's just a terrific way. It's a great illustration that breaks down all of the accomplishments for President Trump and what he did for this country. So it's a learning tool that you can give to your kids, your grandkids, your neighbors, and children at church or school. Go check it out, freetrumpbook.com. That is freetrumpbook.com. So much to unpack in terms of what we can expect this year on this presidential run. Now, we're in Iowa now. We got the caucus on the 15th. We transfer over to New Hampshire on January 16th. We have January 23rd is the New Hampshire primary. So we shift over to New Hampshire for that. Then we go out to Nevada in the very beginning of February, wrap that up, and then end it in South Carolina. So there's your top four. Now, I would think that the Trump game plan at this point is to take those four states and put this this game to bed. It's over, and then we can go into Super Tuesday on March 5th, and then you've got a dozen or so states on Super Tuesday. So by the end of March, April, and definitely by the beginning of May, we'll have a really good indication of the sizable numbers that President Trump has able to build throughout the country. Then we shift our focus on head-to-head with Joe Biden, and of course, I've said this for a long time. I think that it should be very easy to defeat Joe Biden. It was easy the first time to beat him, and it's certainly easy the second time after we've seen exactly what the policies over the last 3 years has resulted for this country. And of course, if you remember back in the days of the 2020 rallies, we had tens, 20, 30,000, 50,000 people turning out to these rallies. And mind you, that was during COVID, so a lot of places could not have an indoor event, so everything was pushed outside in order to, in the effort of public safety. So these rallies were up in the north. I'm talking about Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, all up in the northern states, and so it made it very difficult, you would think, to get people to come out in the dead of winter to rally and support the president. But we saw historic numbers, huge crowds during the end of the 2020 campaign season. And of course, on election night, like you, I was simply leaving Grand Rapids, Michigan, I believe, going back to Texas, and I felt very, very confident that we have the support of the American people. I saw the crowds come out for the president, and mind you, Joe Biden had what he would call a rally, and it was nothing but a few people standing in 6-foot diameter hula hoops in the caution of public safety, and he'd have about 8 people in a gym somewhere, very much like we're in now, but they'd have about 8 people with chairs on the floor, and they're all separated with him in the middle, and it just based upon the such a horrible turnout that he had, I was very confident that 2020 was going to go the way we thought it would go. And of course, as a result of all the election discrepancies that took place, and we don't have enough airtime right now to go over everything, but we know exactly what happened there. So when I look at the momentum right now that President Trump has, not only in this primary, but what I think he would have on a head-to-head with Joe Biden, I remain very confident that these polls that are showing close to a 10-point lead in certain states on President Biden head-to-head, I think that's a very accurate portrayal of how the American people feel right now. By the look of this room, the American people are very supportive of President Trump. And it's interesting because I've tried to keep an eye on the crowd size at a Haley event or DeSantis or Vivek Ramaswamy. I've tried to keep an eye on what the crowd sizes would look like there. And from what I can see, there have been very small rooms. They've been an intimate gathering, almost to the point where you've got plenty of people to spread out. So I don't ever think that they would be able to fill a place like this and have a line go out of school down the city block into neighborhoods. I don't think you would see that with any other candidate. So based upon that, I think the primary is a wrap, and I really think going in head-to-head with Joe Biden is a wrap. So the only obstacle I think that the Trump team is now looking at is this setback or distractions in the court system. We've seen what's happened in New York City. We've seen what's happened in D.C. and down in Miami. A total distraction to get him off the campaign trail. But ironically, every time that one of these indictments have gone down, his poll numbers has simply gone up. So I don't anticipate his poll numbers dropping as a result of any additional legal activity. Now, a poll came out the other day that said 82% of Trump supporters right now are so convicted in their decision they will not move off of President Trump. So that leaves the remaining percentage of voters out there that simply, in my opinion, Trump can pull from the independents and pull from the DeSantis and the Haley supporters, but he's certainly not going to lose supporters. And I think that's important to point out, because I think many people feel like all of the legal distractions that's been going on right now will put people away or pull people away from President Trump. And I don't think that's going to happen. Matter of fact, I think he's going to gain more momentum as we see these indictments come down. Now, it's interesting to point out that 2 days ago, Illinois and Massachusetts were the last two states to join a dozen other states on attempt to take him off the ballot and to invoke the 14th Amendment. Now, the Supreme Court will review that in February, whether or not that's going to happen in Colorado, and whether or not President Trump has immunity from such charges. So we'll see exactly how that plays out. I feel confident that the Supreme Court will rule on the side with Trump. So I think all of these efforts will be pointless in the very end. But nevertheless, they're a distraction is what they are. And so when you look at perhaps the American voter that is casually watching politics, they see this in the newspaper, they read it online, they see it on the newscast, and it makes them think that there's so many distractions on President Trump that how in the world could he possibly win with all of these legal distractions? And they don't go a little bit further to know that, well, every time these come up, his support actually gets greater. Let me step aside, because we got to show the crowd here. That's what we do, and we're glad that you're joining us on this chilly Saturday in Clinton, Iowa. And it's one of these situations where, well, we got some fans. Let's go ahead and show these fans real quick. That's what we're all about right there. We're all about showing the people. That's how we got started, is we got started showing the crowds and showing appreciation as we. That's one of the things that really launched our network, was showing the support for President Trump. All the people that come out whenever the mainstream media would not show it, we did. And that's what kind of put us on the map as far as that goes. And you can see they're all out here, got the signs, they're ready to caucus on the 15th. And that's exactly why they're here today and why they will continue to show up, even on weathers. Now, speaking of weather, if you look at the forecast coming up on Monday, on Caucus Day, Caucus Weekend, it is not pleasant to say. Now, this neck of the woods in the country, they're probably used to this type of weather. The forecast low for Monday is -10 with wind, and we've got a little bit of frozen precipitation building up to that on a Saturday, Sunday. So if you look at the final push here in Iowa, that last weekend before the caucus, not ideal conditions for that. But President Trump said this yesterday, and actually somebody, an elected official in Iowa said this as well, that Iowa is tough. People are tough here. They're used to this type of weather, and it's not going to stop them from coming out and voting. Actually, encouraged to get as many people as you can to caucus, because right now the record for the largest margin in caucus history has been 12 points. And I feel like if there's ever a year, perhaps, that will be beat, it could be this year. And so they were encouraging people to get out and caucus and break that record of a 12-point win here in Iowa. So very interesting on that. Also, we look at the economy. I know that President Trump's going to talk about that tonight, the economy, I call it the lowest hanging fruit in terms of getting the pulse of a voter and who they will decide to back. Now, I can remind you what the price of gas was when President Trump left office. It was about $1.87 national average. And of course, if you go around, depending on where you go in the country, it's still well above $3. And if you go out towards the West Coast and some of the inner Pacific Northwest and inland, you're going to see much higher than that. And of course, it's higher on the Northeast, up in New York and New Hampshire area as well. So the economy, so you got fuel, you got price of oil. What we've done with oil export, we were basically exporting oil. We had more oil in our reserves, and we basically were paying people to keep their oil. Got to a point we had an abundance of oil, and then right from the very beginning in the Biden administration, that's one of the first things that he did was change a lot of the policies behind the oil. So now we got to a point where we're buying oil from countries that quite honestly don't like us. And so we've reversed course on being energy independent, which has hurt all facets of our economy. Now, if you want to go a step further and look at food and production and housing and rent, mortgages, there was a stat I saw just the other day where our mortgages have gone up tremendously. I think the average mortgage was around $1,700 in this country, and now had the average, that same mortgage will cost you around $3,200. That's a significant increase, and plus it's hard to qualify for that mortgage now when you compare your debt to income ratio and how much money you have to make to qualify for that mortgage. And with the increase in interest rates, a lot of people have put the brakes on buying a new home. I'm interested to know what the situation is in your world, so drop in your chats if you've bought a home in the last 2 years and what that has, what that effect of that has been on your wallet as far as how much you're having to pay for that house. So drop that in the chat. We'll read it here in the break. So you've got oil, you've got gas, you got food, you got rent, mortgages. Your cost of living is considerably higher than it was under the Trump administration. So I always call that the lowest hanging fruit. That is something that you can go to somebody and say, look, are you better off now than you were 3 years ago? And that is a good barometer of that. So now you got the economy. Now if you shift gears and go to crime and public safety, you'll see that many of the major cities that we have in the U.S. have been dealing with a surge in lawlessness, criminal activity, shootings, carjackings, and all types of lawlessness due to weak Democratic policies. If you remember, right after the George Floyd era, it was a big push to basically defund the police. We all remember the term defund the police, and that was something that a lot of progressive Democrats love to get behind. They loved it was one of these kind of a social media, if you will, for social media brownie points to come out and take a stance against police. But what has happened in a lot of these cities is since they have pulled back on the funding for police and they've made it more difficult for police officers to even do their job in fear of being not only sued by the criminal or, of course, maybe incarcerated by the actions that they have to result in result to what they're trying to stop. They have lost numbers in police forces. So across the country, we are dealing with a shortage of police officers. And President Trump has said before, he is going to bring back this push to support local police, support law enforcement agencies across the country. So if you're watching us and you live in a big city where in fact you have seen crime in your area spike, I think that President Trump has the law and order policy to help secure your community. And I just know that in the new mayor there in Atlanta just recently gave his police force a 9% pay increase, and that was the largest pay increase he could give the police department without going to a city council vote. So you're starting to see a little bit of movement around the country, but without a doubt, if people want to feel safe in their homes and their communities, They want to feel safe in schools. They want this education. That's what President Trump will touch on tonight, is an effort to push out this DEI, this critical race theory that's implemented into our schools and also implemented into the workplace. And so he has pledged to eliminate critical race theory out of our schools. He's pledged to keep men out of women's sports. And I can't imagine that if you went back 10 years ago and you said, hey, I want to keep men out of women's sports, you would have said, why are you even saying this? That is absurd to think that a man who might feel like a woman or might transition in any event will be allowed to play in a woman's sport. So we're going to keep men out of female sports. We're going to protect our women, protect our girls, keep them out of the bathrooms as well. He's also going to not fund, or take away funding, I should say, to any school that implements a vaccine or mask mandate. And of course, he's, the thoughts that we all had. Let me step aside. Everyone, let's get fired up. We are getting fired up here. We all remember the radical policies that were in place for COVID onto our kids unjustly. So he has pledged to take away funding of any school that has a vaccine or mask mandate. And of course, that puts any type of trans funding for schools. Anybody who talks about transgender, pushing some type of curriculum in school, that is overwhelmingly a very, very hot topic. What every rally we go to is about protecting our kids. And if that is the simplest level that we can do, is to make sure our kids are protected from any of this garbage that's being pushed to them. And I said this before. I remember back in 2012, 2013, when I started to hear this multiple gender, this male, female, all of these words that were just created by the left to identify some type of sexuality. And I thought to myself, what in the world is going on? We have what's true and what is real to what this fantasy land of happy talk is in terms of gender bending. And we've allowed that, and I say we, Republicans have not pushed back on this stuff for years. And that is why in 2024, we have to absolutely get rid of it the hard way. We have to punch back as hard as possible on a civic level and eliminate that from our culture and eliminate that from our school. Now, I certainly believe if someone wants to transition into another sex and they're over the age of 18 and their mind, they got a sound mind and body and spirit and the ability to make a decision by themselves, a logical decision, they should be able to do that. That's their right. It's their body. They should be able to do that. But for our kids, an 8, 9, 10-year-old kid should not have the right or the freedom to do that until they are the age of 18. And it's overwhelmingly supported by the crowds we go to. And that's one of the things that we talk about all the time. Oh, let's just step aside. Let's go. I got to tell you, this crowd, they're on fire. They're on fire. If President Trump is watching this broadcast, which I know he occasionally does on the plane as he flies in, this is what you have waiting for you here in Clinton, Iowa. Let's turn our attention. Well, we got a video. Let's go ahead and go to the quick video. We'll get back into our pre-program.
Open the floodgates to record numbers, including terrorists, fentanyl traffickers, and raises the possibility of a Hamas attack. President Trump had our border secured, and he'll do it again by building even more wall and stopping people from terrorist countries from ever entering.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
Message for that. I think it's interesting to note, and I said this yesterday, and I want to kind of recap this. The reason why the Democrats and the media, pretty much the same entity, are Trump so hard is they know they have the support of the American people. And if Joe Biden received 81 million votes in the 2020 election, the most votes ever by a president, more than Barack Obama, the first duly elected president in American history, African American. If he got more votes than Barack Obama, he got 81 million votes, why are they so concerned about President Trump? One of the reasons might be that the approval ratings right now for Joe Biden is at a historical low, a presidential historical low, low 30s. I think it possibly could go into the 20s just by possibly springtime with some of the conflicts that we're seeing in the world. So if Joe Biden got 81 million votes and you're so confident, they love Trump. They love Trump. That's it. If they got 81 million votes, then go beat Trump at the ballot box. Not by throwing lawsuits, not by throwing frivolous weaponization of the DOJ and the FBI. Go to the ballot box and do it. They know they can't. That's why they're throwing these lawsuits to him. They're trying to distract him, trying to take him off the campaign trail. That's the realism of everything. That's the reality, I should say, of the whole situation, is they simply do not have the ability to beat President Trump. Therefore, they have to lock him away. Let's show the crowd for a second. Sign up for our newsletter. Go to rsbnetwork.com. That's rsbnetwork.com. Sign up for our newsletter. It's absolutely free. Sign up for it. Get your email address, your name, and we will deliver the news that you need. Grace Saldana, our editor-in-chief, Summer Lane, Alex Caldwell, they've all been recognized by the president. They've all been single-handedly recognized by the president. They've been reposted numerous times on Truth Social, and it's one of those unique opportunities to get the news you need absolutely unfiltered in the way it happens. And so go to the website, rsbnetwork.com, sign up for the newsletter today, and while you're at it, it might be a good time also to donate. You know, we've got some great partners for today, wonderful partners, and we'll get into that here in a few minutes. But our biggest partner, believe it or not, is you, the viewer. So go to our website, rspnetwork.com/donate, rspnetwork.com/donate. You can sign up for a one-time donation. You can do a reoccurring donation. You can simply feel safe and secure that you are donating to an effort that we're all trying to save America. And I can't tell you how many times I've had people come up to me at these rallies and say, thank God for Right Side. Thank God that you guys are there, showing the truth, showing the crowds, following President Trump around in the motorcade, which is one of my favorite things to do. Again, kind of pulls back the curtain, if you will, of what's going on. So we certainly appreciate all of the donations. So if you could, you have the time real quick before the program gets into it, go check it out. rspnetwork.com/donate. We certainly appreciate it. The crowd is certainly rowdy in here. From what I've been told, the pre-program will start in about 7 minutes here as we get ready for today's rally. trying to get a little bit of a wave here going, I think, in a way, which is always interesting. It's interesting to note how Hollywood has reacted to the president, how they reacted to in the music industry, how they reacted. And did you catch where Green Day decided they would be cute in one of the award shows, and they changed up and made a mention of MAGA America? They didn't want any part of this MAGA America. And I thought it was interesting because when you think of what Make America Great Again means, it is really the ideally putting America first. It's putting every effort that you do on public policy, putting the American people ahead of everyone else in the world. And I don't think it's in any degree racist or xenophobic to think of a policy like that. This is something that just makes sense. And so when I heard the lead singer there change the lyrics up in that song and started saying he didn't want any part of a MAGA America, I thought to myself, do you not love this country? Do you not love the country that has provided you a musical career? Do you not love this country that's given you the opportunity to earn money at a skill that you have? It's very difficult to do that in a lot of these countries around the world. The opportunity to go from something and a hobby to make it into a professional career, a very lucrative one, if you will, Green Day. I think you should appreciate this country. And I think by labeling MAGA America and talking down to millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, I would say 100 million Americans that identify with wanting to put your country first is, in my opinion, a bad move on your part. And I've always taken note when you see musicians take a political stance, because I always like to say, well, you know what? If it wasn't for the opportunity that this country provides people like musicians and other people that have a skill set like that, to have the ability to make money on it, I think it's interesting. This is the greatest country in the world. You can have you can sing about the things in your songs. And I think it's really ironic that as punk rock as Green Day says they are, I've said this from day one. Donald J. Trump is as punk rock as it gets. He stands against the establishment. He stands up against the corrupt government. He stands up against all the lawlessness in the world. He is punk rock. And I've never understood why so many people in the music industry do not identify with President Trump. They have been absolutely brainwashed by the media and by their industry to hate this man for whatever reason. But President Donald J. Trump is as punk rock as it gets. And I wish people like Green Day and others would identify that this guy is fighting for the little guy. He is fighting for the working class. He is fighting against the corruption in Washington and in Wall Street. He's against all that stuff. But they have been brainwashed to think the opposite. So I still, hey, Green Day, I'll still listen to you. I'm not going to ban you, not going to cancel you like that. That's not what I do. But darn it, I wish they would just come to a Trump rally and maybe they would see what President Trump is all about. He's all about you, the American citizen, and putting you first. Let me step aside before we get into our talk about our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Love these guys. Absolutely love them. There's so much uncertainty in the markets. And, of course, as we go into this election year right now, yes, the market is up, but it is due for a correction big time. The Birch Gold Group will show you how to convert an existing IRA into a gold-backed IRA. You can do that. Get that information, Kit. Just text the words Trump to 989898. Text the words Trump to 989898. That is the Birch Gold Group. Great partners for today's broadcast. And so as we get ready for the pre-programming, we are 2 minutes shy of top of the hour, coming up on 4 o'clock here locally. And Clinton, Iowa. I'm going to bring on here in a few minutes. Bobby Kaufman is going to come on here. We, of course, we've talked once before here in Iowa, and it's one of these things. You've been in this room for the last 30 minutes or so. How fired up is this crowd today in Iowa?
They are beyond fired up, but beyond them in this crowd being fired up, there's a giant spillover area that is fired up, and there was a whole line of people outside that couldn't get in that are fired up. I mean, we couldn't be more excited to have President Trump here.
Yeah, I'm glad that you pointed that out, because I know they were doing something behind the camera, but they've got a section back there.
The entire open cafeteria behind us is completely filled with people in the spillover area who are going to watch via the television.
Incredible. Okay, let's talk about Iowa, and it's a unique state. It is the first in the nation to come out with some type of public consensus of who they want the representative to be. Walk me through caucus night that's going to happen on Monday. Walk me through what takes place, who's involved in it, and typically what we can expect an outcome as far as a result from a caucus.
So first and foremost, the caucus is defined as being in person. So people are used to going and getting a ballot and voting and leaving. A caucus is when you go in person at 7 o'clock on January 15th and you gather as a group for your precincts. The different camps have their different people. You give speeches about why you want your candidate to win. Then you vote. It's by paper ballot. We keep the paper ballot. We count it instantly, and the results are usually announced that night. So it's a very instant reaction on how people voted.
Yeah. And of course, the polls right now are huge for President Trump. The polling is incredible. The greatest margin of victory is 12 points, I think.
12 points in 1988.
Do you think that Trump can beat that 12-point margin of victory?
I do. The caucuses are notorious for getting your folks to turn out. If all the folks that are going to vote for us turn out, we will break that record.
Okay, let's talk about the weather for a second. I mean, obviously it's a little snowy, flurry here. Will be very different next weekend going into Monday. We got some chilly temperatures. As someone who lives in Iowa, is that a big deal that it's going to get very, very cold on caucus night?
It can be if you don't have the proper enthusiasm for your candidate. I think Donald Trump supporters are going to go out, rain, shine, wind, ice, cold, snow. But certainly if you're someone that likes to go to bed early and doesn't like the cold, having negative temperatures and high winds does have an impact. But as far as Donald Trump supporters, I think they will show up no matter what.
I think so, too. And I said at the top of the show, you could get any candidate that's running right now. They would never have the support and the enthusiasm that this base has for President Trump. I mean, I've seen hundreds of broadcasts, hundreds of events that we've done. Today was it was very special, in my opinion, from what I just saw.
Oh, absolutely. And there's one thing that's key. Usually a quarter to a third of our crowds, I'm going to ask them to raise their hand if it's the first time they're ever going to caucus this January. About a third raise their hand. That's an expansion of the electorate that no one else can replicate.
What's the likelihood of Trump continue to pull over independents in this race? Not people that are leaning towards DeSantis or Haley, but just general independents, people that might have not even voted in an election. There is an appeal to Trump for those people. Let's talk about what your experiences are with that.
Absolutely, because they felt like they were forgotten by administrations in both parties. They felt like nobody was speaking for them. President Trump was the first person not just to speak their language, but to make promises that he actually kept. And I think that's huge for people. They're used to politicians making promises, not following through. And so when President Trump goes through like a checklist and does his to-do list, people crave that. Independents crave that. People who have not been in a caucus, they crave that.
I've often just said before you came on that President Trump identifies with the working class, the average guy. And a lot of politicians, a lot of Republicans kind of highbrow that. He is very much connected with the working class America. To the farmers, exactly.
Absolutely, and he's also turning Democrat union voters Republican because they're the kind of guys that chew tobacco, shoot a gun, and they love President Trump and his straight talk. So we're not just appealing to independents, we're also appealing to a lot of blue-collar union folks.
The farmers, obviously big here in Iowa, have endorsed President Trump historically. Let's talk about farmers and what they're looking for, and what President Trump did for the farmers here in Iowa.
Well, for decades, members of both parties appease the globalists, and they would not have good trade deals. Countries are taking advantage of us, and President Trump said, no, you're not going to take advantage of us. We're going to put tariffs on you. We're going to make sure you're held accountable, and we farmers will never forget that.
I think that's important to point out. Okay, the economy real quickly. Obviously fuel, price of goods, housing, mortgages, rent, all up nationwide. Iowa's not immune to that as well.
No, we're not at all. Everything that is affecting every other state affects us. And people remember $2 gas under President Trump. They remember inflation being practically non-existent under President Trump. They remember more money in their pocket under President Trump. And that's why I think you're seeing him do so well, is people know what he's capable of, and they're looking forward to him doing it again.
What got you involved in politics? If you go back a little bit of the genesis of why how you got to where you are right now.
I ran for senior class president and won, and then I began clerking for my father in the House of Representatives, and ever since then I just never turned back.
And the service for American people, you'll love that.
I love it.
What makes Iowa so special in terms of politically speaking? I mean, obviously the first in the nation, but the heart of people in Iowa. Let's talk about it.
Absolutely. I mean, we vet presidential candidates. You're expected to show up at diners, in people's living rooms, and get asked the hard questions. And that winnowing process is what really makes Iowa special. But as far as Iowa voters, we are authentic, we're genuine, and we crave that. And there is nobody more authentic and genuine than President Trump.
I was with President Trump at the Iowa State Fair, a huge turnout there, and everywhere we went, he had the majority of people, like he does like today. At the end of this caucus, what do you expect the margin to be, and maybe forecasts of what you think the outcome will be?
I believe that we will have an opportunity to break the record of 12 points, and I think that you're going to see that momentum building into New Hampshire, South Carolina, and I think this race will be over sooner rather than later.
I'll be confident. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you on this pre-show. Thank you very much. We'll turn to your program real quick.
That new number on inflation worse than expected.
Already sky-high prices soaring even higher across the board.
Men in women's sports.
Americans are placing less importance on values that have shaped this nation for generations, like faith and love of country.
Let me see if I have this right. We're supposed to kneel for our flag, but we're not allowed to kneel for the God above.
Schools helping children change their genders while keeping it a secret from their parents. Who have we become?
The Pentagon is now tracking a Chinese spy balloon over the northern United States.
Our military's in decline. China grows more powerful. Well, that's scary.
The FBI lied to every American, and Biden knew it. That's what a third world dictator does.
The direct cause of so many Americans' deaths from fentanyl is the Biden administration's surrender on our southern border.
This is what we get when you have a weak commander-in-chief.
Let's be honest. We know what they're saying about us. Our best days are behind us. We're down. We're never getting back up.
At 4 o'clock has been pushed back a little bit. They're trying to get some more people in this building, and of course they're trying to accommodate as many people as they can, and obviously within the confines of the the occupancy of the school. So that is something that we're looking at. But if you're just now joining us, we're live here in Clinton, Iowa for the second part of our doubleheader today as we make our way into caucus night on the 15th, coming up on Monday. And, of course, next week we'll be back here in Iowa on a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, building up to the 15th. So we'll be here giving you all of the updates from Iowa. And if you look at what has happened and why so many people are turning out, as far as the messaging right now, if you look at the border situation, and we have been talking about the open border now for about 3 years. I remember making a border trip right after the election down in South Texas, and at that point we saw all the open areas where the border had stopped, the construction had stopped, and that it stopped on the orders of Joe Biden, almost on day one of his administration, was able to halt the construction, reverse the immigration policies, and since then it has really been something that has been a tragic effect, not only in this country, but countries around the world. And we are seeing this border policy not only bring in millions and millions of migrants into this country. And of course, we've seen exactly what Greg Abbott, governor of Texas, has done. He sent those migrants to various cities around the country, D.C., Chicago, New York. And then you're seeing people within those communities really stand up and be vocal about their distaste for what is going on at the southern border. And I talked to a gentleman the other day from the Bronx, and he was very, very vocal about his distaste for Joe Biden, and he concluded Barack Obama in that same sentence as well. And he told me that he's born and raised in the Bronx, lived there 30 years, and that people traditionally who have never even voted before, due to what's going on in the city streets of New York, are now going to vote for President Trump, knowing that his border policies protected the very communities that they are in now. So the open border policies of Joe Biden not only has affected communities like Eagle Pass and Harlingen and Laredo and all up and down the Texas and Arizona border and California, but they've also affected the communities up in New York and Chicago, where now you've got people sleeping outside on the sidewalk in really sub-freezing temperatures. So I think people that never noticed it before and people who never got engaged in politics before now see what's going on their streets, and they're asking who's responsible for this. And of course, Joe Biden's policies are a direct result of what you're seeing. But if you go a little bit further and look at what the fentanyl and what the flow of drugs moving into our country, and the stat was roughly 300 people a day die as an overdose caused by fentanyl. And of course, fentanyl is a deadly drug by itself, but is also laced in several other drugs, even as low level as marijuana. You can have traces of fentanyl in marijuana that could result in killing somebody. So when you hear about these overdoses, it's tragic. And about 2 weeks ago, somebody came up to me at a rally and said, hey, my daughter overdosed on fentanyl, and due to recreational drug that she was doing. So this happens every single day in America, and I think it's something that needs to be stopped. I'm going to step aside, and we'll talk about our friends over at MyPillow.com. MyPillow.com. Mike Lindell, we had him on the air yesterday. Incredible patriot. He has done so much for election integrity. And I remember right after the election in 2020, he called me up late December, I believe, and said, Brian, I've got to talk to you. I've gotten some information that it really leads to a lot of discrepancies in the 2020 election. So he was the first there to do stuff on that. The very first person to step up. And since he did that, he has been attacked like you would never believe, not just on social media, not just kicked off platforms for talking about election integrity, but he's also been attacked financially. American Express, he told me yesterday, cut his line of credit, which really limited the ability for him to buy supplies and goods that he needs. They cut his line of credits, and other people have done the same thing. Big box stores kicked him out, canceled him. And really, and he said this on the air yesterday, and he said it before, and I see it in his eyes, I hear it in his voice, I can feel it. He is genuinely grateful for what he has received from our viewers. Our viewers have been so generous in purchasing goods from his company, mypillow.com. And so by your power of purchasing, you're able to help him crawl out of really surmounting a $40 million in legal bills. Now think about that for a second. All of the election integrity stuff, he has financed and fought lawsuits in regards to election integrity. So now is a good time before this starts. Go to the website, mypillow.com/RSBN, and support Mike Lindell. He's got some specials on there. We talked about them yesterday. Specials on some My Pillow 2.0. But more importantly, it helps this American patriot keep fighting for all of us. And obviously, when you buy something from My Pillow, a portion of those proceeds goes back to this network. It helps us do what we're doing here today. So go check it out, mypillow.com/RSBN, and shop. All right, so big crowd behind us. Rowdy, they're here. We've got a spillover. I wish we had a third camera, or second camera, but I would love to show you what's behind us in the cafeteria area. And it's a big school, and it's packed back there. And I'll post up when we get a chance the line video of going down off the campus property, going into the neighborhoods. And I think it's a phenomenal show today for President Trump. We also talk about the war in our culture, and he'll often say, and he said this before the holidays, that he wanted to bring back Merry Christmas, simply saying Merry Christmas. And that's something that the Democrats, and not all Democrats, but the progressive left, loves to shut down that phrase Merry Christmas. They don't want you to say Merry Christmas. They want to leave any type of biblical reference, any type of religious connection to this holiday. And I would love to be able to live in a country, well, if you want to say Merry Christmas, you can without being scrutinized and without being perhaps shadow banned to a certain degree from our culture. So he's brought back Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah. President Trump pushing back on a lot of woke agenda there. Before we get into the program, I also want to talk about what we can expect in Congress coming up in this new year. Now, yesterday, Steve Scalise, representative from Louisiana, announced on social media that he was going to take a 1-month break and deal with cancer that he's been diagnosed with. And so we obviously pray for not only the doctors working with him, pray for his family, pray for him, pray for his constituents, his district, his workers in his office, that Steve Scalise can beat cancer and get back and serve his country, be there for his family. That is the most important thing. I mean, to clarify that. That is the most important thing. But what we're looking at now is amongst all of the retirements, and we got rid of George Santos willingly with the help of Democrats. We had Republicans and Democrats coming together to oust one of our own. We have eliminated our margin of control of the House. So now we are in a situation that we need 100% of participation from Republicans to keep the control in the House, to beat anything that the Democrats will try to force on the floor for a vote. So I'll give you an example. If for whatever reason we have an absence in a couple of members to vote, let's just say they have a family emergency when they can't make votes for a day, 2 days, maybe they're out for a week, maybe something happens in their life and they're not unable to vote, and then we no longer proxy vote. So it's not like they can't vote remotely. They have to be in person in the House to vote. There could be a situation where if the Democrats have quorum, they have complete attendance, they have the majority on certain days. They could certainly vacate the chair on Mike Johnson on the speaker. They could certainly put that to the floor for a vote. And if that was to happen, and Republicans are in the minority at that particular moment, then all of a sudden you've got a situation in the House that can turn drastically different and go down a road that none of us thought would happen a year ago this time when we had the majority. We had Kevin McCarthy as Speaker. And since we've ousted McCarthy is retiring. Now we're faced with a situation where we no longer have wiggle room to not come together on a consensus to implement stuff. The next thing you're going to see on Tuesday, I believe, is the first step in impeaching Mayorkas for the border. Now, we need 100% of Republicans to come together on that. If one Republican doesn't feel like impeachment is the right thing to do, it doesn't pass. So now more than ever, Republicans need to come together. They have to come together, or we're not going to get anything done in the House. Now, you shift over to the Senate, not a whole lot changes there. Still very difficult to have any type of legislation from a conservative standpoint be approved in the Senate. But in the House, the one chamber, we have the majority in. We have really, in a way, have not done much. And I think what angers a lot of people right now, a lot of Republicans, and the reason why they wanted to oust Kevin McCarthy so quickly was they felt like there was no accountability to what was going on in the party. There was no accountability to all of the weaponization of what's been going on. So the Freedom Caucus took it on themselves to, start that charge for basically vacating the chair on Kevin McCarthy. And, of course, the result, it happened. And then we got Mike Johnson. Now, Mike Johnson, in all fairness, has not, I've tried to keep a very open mind with everybody. But the more he's talking about funding the war in Ukraine, now knowing that if I was to ask everybody in here, if I was to have a show of hands of who supports a war, funding an endless war in Ukraine, where God knows how much money we're sending and God knows where that money is going, I know the answer to that question. There wouldn't be a single hand that would go up here, but yet Republican conference still pushes and still believes and rallies behind this war in Ukraine. We'll get to more of that here in just a second. I'll step aside, show the crowd that's what we do. Good chance to talk about our friends over at Tax Network USA. Now listen, if you're faced with a tax issue right now, if you've got some type of tax money problems, you owe $1,000, $10,000, $100,000, do not stress out. Our friends over at Tax Network USA will help you. They have helped thousands of our viewers, and they will continue to get them out of the stress of owing back taxes. So contact them right now. The time is not on our side. The IRS is hiring 20,000 agents, and not the agents that would go out and drag you out of your house. These are people that are just processing returns and going back on people that owe money. Tax Network USA. Tax Network USA. The information is on your screen. Check it out and get out of your tax situation. All right, we're live here in Clinton. The quick check of the time here. 4:22 local time as we make our way into this Saturday. Big thanks to Vanessa Broussard, who held down the fort in Newton earlier to bring us coverage from there. And of course, this is the second of our doubleheader today. And then we're back here next weekend as we make our way into the caucus. We can talk about the stock market for a second. Obviously, the Dow, the NASDAQ, the S&P have had a great year. They have a great run. Now, I've talked to people that work in that sector, work in the financial markets, and they necessarily can't explain why we're seeing such a run in the markets despite consumer sentiment is down, consumer spending is down, which means they're not necessarily buying a lot of the products or buying the services that these companies are offering, but these companies their stock continues to rise. I noticed about 3 weeks ago, right before Christmas, that Fox Business had an article, and I'll post it up on Twitter, that was basically foreshadowing a crash in the market in 2024 and going into 2025, going into the election. And they said there's no way, analysts predicts major pullback in the market. And so that ran back about 2 weeks before Christmas. And I noticed the same article coming back on Fox, but just retitled, but it would always go back to the original date of the article. So they kept repurposing the same article, basically predicting a market crash. And I thought that was interesting because when you look at what would cause that crash, or who the crash would be blamed on, is interesting. And this is just my opinion. This is not the network's opinion. This is not anybody else that has told. This is my opinion. I don't think that the levels we've seen in the market is real. I don't think it reflects actual consumer spending and the levels of stability as far as the American consumer. Okay, I don't think it's based on that. I think the PEs are too high. So, based upon that, I think that if President Trump, and I should say when President Trump wins in 24, that is a prime time for the market to start to pull back, and then the blame shift on Trump is the reason why the market took a dump because of Trump's win in the election. And they want to blame something on somebody. They've run that market up so high that it needs to come back. And the only way they'll come back is if they blame an election. They blame a change. Although you can't get a better president in terms of fiscal responsibility, in terms of corporate regulation, in terms of business, and as far as putting America first, than you can get with President Trump. So Trump is good for the market, but for some reason, the last 3 years, this market has gone on a run that I don't think I don't think it's realistic. Just my opinion. That's why our friends at Birch Gold, go check that out. Go check Trump to 989898. Convert that traditional IRA into a gold-backed IRA. It's perfect timing for this. I'm telling you, this is a perfect timing. We've been talking about Birch for months now, and we've got a lot of people that contact us, and they've participated, and they've taken up on the offer. They've also offered, as often has offered, free silver coins and all that stuff. You don't need anything for free to make this decision, because it's able to secure your investments and really get ahead of any kind of market crash. That's what you have to do. Text the word Trump to 989898. That is the Birch Gold Group. All right, let's watch the video real quick.
Globalists, the elitist, and the corrupt in their place. Bring back pride and the American dream. To let the world know, don't mess with us. One man focused on the true owners of this great land. One movement focused on the true priorities. Make America great for us again.
Miles, let's show the scoreboard over there. I don't know if you've got a quick look at that scoreboard. Look what they did here at this gymnasium. Got the 45 and the 47. Got the 2024. Got the 3 for the third time. Very interesting. Very creative what they've done here in this school as we get ready for President Trump. And like I said, it's been a capacity crowd here. They've got an overflow room behind us throughout the school. where people just want to get in the building and just kind of experience everything, which I don't blame them at all. This is a moment in history, in American history, and I believe this is the most important election of our lifetime. And I want to go a little bit more into why I feel like this is the most important election of our lifetime. If you take a look at what's going on in this country right now, just the weaponization of a political opponent by our government, okay? Mind you, they spied on his campaign back in 2016, spied on his campaign, okay? The FISA, all of the report, all of the claims, the accusations of President Trump, the Russia, all of that has been disproven, right? All of that has been debunked. The Russia, all of that. The perfect phone call that he had with Vladimir Zelensky about Viktor Shokin, the prosecutor in Ukraine, that was basically looking into the corruption between Hunter Biden and other business entities and other foreign countries. All of the stuff that is legitimate to be impeached for a perfect phone call, to be impeached on basically telling people to peacefully walk to the Capitol and use your freedom of speech and openly protest. That is free speech. So this election could be, if it doesn't go towards President Trump, if we don't win this election, you're going to see the weaponization that we saw the last 3 years against not only President Trump, but against you and against me and against other people in the media, against other conservatives, other Make America Great Again, MAGA conservatives. You're going to see, I think, a really dark time in American history where you're going to see people be arrested, be jailed for their vision. If you don't agree with the election and you come out and say, I think the election had discrepancies and here's what I sound, they don't want to hear that. They don't want to think, they don't want to know, they don't want to hear your thoughts and opinions on stuff like that. So that's why this election is so important, because this could very well be the end of free speech as we know it. And of course, President Biden will do a speech and talk about how President Trump is the #1 threat to democracy. He often says that, that democracy is on the ballot. I just heard him this morning say that. Democracy is on the ballot, and President Trump is this, this, and that. When in fact, it's actually Joe Biden and the Democrats are the ones that are going out and weaponizing government agencies to go after their political opponent, and then with the help of corrupt, liberal, leftist judges in these various states, they're trying to remove him from the ballot. So really, the ones that are a threat to democracy, that's not President Trump. That is the Democrats. And that's what they'll do if we don't get out and vote this November. And I'm telling you, and Mike Lindell said it yesterday, the way we override any type of election discrepancy, or I call it shenanigans, is to outvote, flood the poll, make it impossible for them to override the totals, make it absolutely impossible to do that. And that's going to take 100% participation. So if some of you watching us right now from home are on the fence on President Trump and you're not quite who to vote for, maybe you're just watching us for the first time, maybe you've been a DeSantis supporter, maybe you've been a Nikki Haley supporter, we welcome you here. I want you to hear his speech tonight, hear every word he says, and then ask yourself, does he have the plan to reverse this country and get us back to where we were? Because remember, 2016, he had the plan, the fiscal plan, military plan, immigration, the economy, had it all. And it's not the time for on-the-job training at all. And I think that's what we're going to find out tonight when he delivers his speech, that he's going to deliver the policies that are best for America. I'll step aside some more. Let you take a look at it. I'm looking out the door here, trying to get a good bird's eye view of literally, I would probably say, just when I'm looking, that the room back there is absolutely packed. And it's no surprise, because this is what, you know, we've been accustomed to seeing on the campaign trail, by all means, on this stuff. But I was talking about the border earlier, and I want to expand on that for a second. I was in Costa Rica over the Christmas break, just for a couple of days. Went down there and was able to talk to a couple native, you know, people that are native there. They longtime citizens of Costa Rica, and also talking to a government official. And they said that they've never experienced the amount of drugs and illegal immigrants coming through their country, led by an organized drug cartel, which has now turned into a human trafficking business. They have never experienced that until the Biden administration. That parts of their country that has never had any type of gang-related problems, anything like that, they're now seeing that. They're now seeing the effects of a broken border. They're now seeing the effects of gang cartels. And so if you look at it, and yes, I mean, you know, the economy here, or I should say the immigration, the effects of broken immigration, we can certainly see it here in our communities along the Texas and Arizona border. We see it in the schools. President Trump will talk about it tonight, how, you know, an influx, a drain on resources like hospitals, schools, and other community facilities cannot handle the amount of people coming in right now. They were already stretched to begin with. Now you throw a whole culture, thousands of them, you simply can't support it. And if you try to go to the hospital, you try to go to the doctor, it's simply hard to get into those services now that you have thousands of people that are suddenly injected into your community. Well, that's the case down when you just go down the southern border. That's the case through all these other countries. They don't have the resources to service and to handle the influx of immigrants coming through their country. And so they were very concerned about that. And of course, you have a country that prides themselves on tourism and safety for other people. So now this is affecting their economy in terms of making sure people feel safe and secure in their elements. So this open border not just hurts us, it hurts the entire world. And if you go a step further and talk about what the dollar and how the dollar has been devalued for years now. In matter of fact, certain countries have now switched over to a different currency in terms of trading for oil. That's what we are now facing with is inflation here, the weak dollar in the foreign markets. It's not a good time financially. That's why I'm very bearish on the economy right now. I really am. I think that we've seen such a rise, such an increase in the market that I don't necessarily see justified from a street level. When you see that consumer spending is down, you see that holiday shopping to a certain degree is down. I know you can still go out and see obviously transactions. People are still spending money. They're not spending as much money because they don't necessarily have it. They're putting more of that money towards bills, and the average consumer debt in a household. More people are using credit cards to pay for their monthly bills, which is a horrible indication that they are struggling from paycheck to paycheck. And I'm curious, you guys can drop in the chat, have you cut back on your spending? Did you cut back on your spending this year? Did you decide to scale back your purchases over Christmas? Did you decide to, that you couldn't take that extra vacation that you wanted to take for whatever reason? So drop those comments in the chat. I'm real curious to know on that. But, it all goes to consumer confidence. And when people don't have confidence in the economy and their leaders, they tend to not go out and buy big ticket items like a house. When you got mortgages that were around 2.95, 3%, 4%, and now much higher, is much higher than that, that's going to slow down. When you got rents going up, people aren't moving as much or staying in place. They got that. Cars, auto loans. We're seeing auto loans in the 8, 9, 10% auto loans that has historically been 3, 4, 5% auto loans. So consumer spending is slowing down, and I think it's going to be in this neutral area until people feel like business owners, small business is the backbone of America, until they feel confidence that they're going to have some stability in the economy, and we're going to see that interest rates will drop. Undoubtedly, they will drop. That will spark up some small business loans. That will spark up business expansion for your business. New startup business will come from that as well. Home buying will come from that as well. So it's about the interest rates, but it's also about the consumer confidence in the base in all of this. Let me step aside as we continue our live coverage on part 2 of today. Good time to talk about our friends with the Wellness Emergency Kit. Now, this thing is awesome. And let me tell you something. There is so much uncertainty right now in the world. I mean, take the pandemic aside. Okay, take COVID aside. Look at all the other stuff that you're faced with from a health standpoint. Okay? Think about it for a second. Dr. Peter McAuliffe and his doctors have developed this emergency medical kit that you can have and keep in your car. You can keep at your house. You can keep in your office. Now, many of you probably have started, stocking up, lack of a better word, of like water, food, things like that, which is very important in case something was to happen. And I really feel like an event will happen this year. I don't know what it is, but with the increase in terrorism, which we'll get to in just a second, it's good to have this emergency kit on hand. And Dr. Peter McAuliffe is a trusted doctor that has developed this. This does everything from ivermectin to hydroxychloroquine to bug bites to ticks to fever to snake bites, things like that. It's all right there. The information for this is on your screen. Take advantage of this offer right now. It's very affordable. It makes sense to buy 2 or 3 if you can. Make Care Great Again. What a great website. But, with so much, and this is going to be a really crazy year. And so make sure that you keep your health. If you don't have your health, you don't have anything. We can say that over and over again, but it's true. MakeCareGreatAgain.com. MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Okay, so let's talk about terrorism. Let's talk about safety. We talked a little bit earlier about public safety, law and order. And of course, President Trump talks about that just about every speech, about backing our men and women in law enforcement. But it's also about being strong on terrorism and sending the right message to the world that it's not going to be tolerated. Now, President Trump often talks about not losing any casualties in our military during his 4 years in office, and that is something that I think that you can really hang your hat on as an accomplishment, and it does show just how strong and powerful and commanding that he is against taking out terrorism in this country, and sending a message to a lot of these countries that we're not going to tolerate an attack on not only American soil but on our military here and abroad. And he's been really flawless in that effort. Now, mind you, we had no new wars under President Trump's administration, and now we've got a possible engagement in the Middle East with Hamas and Israel, at each other. What that looks like. I know that we've been sending blank checks basically to Ukraine against Putin's Russian forces in Ukraine. We've been drug into that financially. Once again, by a show of hands, nobody in here probably supports the war in Ukraine, at least funding the war in Ukraine. Of course, we don't want war anywhere. And President Trump often says that he would end that war in Ukraine. And it's simple. He would negotiate a settlement on that, and he would stop it. We'd stop the bloodshed. We're blowing up towns and cities that are thousands of years old, and people are losing big time in Ukraine, despite what the propaganda from the media might tell you. So under the Trump administration, if you look at the foreign policy, it was solid. It was complete. It protected not only U.S. interests, but protected our allies as well. And he has said that Putin would never invaded Ukraine if he was in office. Just wouldn't have happened. And, of course, now we have a conflict in Israel with Hamas. So we've got two things going on that could potentially distract the U.S. Now, from a fiscal standpoint, the checks, the money to Ukraine has to stop now. Now, when it comes to a border deal, a border package, funding a border package and a border policy is completely separate to funding a war in Ukraine. That they don't go together. So I'm not buying into this mindset that you must give this to get that. The border and our southern border is much more important than a border 4,000 miles away from here that we have no control over, and that we're sending money that's literally going down a drain with no accountability. We have no idea where this money is going. So there is no connection between a border policy here and a border policy in Ukraine. So yeah, if we can't, and I'll go as far as saying this, if we can't shut the border down here, if we can't solve our border problems, then shut the government down. Get rid of it. Shut it down. Because we have to put that as a priority, and we can't give up border security so that we continue to support the border in Ukraine. So we've got that. Terrorism. We must have such a strong stance on terrorism. There is no telling how many people on a watch list is now in our country due to the open border. People on a watch list, people that were a part of terrorist acts around the country are in our country right now. And if you've seen the video, and I'll give a shout out to Bill Maloogian of Fox, Border Bill, as a lot of people like to call him, has done a tremendous job of reporting on the border every single day. And they've got the drone that they fly, and they cover the border, and they cover all of the pieces. You can see all the huge caravans coming in this country. The time for action is now. I don't want another press conference at the border. I don't want to drag out the podium one more time for a press conference. I don't need to do a mic check to make sure everyone there at the press conference can hear me. The American people want action. They want Congress get back in session, pass a border bill, strengthen our border, close the border down if we need to, and protect American interest and put America first. That's what Make America Great Again means. So with that said, when Congress comes back, we need everybody on board on the impeachment of Mayorkas. Everybody. We know how the Democrats are going to vote. Okay, we know how they're going to vote. But we need a collectiveness, a come together for Republicans to make sure that we impeach Alejandro Mayorkas for the reckless border. It must be done. And if we put the right policies in place now, when President Trump comes in 2024, it's a very different story. If you remember, in 2016, his administration, for the first 2 years, it seems like we fought more Republicans than we did Democrats. Paul Ryan and others pushed back on every single Trump agenda and did not put the policies in place. And I think that hurt America, and it hurt the first 2 years of administration. So when you look at what President Trump did in his administration, he really did that in the last 2 years of his administration, because he had a little bit more of a majority, a little bit more people on his page. And if this election and if President Trump has done nothing more, it showed how many rhinos we have in our party and how many people don't necessarily put America first, and how many people are bought out by lobbyists and special interest groups, which I think has hurt Washington more than we know. The reason why people don't vote the way they do is because they're being paid not to vote the way the American people want. It's so simple. It is, to me, being kind of on a pretty good seat there in D.C. I get to see a lot. It is so easy to win an election in this country. You have to do what the people want. The people want to be safe. They want their freedoms. They want their Constitution to be upheld. They want the law and order. They want a closed border. They don't want foreign wars with no vested interest in it, but we keep sending money. They just want to be safe. And if our elected officials would go back to their districts and listen to what the people want and come back and vote that way, we solve all the problems. It's as simple as that. We solve every problem. Let's take a look at the video as we are live here in Clinton, Iowa.
Our schools free from parental involvement. Mediocre male athletes now given the opportunity to compete unfairly. Under Biden's unprecedented inflation, the hope of home ownership gone, and young adults forced to abandon seeking the American dream to live in their parents' basement longer. Biden's disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan left billions in weapons behind and American lives taken. Our police ranks now shrinking, yet Biden spends billions creating an army of 80,000 new IRS agents. Why would we ever accept the incompetence and weakness of Biden when we could have the freedom, security, and economic prosperity we enjoyed just 3 years ago?
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
I'm here in Clinton, Iowa. If you're just now joining us, it is a packed house here, and they have spontaneously erupted several times in applause to what's been going on. And of course, this is one of those deals where they love this country, they love the state of Iowa, and they love President Trump, and they're obviously here today to deal with that. I'm going to bring over here in a second. I've got got someone I'm going to bring up right now and introduce you to her. As we make our way into the pre-program. We're live on the air, and I wanted to bring you in. We have an opportunity. Yeah. So this is Stacy, and we were connected by a mutual friend. Let's talk about your role here. You're obviously a Trump Caucus captain. We'll talk about what that involves. What do you do, and how people can look forward to happening on Monday?
So I'm trying to get at least 10 people from my precinct out to caucus on Monday the 15th. Right now I have 14 people, but I'm going to try to get as many people as possible because I know this caucus, our vote really counts. Once we get there, they lock the doors at 7 o'clock, so you have to be on time.
Okay, so that's important to point out. So if you are going to a caucus, you cannot be late.
You cannot be late. You can come as early as 6 o'clock, I believe. And that's a great time to show up because you can mingle and try to get other voters to vote for your candidate, which would be the one and only Donald J. Trump. And so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get there as early as possible, get my friends together. We're going to sit as a team, and then I'll have a chance to speak on his behalf. I'll have 2 to 3 minutes to speak for Donald Trump. They do have a prepared speech for me, but I think I want to speak from my heart. I just want to tell my neighbors and my precinct how much I support him and why we need to get out and give him the vote. He is our only choice. He has a proven record, and he gets the job done. I had a chance to meet him at the Iowa State Fair, and I told him, "You're God's David." And he responded to me, "Darling, we're going to get it." And I believe him when he says that. We are going to turn this nation around, and we're going to get our freedoms restored, and he's the man to do it.
Okay, so let's just say when you're at this caucus and you're giving your reasons why someone should vote for him, is there anyone that is in that room that doesn't agree with you? Do you guys have a conversation, or do you have...
We'll have a chance to have a conversation, so I'm going to try to persuade them to vote for Trump. Now, there might be a Nikki supporter out there. She'll have a chance to speak, or whoever. Each candidate will have one speaker, but who knows? They may not have anyone showing up for their candidate. So, but we're coming in full force for Trump, and we are going to be strong and proud for him. And after we get done, we'll have a chance to take a vote on a paper ballot. Those ballots will be counted right in front of us. I'll have a chance to report back to my team.
Okay, that's why I'm going to stop you right there. So when you get that total, that's reported where?
I'm going to report it back to my regional director, who will report it back to this Des Moines offices. So we want to make sure everything's accurate. I'm going to stay and make sure every vote is counted for. There's no miscounting of any sort, and so we're going to make sure this is done fair and simple. It's going to be simple. And
Give me a crowd size of a caucus. Is it 10, 20, 30, 50 people? What is the average size for a caucus?
Oh, that's a hard question. It's been a while. The last caucus I really went to, I was caucusing for Cruz instead of Trump. But when I saw how Trump really got the job done, I switched, and I'm giving him my full support. But back then, that was 2016, it was a packed room. I would say in my precinct alone, we probably had 100 people.
So it's a sizable crowd.
But it's going to even be bigger this time around because our nation is at stake. We have to let the people know we want Trump. There's no other choice. We have to make a clear... we just need to be clear. We need to be loud about our decision. We have to let America know we want him and no one else.
Okay, so when this starts at 7 o'clock and you guys get together, you have your speeches, you have your discussion back and forth, you do your voting, when do you have the totals of the caucus? And who's the...
Later on that night, a lot of us in Scott County, Iowa, we're going to go to a local restaurant, a conservative place, where Trump visited earlier this summer. We are going to watch the TV screens and watch the totals come in. It probably won't be till like 10 o'clock at night. That's my guess.
Okay, so it takes a couple hours for everything. I guess that's what I was kind of looking for, if it's not instant, obviously.
Not instant. No, it's going to take time. And so we're going to have a victory party. All of us on the ground in Scott County, we've been working so hard over the summer, over the fall, and the winter, and we can't wait to see a victory for Trump.
Have you seen like your circle of influence, church, school, work, wherever, neighborhood, are more and more people engaged this election cycle?
Absolutely, 100%. I go to church over in Moline, Illinois, which is right across the river, but a lot of us live in Iowa. My pastor is on board. We have a lady at my church. She's now a representative for my district, and she's endorsed Trump. She's going to be speaking tonight. Her name is Representative Luana Stoltenberg. I have another friend from church. He has endorsed Trump also. He's running for U.S. Congress. So, yes, the sphere of influence is growing so much. They all support him. America supports him. Iowa supports him.
Yeah, I mean, obviously today this place is packed. Yes. And it was no surprise that it would be. This showing today doesn't surprise you at all.
Right. I had a friend with me. He couldn't get in right away because he didn't have the right pass. So he was walking around the building. He said the line was so long. He said at least 70% of the people in line were not going to get into this building.
Now, when you drive around town, it's ironic that I have not seen any other signs than Trump.
We talked about that too. We have not seen one Haley. We have not seen Chris.
Why do you think that is? Did they not have a ground game here, or what?
I don't know. I did see one DeSantis. I admit that.
I actually saw more Joe Biden signs around this neighborhood that we just walked through, and I don't know if it was a joke. If someone got punked.
There's no people there. There's no protesters. It was just empty signs. So we laughed about it. But honestly, we've only seen Trump signs out and about. One DeSantis sign, but zero Haley, zero Chris Christie, zero Binkley. So no, Trump's got it.
I'd like to ask this question. How did you get involved in being politically involved? I mean, a lot of people will sit, they'll go to a rally, and they'll enjoy themselves, but really going that extra step and being like a Trump caucus captain, that's like the next step in public service. But what got you involved in politics?
Well, it was back in 2020, really, when I saw our medical freedoms being stripped away from us. And I have 2 children, and I don't want them growing up in a world where there's no freedom. So I actually left my job working at my church, which I really loved, and I jumped on a campaign for Senator Jim Carlin. I saw him fighting for our freedoms, and I wanted to be a part of that. So I jumped on his campaign as a regional director with no experience at all, and we rocked it. Although we lost his primary, I just got engaged, and I saw the need in eastern Iowa. So once Trump came around, I was like all hands on deck. So I've been involved since the get-go back in March when he was in Davenport, Iowa. I had a chance to help with the media team, getting you guys all through the door. And we have a grassroots here in Scott County, Iowa, where we do overpass events. We used to do it every single Thursday during the summer. We've done Trump trains. We had 40 cars.
Let's talk about that for a second, because someone mentioned it yesterday about this Trump train. These are massive car caravans.
Yes, we're in Scott County, Iowa, so we had 5 different stops, and we went to local businesses who supported Trump. We want to give small businesses some really good business. So we decked out our vehicles, we got flags attached to our cars, and we got decked out. I had a little train hat, a conductor's hat. And so we went from business to business. We had about 40 cars, and I think we made real impact. We really did, because all these people in the street saw us, and we are not stopping. We're not slowing down. We're on the Trump train, and we're not getting off. We're here to get the job done and get him reelected in his rightful seat.
I love seeing businesses with a Trump sign out front or something in their window, or maybe Trump won. I was somewhere the other day, and I saw by the checkout counter, it had a coffee mug, and it said Trump won. I thought that was pretty
awesome. We haven't seen a whole lot of businesses, just because I think some businesses are worried of repercussions from the left, or they get their signs ripped off or whatever. And that's such a bummer, because there's so many great Trump supporting businesses. The business we like to hang out is at the Treehouse in Bendorf, Iowa. Trump was there earlier this summer.
Yeah, that was one of the OTRs that we went to with Trump, and that was incredible. It was massive turnout.
So that's become our conservative hangout. Yeah, he signed the ticket.
How far is that from here? It's not very far, is it?
About 45 minutes.
We may go there after the show today, get some pizza.
We should do it. We should do it, definitely. They're a great family. They always welcome us. We had a Trump meetup last night. We had about 35 people, and we sat around and talked all things Trump. We talked about the caucus, and we ended our night by getting around the Christmas tree and singing God Bless the USA. And that made such impact, because other patrons in the restaurant got up from their seats, came over to us, and joined in and singing with us. That started a whole conversation about Caucus. So we were able to reach patriots in an unconventional way.
That's a great story. I'm glad that you shared that with us today, because it is bringing people together, and it's love of country. And you want your Kim Reynolds. You want your governor to put Iowa first. Everybody that wants their governor to put their state first. You want your president to put this country first. It's just a mindset. And if I've traveled different places, different countries want their president to put their country first. And so I think bringing people on board on America First mindset seems like it would be an easy thing to do.
Right. That's what Caucus is all about, too. It's about community. It's about your neighborhood. It's about your friends and family right there in your local precinct. And it's about community. So I love that so much. And it's so important to put American first. Americans, we need to be first, and our voice needs to be heard. So we're going to get it done. Just like Trump told me, darling, we're going to get it done.
Darling, we're going to get it done. Okay, so just to recap, if someone needs to find out where they go to caucus. I know they got ia.donaldjtrump.com, but is there any other website?
It's like an Iowa GOP website. I would have to double check, but it's really easy to find. You just kind of plug in your address, you find out what precinct you're in, and it tells you right there where you go. I'm meeting at a middle school in the music classroom. It's very clear, very easy instructions. So,
one final question, because I know we've had some confusion on this. Can someone switch parties to vote for? Because I saw some narrative where they were wanting. Let's get you right over here, so we're sliding over a little bit. They were wanting people to switch from Democrat to caucus for Haley and then switch back for Democrat. I don't think you can do that.
I don't think you can, but I'm not the right person to ask that. But I can tell you this is a real interesting fact. I have a 17-year-old daughter who was able to vote in the caucus this year because she will be 18 by the general election. So she's very unique in getting to vote early at age 17. So she'll be coming with me, and she's going to be voting for Trump 100%.
That's great. Here we go. Let's start the program. Thank you so much, Stacey. Appreciate your time.
Hoffman.
Good afternoon, everyone. We appreciate your patience. If you didn't see the first time, President Trump did a Truth Social just for all of you. He has departed Newton, and he is on his way, but most importantly, he is really looking forward to being here with you tonight. While we're waiting, I've got a couple questions that I want to ask all of you. Who's ready to see Donald J. Trump? Who's ready to send Donald J. Trump back to the White House? And now for a serious question. Raise your hand if on January 15th, this will be the first time that you will have ever caucused. Raise your hands, please. Keep them raised. I want everybody in the media to take a look at that. Nearly a quarter of our crowd has never caucused before. That is an expansion of the electorate that nobody but President Trump can do. For all those first-time caucus goers, let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much for being here. As you all know, Iowa is first in the nation. The re-election of President Trump begins right here in Iowa. It begins right here in Clinton, Iowa, and it begins with every single one of you. On January 15th, it does not matter what the weather is. It doesn't matter how you feel. President Trump needs you to be at your caucus site, 7 p.m. on January 5th, because it's not good enough to win. We need to win big. We have the votes, but what we need to make sure is that all of our votes get out. Because what's that going to say if President Trump has a strong victory in Iowa? It's going to say to all the other candidates, bye-bye B-team. Let's think back to what we had with President Trump. What kind of a world did we have? We had closed borders. We were respected abroad. And what do we have now? A mumbling, fumbling, stumbling moron in the White House. We had a president that respected and protected our Second Amendment rights. We had a president that protected and respected life. What we're going to do when President Trump comes back, we're going to send a message to the woke left. And I am so excited to deliver that message to the woke left. And that message is common sense is coming in and woke bullshit is going out. What else does common sense under President Trump look like? Well, let me tell you something. There's going to be no more of the pronoun nonsense. There are two genders. It's male and female. It's sir or ma'am, period. What else does common sense under President Trump looks like? What that means is we stand for our national anthem. Because what does it mean when you kneel for the national anthem? Kneeling for the national anthem does not make you brave. It makes you a disrespectful little shit. What else does common sense mean under President Trump? If you say that you identify as a woman, but you have a large Adam's apple and you require a jockstrap, I've got a spoiler alert. You're a dude. And by the way, if you fit under that category, if you're a biological male, I've got a strong message for you. Stay the hell out of female sports. And now I'm going to go a little off script. Think about the list, the extensive list of accomplishments that President Trump had. Think about all of the peace deals that he made in the Middle East. Think about the respect that other countries had, because you know what? They know something. If you mess with America, you got to deal with President Trump, and I can promise you that will not end well. So, with no further ado, I want to thank you all for being here. Thank you all for your patience. President Trump, you mean so much to him that he did a Truth Social just for all of you. Thank you for waiting. He's coming as soon as he can. And pretty soon, we're going to see Donald J. Trump.
And on June 14th, 1946, God looked down on his planned paradise and said, I need a caretaker. So God gave us Trump. God said, I need somebody willing to get up before dawn, fix this country, work all day, fight the Marxists, eat supper, then go to the Oval Office and stay past midnight at a meeting of the heads of state. So God made Trump. I need somebody with arms, strong enough to rustle the deep state, and yet gentle enough to deliver his own grandchild. Somebody to ruffle the feathers, tame cantankerous World Economic Forum, come home hungry, have to wait until the First Lady is done with lunch with friends, then tell the ladies to be sure and come back real soon, and mean it. So God gave us Trump. I need somebody who can shape an axe, but wield a sword, who had the courage to step foot in North Korea, who can make money from the tar of the sand, turn liquid to gold, who understands the difference between tariffs and inflation, will finish his 40-hour week by Tuesday noon, but then put in another 72 hours. So God made Trump. God had to have somebody willing to go into the den of vipers, call out the fake news for their tongues as sharp as a serpent's. The poison of vipers is on their lips, and yet stop. So God made Trump. God said, I need somebody who will be strong and courageous, who will not be afraid or terrified of the wolves when they attack, a man who cares for the flock, a shepherd to mankind who won't ever leave nor forsake them. I need the most diligent worker to follow the path and remain strong in faith and know the belief of God and country, somebody who's willing to drill, bring back manufacturing and American jobs, farm the lands, secure our borders, build our military, fight the system all day, and finish a hard week's work by attending church on Sunday. And then his oldest son turns and says, Dad, let's make America great again. Dad, let's build back a country to be the envy of the world again. So God made Trump.
Delivering a few minutes there, and followed by a hype video about God made Trump. It is a pleasure to have you guys with me as we're on the part 2 of our doubleheader here in Clinton, Iowa, as we wait for President Trump. I would imagine with some of the travel delays that we could be experiencing in this area due to the weather and just it takes a little bit more time to get around when you have the streets might be a little bit slicker than normal. So we've got a slight delay in him walking out here. But there was no delay of these people getting in at all because of the amount of people that have showed up today. It's an incredible turnout. I'll have, if you're just now joining, I'll get out of the way so maybe Miles can show a little bit of the picture, the people here. Huge crowd gathered in this auditorium, and as you can see, everyone's very much enthusiastic for President Trump. They have been out here for hours, and to give you an idea on the temperature right now, we're at 31 degrees with flurries. Okay, so 31 degrees with light snow, and people were lined up literally down a community, down a neighborhood to get in here to do what you're looking at right now. So the commitment obviously is there for President Trump. And we'll get into some of his 47 agenda here in just a few minutes, but I do want to give you an idea, a suggestion. Go to our website and sign up. Not only can you sign up for our newsletter, but you can also donate as well. Go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. Now, we started this company back in 2015, going into 2016, with the purpose of showing the crowds and showing the support that President Trump had. And we were, I guess you could say, the first to the market with this type of coverage. And that has given us really a great advantage in what we do, as we have become the leader in Trump rally coverage. And really, it's by doing something as simple as showing the crowd and showing you at home what it's like to be here at a Trump rally, and to show the support that the American people have for President Trump. It's as simple as that. And so that's why we have able, over the course of several years, to build out such a following, and we certainly appreciate it. But we appreciate if you go to our website, donate. You can do a one-time donation. You can do a reoccurring donation as well. Go to rsbnetwork.com/donate, rsbnetwork.com/donate. Now, I think what we've seen this political year is the fact that what Trump did was so monumental in American politics, and the 2016 election really exposed so much of what the American people thought of Washington and they thought of D.C., and it exposed a lot of the problems that we would never, ever imagined if he was not in office. And, we often heard the term, deep state. And what did the word deep state really mean? Like, what does it mean to say the deep state? And President Trump, through his administration, was able to reveal a lot of the deep state, a lot of the corruption inside our governmental agencies. And he was able to kind of show the American people what really went on in Washington, how policy was really made in Washington, and also was able to show some of the unloyal Republicans in our party that weren't really for the American people. And we've seen retirements, we've seen people get primaried, we've seen people basically quit, if you will. We got see people even get voted out. And I think that is a healthy response to getting the party back on track. You have to go through a lot of these pains, a lot of these discoveries within our party to make sure that we get a healthy, more cohesive message moving forward for the America First agenda. And we do that by having elections and by, forcing people to take a vote. And one of the things I really love in Congress is when people are forced for a roll call vote. And let me explain to you how that works. And so every day when the House is in session, they are voting on something. They're voting on amendments. They are voting on bills. They are voting on the privilege to basically vote on a future bill. Okay, there's always accountability there. Well, if they do kind of a verbal vote on stuff, it doesn't necessarily force people to put their name on a certain vote and really go out there and publicly support it. So when you force a roll call vote, you're making people take their voting card, go down into a machine on the House floor, and vote for a bill that goes on record that you voted for. And by doing that, and by doing that just simple task of going on record on an issue, allows the American people to see exactly what and how their elected official votes. So, for instance, on the impeachment inquiry that we just had this last session, it forces people to publicly go on record as if are they for an inquiry for impeachment, not necessarily the impeachment itself, but for the inquiry, the simple thought of thinking about bringing up an article of impeachment or looking into it. And you would be very surprised of how many Republicans simply cannot get on board on just an inquiry to the impeachment of Joe Biden, despite the mountainous amounts of evidence that we have to link Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, the Biden crime family, to all of the corruption in various countries and various foreign entities, okay? So we have the evidence for that. So when that's presented to the conference, and I'm assuming that each member of the Republican Party in Congress has the ability to have the opportunity to see that evidence for themselves, not necessarily through a committee, but through floor speeches and other modern, and social media. So when Republicans that are faced with that evidence still can't vote for an impeachment inquiry, that is actually a very healthy thing that we need to see. We need to know exactly who within our party has some certain amount of restraint of going forward on impeachment. So with Mayorkas coming up this Tuesday, and I anticipate Tuesday being perhaps the first step in articles of impeachment on Mayorkas, it's going to be very, very interesting to see how many Republicans, despite all of the evidence you have on Mayorkas, all of the border discrepancies, I mean, he's still sitting up there in front of committees saying that the border is secure, despite having historic numbers of gotaways, historic numbers of people coming into this country, and also seeing what's happening in cities around the country that are receiving these immigrants on the street. So despite seeing all of that, it's going to be very interesting to see if any Republicans aren't still there on the impeachment process for Mayorkas. Now, obviously, I expect a full support on Democrats to push back on that, and obviously they won't, I would imagine, any of the Democrats, unless some of these Democrats are in these districts that are on the border, and they have been greatly affected by these by immigration. So maybe you might have one or two Texas Democrats that might see value in impeachment of Mayorkas, but they know back in their districts people want accountability for that. So even as a Democrat, they can at least go back to their constituents and say, look, I know the problem that we're having on the border, and I'm doing my best to address it. So I perhaps we can get a couple of Democrats on that, but it should be a no-brainer for Republicans. Now, you switch over on the president's side for Biden. Of course, we got the SARS reports, the suspicious activity reports that the Department of Treasury has provided to select members in Congress to review, and it shows bank records. And what a suspicious activity report is, if that's new to you, that is a SARS report is something that an independent bank organization, it's not a political organization, it is a banking organization that will create these reports based on suspicious activity on an account. So if an amount of money gets wired from a country that is historically on a list of corruption to an account here in the U.S., and it's got no documentation or limited documentation or description on that transfer, that will flag a report. Now, chances are none of you watching us right now, and certainly perhaps none of us in this building right now, have ever had a suspicious activity report. It's not something that you typically get generated. But Hunter Biden, Joe Biden, the Biden crime family has had thousands of suspicious activity reports generated by dozens of banks. Now, these banks have come forward and said, hey, we've got these reports. We think you should look into it. Now, what's going to anger you is this just hadn't been going on for the last 3 years. This is something that's been going on for years. Even under the Trump administration, this type of criminal activity has been going on, and people in positions of power have not alerted anyone on this. So that's why it remained silent and no one knew about it. So this type of activity has been going on for quite some time. So you got the SARS reports, right? You got the other shell companies, the LLCs that were being created, that the money was flowing through. So what would happen is a shell company would be created, money would pass through the shell company, get dispersed amongst Biden family members, and then the shell company would then close up and a new one would open up. So that is something that, once again, viewers at home, people here tonight, aren't in the business of creating dozens of shell companies to funnel money into them to go into their grandkids, and then quickly the LLC is dissolved and another one created. That is not something that's normal. That is called money laundering. That is what that is. And with all this evidence that they have, and Jamie Comer and Minority Leader Jamie Raskin both sit on that committee, have seen the evidence, and they have been in a position to get that information out. So I expect that conference members, given the information that's out there, given the opportunity to act what the base wants accountability to all of this. And it seems like we've seen kind of a lopsided justice system here. And as far as going after President Trump for various criminal activity, and of course we can go talk about the case against Mar-a-Lago, and of course now the judge she's asking $370+ million in that case. It's ridiculous. The base wants accountability, and I think that an impeachment, articles of impeachment on Joe Biden, which have been filed on his first day in office. Marjorie Taylor Greene did that on his first day in office and did it again in this latest session of Congress. We need to see more support on that. So if you see House Republicans not getting behind these articles, either Mayorkas or anybody else, they need to really think hard when it comes up in the next election series, because their constituents, I can guarantee you, in their districts are wanting accountability. And if they're not willing to give it to them, we need to find somebody else in office. I'll step aside. Quick check of the time here as we make our way. It is 5:27 here in Clinton, Iowa, as we had one speaker earlier kind of make our way into the pre-program here that was scheduled to start. And normally they'll have about 5 or 6 speakers on the pre-program, so I do anticipate we have a few more coming up as well. I just saw Bobby Kaufman walk by here in front of us, and after giving that kind of a spirited message about kids and gender, and I'll say that, you know, at rallies, whenever President Trump does mention anything related to kids, children, schools, curriculum, that overwhelmingly gets a huge applause. So if you look about what is concerning to the base wants the family values of as far as protecting our kids, not only at home but in school, and that goes into transgender surgeries, and that is something that if he does mention today, you will hear a loud applause for that, because that is something that it is one of the most emerging types of pharmaceutical services or drugs in the medical industry right now. Is anything surrounding transgender surgeries. So anytime the president does mention that in his speech, he gets a huge applause. And of course, there is a bill right now on the House floor, Protect Children's Innocence Act, that would make it a felony to perform a transitioning surgery on a minor. That would be someone under the age of 18. And if you're someone that's 18 and older and you want to transition, good luck. God bless you. Go ahead and do that. We feel that you're at the right mind and the right sound of mind to do something like that. But what Marjorie Taylor Greene and others that have co-sponsored this bill and supported this bill all suggest that if you're under the age of 18, such a surgery should be a felony, that we need to leave our kids alone. And I'm hoping that tonight, if President Trump does mention that, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about as far as the applause he gets from you. Okay, let's talk a little bit about. How you doing? Good to see you. Let's talk a little about the Chinese spy balloon. Now, remember that floated across this country, and we were told that it's nothing. It's just a weather balloon. It's just floating across the country over several days, and we finally shot it down off the coast of South Carolina. And we just shot it down because we didn't want any of the debris to fall and hurt innocent people on the ground. And that it's just a Chinese weather balloon. They're not gathering any data. Well, we all knew that was a bunch of crap at the time. And then once reports came out and more information came out on it and more data came on it and more intel came on it, we did understand that that was a bunch of crap, that they were purposely floating that Chinese spy balloon over specific areas in our country and were mapping out military property, land in our country. And that software, that information was going directly to the Chinese government in real time. And we have proof that that happened. But yet our administration has been playing footsies with China for way too long. And this goes back on Joe Biden. This is not something that happened in the last 3 years. He's been doing this for years. And the fact that our administration stayed there and continued to lie to us about the Chinese spy balloon is incredible. And you know what? I would be willing to bet that we have had those spy balloons across our country numerous times over the last decade probably, and we never knew anything about it. Now, some people will say that these balloons fly at an altitude and the size are so small that particular radars cannot pick those up. And I've had people tell me that we have technology that can detect such a small object at a certain altitude. So there's a little conflicting information there. But needless to say, it took some random guy on the ground looking up in the Pacific Northwest and going, what in the heck is that in the sky? And then people started to see it on the ground. So the people alerted the authorities of this Chinese spy balloon. It wasn't a proactive thing. We didn't have our government come out and tell us, hey, we discovered this Chinese spy balloon. We need to do something about it. It was the people. So if the people wouldn't have spoke up, there's no telling how many times that balloon would have floated across this country and collected more data. We are in a war, a cyber war, an information war with China, without a doubt. This is an information war, period, between the mainstream media, conservative outlets, the truth, perceived truth. You got the truth. You have people think that's true to them. This is absolutely an information war. And it's funny, when you look at Alex Jones, he was right. This is an information war on getting this stuff out to the people. And it's interesting because when the Epstein list came out, if you notice that the headlines on a lot of media outlets said Clinton, Trump mentioned an Epstein list of Epstein release. Mentioned. They didn't go on and say further that he never took a flight on the plane, had never been to Epstein's island. Matter of fact, President Trump kicked Epstein out of his club, wanted nothing to do with him once allegations came forward of a relationship with an underage person. So he wanted nothing to do with him. He was nothing more than a socialite in that Southwest or around the southern Florida. And so it's very misleading to see a headline that says that he's mentioned in the same sentence of Bill Clinton in terms of Epstein on the list. So I think it's something to point out there. But that does show how unsincere some of that is. I'll step aside. You can see, check it out. As we make our way, it's 5:34 local time. And we are happy you're joining us. And if you are coming off the rally in Newton that earlier Vanessa Broussard was able to bring to us, that's great. We are glad you're joining us. And we've got a slight delay in our broadcast here as we are just trying to make sure that we're trying to track President Trump on his timing on here. And as soon as we get that, we will let you know. Also, don't forget to follow us on all social media. You can follow me at Brian Glenn TV across all social media. Truth Social at Brian on Truth Social, and of course at RSBN on Truth Social as well. You can follow me on X at Brian Glenn TV. You can follow me on Instagram at Brian Glenn TV, Facebook as well. And don't forget to follow us on Right Side as well. Download our app. Go to our Google, Android, Apple Store. Download the app. It's absolutely free. That is probably one of the best ways to stay in touch with what we do here at Right Side. We'll get push alerts on when we go live on these rallies. We'll get push alerts when news articles come out. You'll get all of that. You'll be able to stay informed on all things Trump as we go into 2024. And if you want to look at the headlines, as far as the polling goes for President Trump, we have had monstrous polling numbers in favor of President Trump, not only head-to-head with Joe Biden, but on the primary as well. And we've seen certain states, he's had a 45, even a 50-point lead. I think in Nevada, he's got maybe a 70-point lead, if not more, in that primary. But even head-to-head, that's one of the most important stats to take a look at right now, because that is what it's the most important one, because that is what it's going to take to win in 2024 is, can you beat Joe Biden? Who has the most likelihood to hand Joe Biden a defeat in 24? And it looks like head-to-head, that is clearly President Trump based upon the polling. Now we look at the policies to back it up that he had in 2016. It's interesting to note the reason why President Trump has chose not to do these debates is he feels like, you know what, the base already knows who he is. They know about his policies. They lived his policies. They experienced his policies, and there's nothing more he has to prove on that. I'm waiting for the debates with Joe Biden, because I don't know how Joe Biden can stand on a stage and anything less than personal attacks towards President Trump, and that's all it's going to be, because you can't possibly debate President Trump if you're Biden and defend your policies, defend the state of the country right now. It is virtually impossible. And this whole line that I think 2016 wants their line back, as far as saying that the threat to democracy is on the ballot and all of this, that is complete garbage. I don't think the American people will believe that any longer. I think they see right through that fake line, and what is on the ballot is the future of America is on the ballot, and America's sovereignty, and of course putting America first, not only economically, but as far as militarily, our southern border, our foreign policy, culturally putting us first. There's nothing wrong with that. So I'm looking forward to the head-to-head debates between Joe Biden and President Trump. Now, I said this before, and we could take a minute to talk about this as well, is I'm not necessarily convinced that it will be Joe Biden. I'm hoping in terms of a head-to-head matchup that it is Joe Biden, because I think we can easily crush him based upon his performance the last 3-4 years. But if you're a Democrat, and we'll just put on our Democrat, we'll just do a fantasy politics here for a second. If you're a Democrat, I don't think you want Joe Biden to be your nominee because he is so bad. I think you roll out somebody. I've often said Gavin Newsom. I feel like he might be a potential candidate for the Democrats, and President Trump has talked about it before, that I think even going head-to-head with Gavin Newsom should be relatively an easy thing to do because of his track record in California and the amount of people that are leaving the state. Yes, California has a massive GDP. It is probably if it was a country, it'd probably be the fifth or sixth largest GDP in the world. So yes, it's massive. But along with that comes a laundry list of problems, cultural problems, social problems, financial problems in that state. So I don't necessarily think going up against Gavin Newsom is a bad thing. I think he's very beatable head-to-head with Trump. Probably better candidate for the Democrats than Joe Biden, but still an awful candidate head-to-head with President Trump. So you've got that. People need to stop with the Michelle Obama theories that she's going to come out in the third quarter and all of a sudden make a surprise appearance at the Democrat convention and say, I'm running, hello. That's not going to happen either. Now, there's a lot of legality to this nomination process for the Democrats, but when do they ever follow their own regulations? We saw what they did with the super delegates with Clinton and Bernie Sanders and back in that race, and they'll do what they want. They'll absolutely do what they want. So if it goes against even their regulations and their party, so in their selection process, that doesn't matter. They'll do what they want. So I don't anticipate a switch to Joe. But when you go from having 81 million votes, supposedly 81 million votes, to go to having the lowest approval rating in recent presidential history, 81 million votes, lowest presidential rating, lowest approval rate in presidential history, that in between there, what the hell happened in those 3 years? So I don't know if that continues. Now, if his approval rating keeps to drop, maybe it becomes desperation, they have to do something. But I'm hoping they keep him in because I want to see the debates and I want to see the American people see President Biden be completely exposed for what he is, and he is a fraud. He is a puppet of China, and we have the proof to prove how our country is less secure, our borders are less safe, our dollar is less valuable, our military is less strong as it have ever been, and that's through a lot of the cultural shift and the mindset in our military that has come from a Biden administration. So once we start to look at everything head to head, I think the picture will be crystal clear on that. Let me step aside again. If you're just now joining us, welcome. We appreciate you dipping in here on this Saturday as we make our way to tonight. And also want to remind you to go check out our friends over at, well, you got it, the Birch Gold Group. We talk about the economy all the time. We talk about the uncertainty of the dollar. We talk about we don't know what this market's going to do. Now, historically, if you look at the run that we've gone on, we've seen the market absolutely skyrocket. but there has to be a pullback at some point. And when that happens, you want to be on the right side of the ball. And our friends over at the Birch Gold Group can send you a free information kit to help you make that decision as far as investing in gold, silver, and precious metals. They can help you convert a traditional IRA into a gold-backed IRA. It's very simple, very easy to do, and there's no obligation. So I'm just encouraging you right now to go to text the words Trump to 989898. That is a Birch Gold Group, and get involved, get the information, and make a decision for yourself. They're trusted. They've got an A+ from the Better Business Bureau, thousands of reviews, thousands of happy clients. That is the Birch Gold Group. Also, want to make also a note on the free Trump book. This is a great time. You know, we can tell you all the accomplishments of President Trump, but our kids are not going to get it on the University of TikTok. I'm sorry. They're not going to be able to go to TikTok, and they're not going to give you a tutorial on all of the wonderful things that President Trump has done for this country. So, in fact, now you've got to give them a trusted resource and book. And, of course, former Governor Mike Huckabee of Arkansas has done a tremendous job in putting this book together and allowing an illustration of his accomplishments that young people can understand. So go check it out, freetrumpbook.com, freetrumpbook.com. What a great way to share the accomplishments of President Trump in such a fun way. And guess what? The website says it all. It's freetrumpbook.com. Absolutely free. Got to pay a little shipping and handling on that. But hey, it's such a good value. But we appreciate you joining us, and always to stay up to date with all the information, you can go check out our newsletter, rspnetwork.com/newsletter. It's absolutely free. You can sign up for it. And Grace Saldana, who is often retruthed with her articles from President Trump. It's great. What a great experience that is. Summer Lane, same way. Great articles that just get shared by the president. So if you know that they're sharing them, they've got a bunch of value. So go check it out. Go sign up for our newsletter. It's absolutely free. Make sure you follow us on all of our social media as well. We're glad you're joining us. It's 5:45 here local time on this January 6th. I'll step in here for a second. I like to kind of remind everybody of that day 3 years ago. And, of course, we were there at the Ellipse filming President Trump's speech. Full coverage there. I had about 3 different teams around the Capitol there covering all of the action and all of the speeches and the people and the hundreds of thousands of people that turned out for that speech. And then at the conclusion of the speech, we were to walk down to the Capitol, where there was some other scheduled speakers to start, and as we were walking towards the Capitol, I could hear some type of explosion. It seemed like those flash bombs would go off, and of course that got our attention. Like, what in the world is happening at the Capitol? So we decided we'd take a small team, myself and a photographer and another person to kind of help out, and we went straight to the Capitol. And as we walked up, we saw people walking away, and a lot of them had was suffering from tear gas, and their face was red from trying to wipe away all of the I guess the bear spray is what they call it, all of the stuff that was being used against them. And we were saying, what's going on? They kept saying they're trying to break into the Capitol. And so, of course, that are being journalists that we are, we wanted to find out who they were. And so we went straight to the Capitol, and we got a pretty good bird's eye view of what was going on. Now, I've said this so many times. I have seen millions of Trump supporters. Millions. I can pan this room right now, and I can assure you that there is no one in here wearing a helmet, wearing body armor, wearing a pickaxe, wearing gloves, wearing knee pads, wearing elbow pads, wearing any type of combat material. They're not dressed in all black. They don't look like they're going to an Antifa rally, okay? But that's what you saw on January 6th. That's what you saw on the front lines causing the disruption on January 6th. And I said this on the air live. I said, those guys aren't Trump supporters. That looks like Antifa to me. Being in D.C. for as long as I have up until that point, I knew exactly what agitators look like. I had to deal with it almost on a daily basis in D.C. They would hang out in front of the White House. They would go down the streets. They'd go to protest. They'd show up at a pro-life event to protest that. I knew what they looked like. And that's what I saw that day. And I said it over and over. Those aren't Trump supporters. Those are not Trump supporters. Now, does Trump supporters get kind of vacuumed in to all of the chaos? Absolutely. Absolutely. We saw body cam footage for Capitol Police that was released. And we saw some prior to that big release of the 90,000 hours, which, by the way, there's 90,000 hours of footage for January 6th. We've only seen this much of it. But the images that we see and the video that we see confirm such a different narrative than what that clown showed, the J6 Commission that had this Hollywood production, literally a Hollywood production, that drug out all of this information in front of the panel and painted January 6th and painted Trump supporters, people like that are in here right now, as these evil, violent, MAGA extremists that are on the verge of an insurrection every time they gather together. That's what they wanted you to believe. So I knew a very different story, a very different side of January 6th. And so I've met people out on the road. I've met grandmothers that literally walked in the Capitol that was open, red carpet almost extended out. Capitol Police standing on either side of them. Nobody stopped them. They walked in with their cell phones. They took some video and was amazed at what they saw. And they walked out. Those same grandmothers, those same individuals that were nonviolent, non-confrontational, no history of violence, no track record of violence, no criminal background, no criminal background, no felonies or anything like that. Those same people are facing 5 years in prison for going on the Capitol grounds. That is what's wrong with our justice system. Yet, agitators for all of the Black Lives Matter rallies and all the riots that happened in our city streets that burned dozens of our cities, hundreds of our buildings, did all of that damage. None of those guys got prosecuted. But yet you put, a grandmother goes in and all of a sudden you've got people facing jail time, all to results of simply going into the Capitol. And I think it's it's a weaponization of our Justice Department that needs to stop. And that is something that President Trump has vowed to do, is stop the weaponization of our government on our people. And it makes me mad that certain people are caught up in this J6 controversy. Good people, good Americans, because they happen to walk in the Capitol nonviolently. Meanwhile, the agitators go unprosecuted on other crimes. Now, I'll say this. If you engage with the police either outside the Capitol at the fencing area, if you got violent with them and you were either, you physical with them, yes, you need to be punished for that. That is breaking the law. That is assaulting a police officer. And by all means, we respect our police officers. We respect law and order. But those that walked in the Capitol with the doors wide open, took some selfies and walked out, those people should not suffer any more political punishment or criminal punishment due to those actions. It's wrong. And so as we sit 3 years later on January 6th, I just ask you, to not only pray for people that are in custody right now that have never even had a trial date. They've been in custody for that long. Pray for their safety, pray for their freedom, and pray for those that are wrongfully being attacked. Let me step aside. I think the pre-program is about to start here in Clinton, Iowa. Stand by for that.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Pastor Darren Sturtz to lead us in today's invocation.
I just want to thank you for this opportunity to open up with prayer, and also want to thank the Trump team and administration for the opportunity and all their hard work. Lord, I thank you, Jesus, for your word and your Holy Spirit to help lead us to fulfill what you have created us to do in this time. Thank you for making all of this possible, for opening up doors for your kingdom to be made manifest. Lord Jesus, you say in Isaiah, you brought the government down upon your shoulders, and you said in Romans 13 that you appoint the leaders. Thank you for this next administration coming. Jesus, I pray favor over President Trump to be the trumpet and also be the wrecking ball to dismantle the corrupt government, expose the lies, and let transparency reign. Restore the infrastructure of your nation, Lord. Lord Jesus, we ask that wisdom and godly counsel shall come forth for President Trump and his team. We bless them to receive divine strategies and inspired ideas to get around the obstacles that will enable them to govern the people with righteousness, equity, justice, in Jesus' name. We call all things into divine order and subject to the lordship of Jesus Christ, to let there be a release of the fear of the Lord, light, and truth over our nation. To rebuild the foundation of America for your glory, Lord Jesus, release new strategic planning upon President Trump and his advisors. We are calling in those that fear the Lord to take their place around President Trump. It's time for the people to stand for truth and righteousness. Let your freedom reign, Lord. Let justice and righteousness prevail. Lord Jesus, be the voice that influences President Trump with every move he makes. I pray that his character and integrity will be aligned with yours, Jesus. Thank you, Lord Jesus, for the fulfillment of your word over the nation and this next administration. I thank you for your protection and wisdom and kingdom health for President Trump, his family, and his advisors. In Jesus' holy name, I pray all of this in the name of Jesus, and the name that's above every other name. Amen.
Lead us indeed.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Hannah Schomer to sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous stars fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
I hope everybody is listening because we have some very important information for you to make sure we win this primary and we win it big. It all starts right here in Iowa with the first in the nation caucuses that I was able to give to Iowa. I controlled it and I gave it, just as I said I would. The outcome in this state will send a message to the entire country and, in fact, the entire world. So please listen very carefully to these simple steps you need to take to vote in the Iowa caucuses on Monday, January 15th, 2024. That's Martin Luther King Day, January 15th, 2024. Together we're going to make history, but you have to show up and you have to follow these instructions. Thank you all, and let's go and make America great again. We're going to do it. We're going to make it greater than ever before.
Making America great again starts one place on earth, and one place only, right here in Iowa. Monday, January 15th, 7 p.m. Be there, because it's caucus night. Now you may say to yourself, "Self, I've never been to a caucus. How does it work?" You've come to the right place. Because for the next 2 minutes, Marlon's going to tell you everything you need to know about how to successfully caucus for President Trump.
Caucusing is super easy. Before we get going, let's make sure you are eligible to caucus. Time to check with the lawyers. For that, here's Margot from the law firm of Dewey and Chittister.
To vote at a caucus, you must be at least 18 years old. But here's the kicker. That's 18 by November 5th of 2024, Election Day.
Okay, so now you know you're eligible to vote in the Iowa caucus. Woohoo! How simple is it to caucus? As simple as this. Wait, that's the wrong one. As simple as this. 3 easy steps. Step 1, make sure you're eligible. Done. Okay, step 2, do you know where your caucus location is? Now be careful, the correct answer isn't necessarily your regular voting location. I'm throwing you a lifeline here. You can easily find your caucus location and lots of other information by going to ia.donaldjtrump.com. Now, a quick time management lesson. It's Monday, January 15, Caucus Day. You wake up at 5 a.m. because you are so excited to caucus for President Trump. So what time should you get to your caucus location? Aren't you the go-getter? You don't need to be to your caucus location until 6 p.m., so no excuses for being late. And finally, step 3, register once you get to your caucus. Now, if the line is long, don't panic. I said don't panic. Sorry. The lines move very quickly, and once you're in line, you can't be turned away, so hang in there. Okay, starting exactly at 7 p.m., it's time for democracy to begin. First, you will hear a few brief speeches. Then paper ballots for voting will be distributed, collected, and counted, all in front of you. Easy peasy. And that's the first step to making President Trump our next president and making America great again.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage State.
Good evening, everyone. Are you guys excited to see President Trump? Yes, so am I. There's one little thing I have to do before I start. We have a very special person in our audience today. Her name is Jerry, and she's 93 years old today. So can we say happy birthday, Jerry? She's right here. Woo-hoo. Oh, thank you for waiting. You're almost 94 now. President Trump's worth waiting for, though, isn't he? Yes. Well, like they said, my name is Luana Stoltenberg, and I'm an Iowa House Representative in District 81, which is Davenport, Iowa. We got some Davenport people here. Well, the thing about my election was I only won by 11 votes because I ran in a very blue district. So you guys, that's how important every vote is. It's so important. That's why we've got to get out to caucus for President Trump on January 15th at 7 o'clock tonight. You're going to hear this a lot tonight because it's so important. You know, so many of us have heard that the polls are saying he's got this. He's so far ahead. And he does if we go. So we can't stay home thinking everybody else has got this. Let's all play our part and get there so he will win it. You know, our Iowa motto is, our liberties we prize and our rights we will maintain. Do you guys know anyone who is working so hard like President Trump to protect our rights and to keep our freedoms, even while he's being persecuted and he's being indicted constantly? Donald Trump has kept us out of wars. Look at the lives that have been lost and the money that we have sent to Ukraine by this administration. Let's not forget the military withdrawal out of Afghanistan. All that billions of dollars worth of equipment, innocent lives that we left behind, not to mention pallets of cash we left for our enemies. This would not have happened if it would have been a Trump administration. You know, myself and a few other legislators went to the border this last June, and what we saw was an absolute mess. The Border Patrol told us that we cannot sustain the amounts of illegals that are crossing our borders. They said that Trump's border policies were working, that they were discouraging illegals from crossing, that it was keeping sex traffickers out and drug activity out. The wall was working. This administration is now paying people not to build the wall. Can we even believe this? You know, over 70,000 Americans have died because of fentanyl overdoses. This has got to end. Building the wall was a passed law. It's unconstitutional what they're doing, and as a matter of fact, it's criminal. This commander-in-thief has to go. Huh? Absolutely. Absolutely. You know what? The Biden administration is the most pro-death regime that we've ever seen. They're trying to make abortion legal all the way up to birth and then even beyond. Do you know that this administration is giving Planned Parenthood over $600 million of your tax money every year? Do you know that's $1.5 million a day? A day. Wouldn't you guys like to have that for your business or your household? Absolutely. Donald Trump is one of the most pro-life presidents that we have ever had. Do you know he personally, and was the only president that came to March for Life in D.C.? Yes. He also appointed pro-life judges, and we know the outcome of that. Roe versus Wade was overturned. Yes. President Trump is fighting hard for our Constitution and for our religious freedoms. The Biden administration is persecuting Christians, and they're throwing pro-lifers in prison. This has got to end. Let's talk about our economy, if we want to. How does your retirement look right now? It looked pretty good under Trump's administration, didn't it? Right now, we're practically giving our entire savings account just to buy groceries and put gas in our cars. Look at the mess that they've created in just less than 3 years. Can you imagine if we have another 4 years of this? No, we will never survive it. That is why it is so important. We have to get out on caucus night to make sure that this craziness ends now and we keep our nation. Will you guys promise me that you'll do your part and go to caucuses on January 15th at 7 o'clock and vote for President Trump? Yes. It's so easy. You guys saw that video. We just show up a little bit early. You go in and you'll hear speeches and then you vote for him. Make sure they count it correctly and then you go home. You'll probably be out of there by 8 o'clock that night. If you don't know where your caucus location is, if you go to the tables that are in the back there, they can help you find it. Or you can just easily go to iowagop.org. It's so easy. Guys, President Trump has been working so hard for all of us. So let's work hard for him. This one isn't that tough, you guys. Let's all together make America great again. And again, and again. And show up on caucus night. Thank you guys all so much for waiting. It'll be worth it. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage State Representative Mark Cisneros.
Thank you for being patient. It is a great privilege and honor to be able to speak in support of President Trump. We sacrifice because we have hope, and my hope is in Christ. I live in Muscatine. My wife and I have 6 kids, 2 grandkids. Thank you. I'll let her know you were happy about that. And I'm fortunate enough to represent the people of Muscatine and Wilton. Today I have 2 of my boys with me, right there. They've been really patient this whole time. They've been really good. So, I'm a proud American. And I was born and raised in sunny Southern California. And I'm proud of my Mexican heritage, my Latino culture. And there's a traditional greeting in Spanish. It goes, mi casa es su casa. It's a formal greeting of the hospitality a visitor can expect from a host. To be offered the best accommodations and comfort. But if someone breaks into your house, takes up your space, eats your food, kicks the dog, and holds his hand out, expecting you to give him the keys to your kingdom, Well, then they got another thing coming. The leftists in the Biden administration have allowed illegal immigration to turn into a full invasion of our country. Just one of many intentional wrongs. They are stealing our savings through inflation, weaponizing the DOJ and FBI against us, controlling our associations, criminalizing speech, holding political prisoners. The administration is trying to scare us into submission. But we were not born to be slaves. Around the world, there is no greater symbol of Judeo-Christian values than the stars and stripes of the American flag. In a constitutional republic, not a democracy, in a constitutional republic, and as citizens of this country, we are to pick up and carry our flag when it falls in battle and continue down the field. That field of battle is our pursuit of happiness. As Christians, we are reminded to pick up and carry our cross daily. The cross is our reminder of our eternal destination. A hope in the future. Sacrifices can be made because we have a hope in the future with Christ. Pick up your cross, and you'll be able to pick up your flag. The Constitution spells out our identity, authority, and responsibility of we the people. If we don't know what it says, we won't know how to comport ourselves. If we don't know the rules of the game, we won't know who's cheating us. Ladies and gentlemen of Iowa, as brave and tough as our President Trump has been, considering he has the whole of government against him. Imagine that, if that was you or I. I was speaking to my sons on the way here this morning, or this afternoon. The legislature, being in the legislature is hard sometimes with a family. And so I try to explain to my kids why we do what we do. And I told them in the car that sometimes you're going to see a good person in a fight. And you're going to be in a position to make a decision to help or pretend you don't see it and walk away. So I told my kids that we make an effort to help where we can. And if I have to drive a couple of hours and wait a little bit, it's the least I can do for what President Trump has been doing for us. So my kids, I hope, will understand that we are doing this for the next generation as well. There is nowhere else to go. I spoke to a reporter earlier today asking me about Latinos and how we see Trump and those kinds of things. And as I was explaining to my children, when there's a fight to be had, and I meant not a physical fight, that's not what I was trying to tell them, but when you can share your time, your talent, your resources with someone who's doing good, trying to do good, not a perfect person. But if they see that, there's going to come a time they have to make that decision. And you guys have done that. That's why you're here. That's why you've been patient. That's why you're excited. I was so thankful to speak to a couple of young men over here in the corner while we were waiting. They're from Illinois. And as I told the reporter earlier today, I'm encouraged because I constantly run into people who this is their first time engaging in politics in general, first time at the caucus, and that always energizes me. President Trump sometimes looks like he's overwhelmed in the swamp, but when he's with the regular people, he has the majority. Let me just close with Caucus. That's why we're here. Let's finish strong this next week. Take all the information that you've gathered, talk to your coworkers, your friends, your neighbors, and go to Caucus. You'll find your neighbors there that you didn't realize were Republicans. Some coworkers might show up you didn't realize were Republicans. And it'll be a good time to let them know why you're supporting the president. If you need some ideas, go to that website. There's a whole list of accomplishments from President Trump. You don't have to, you can tell them, you don't have to like him, but look at what he's done and look at the difference of our present day. We sacrifice because we have hope. Thank you.
Hey, Iowa. Unfortunately, today, Americans live in uncertain times. Just 3 short years ago, the United States was a safer, more prosperous nation under the leadership of my father-in-law, President Donald J. Trump. But as difficult as life may be in Joe Biden's America, you all possess a unique opportunity to take the first steps towards changing the direction of our country. Home to the first in the nation caucuses, Iowans enjoy a special privilege, but also a responsibility to examine and select the strongest candidate to defeat Joe Biden next November. It's clear that President Trump is, of course, that candidate, which is why it's critical that every America First patriot participate in the Iowa caucus on Monday, January 15th at 7 p.m. and cast their vote for who else? Donald J. Trump. But for those who may never have participated in a caucus, you might wonder what it is and how you can participate in this incredible tradition. In short, the caucus is a meeting of fellow Republicans held in every voting precinct in Iowa. Friends, family, and neighbors gather in a central meeting location, usually a school, church, or community center, to cast their vote for President of the United States and, of course, to discuss the critical issues facing our nation, of which we know there are many. Thank you, Joe Biden. It's important to note that your caucus location may be different from where you previously voted in other elections, so be sure to look up your caucus site by visiting ia.donaldjtrump.com. On the evening of Monday, January 15th, President Trump's supporters should arrive at their caucus location early at around 6 p.m. When you arrive, don't panic. There may be long lines to register, but those lines are going to move quickly, and once you're in line, you cannot be turned away. All Iowans who are 18 years or older by the date of the general election, which is November 5th, 2024, are eligible to participate in the Republican caucus. If you are a registered Republican, your name will already be on the precinct list. You simply need to show your photo ID to a volunteer. If you are not a registered Republican or are unsure of your registration status, you may register to vote as a Republican at your caucus location. If you choose to register at your caucus location, you must bring a valid photo ID such as a driver's license, military ID, or student ID, and a piece of mail such as a cell phone bill, utility bill, bank statement, or paycheck with your current home address for that voting precinct. After you check in or register to vote at your caucus location, volunteers will direct you to the room or area where your precinct caucus meeting will take place. Additionally, our campaign will have friendly representatives or Trump caucus captains at each location. They are going to be very recognizable because they will have a caucus captain hat and will be on hand to help direct or answer any questions that you may have. Once you gather with others from your precinct, a volunteer will call your caucus meeting to order promptly at 7 p.m. The meeting will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, and then caucus goers will elect a chairperson to officially run the remainder of the meeting. After a chairperson has been elected, this person will open the meeting to candidate speeches, and each candidate is allowed to be represented by one speaker. Speeches are usually limited to around 3 minutes each. After candidate speeches are finished, volunteers will distribute paper ballots to every voter in that precinct. You will have a moment to complete your ballot and will return it to a volunteer to be counted. What makes the Iowa caucus so special is that the paper ballots are collected and counted in front of all voters in your precinct, ensuring the process is secure and transparent. Not that we think that there was ever a time where voting was not secure and transparent. Wink, wink, nod, nod. After the votes are counted, the results will be announced to all caucus attendees, and that's it. Once caucus goers have cast their vote, they're free to leave. But for those wanting to take the extra step to support President Trump, we urge you to stay and run as delegate to your county Republican convention. We need each and every one of you to take just an hour of your night to support President Trump. Remember to mark your calendars for 7 p.m. on Monday, January 15th, Martin Luther King Jr. Day, because that's the day we're going to start to take America back. The corrupt Washington establishment doesn't want our movement to succeed. President Trump has, of course, a tremendous lead in the polls, but we cannot leave anything to chance. Your participation in the Iowa caucus on January 15th will send a powerful message to the world that the America First movement is stronger and more united than ever. Together, we will win the Iowa caucus, and together, we will make America great again.
This is the final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media, and we will liberate America from these villains once and for all.
Here in Clinton, Iowa, and seems like the crowd is not going anywhere. We have a slight delay in President Trump getting here. I will say this, the campaign headquarters right now is doing kind of an appreciation party and a greeting with some of the supporters and stuff. So that's going on right now. We've got Matt Whitaker is there, former acting attorney general. So it's great that they are giving back to all the supporters here in Iowa that has stood so strong with President Trump and the ground game here in Iowa, which is great. I want to bring in Mark Cisneros, who just spoke moments ago. Welcome. We are live on the air, and we appreciate you taking a few minutes with us. And you spoke of the urgency to get out on the night of the caucus, despite whatever weather conditions we have. As we know, the forecast for next week is not the warmest, but the importance of us coming together right now and caucusing for President Trump more than ever is so important.
I think the Iowans will be perfectly fine no matter what the weather is. I think people are excited enough to get out and get to caucus. I think there's been plenty of training to get people motivated and educated to be there, and I'm sure we're looking for it, at least where I'm at. We're confident we're going to have a good time.
Yeah. What has been some of the main concerns for people here in Iowa? Obviously, the economy is what I call the lowest hanging fruit. It's something that affects everybody. But what are you hearing and seeing in Iowa that is most concerning to the people who live here?
Well, there's a few things we're dealing with in Iowa as far as concerns. From a Trump supporter perspective, we're talking about the dangers of digital currency. We're talking about environmental extremism showing up in Iowa through the carbon capture pipeline. So those are the two things I know the grassroots are talking about. Private property rights. We don't have a republic without private property. So that's an issue I hope we're going to be able to take up in the legislature this year. And I think the people are motivated for those kinds of things. They're going to show up.
I think you brought up the economy. You brought up the corn, environment. Let's talk about the ways Trump has benefited farmers here in Iowa over the last couple. He's got them billions. Let's talk about the importance of President Trump in terms of the farming community.
Yeah, absolutely. Here in Iowa, that's such an important part of the economy. And to have a president who understands that and is able to act quickly and effectively helps farmers. Especially in the last couple of years that we've had, they're encouraged by that kind of leadership, and that's what we can expect if we can get President Trump back in office.
Talking about fuel costs, I know that's the gasoline, the price of oil, energy independence that we were for so long under the Trump administration, and that has now been reversed by Biden policies. How has the price of energy, fuel, affected people here in Iowa?
Yeah, absolutely. That's another important point, that people now know that we are capable of energy independence. Where for so many years the politicians were just making excuses and leveraging our power and allowing us to be in a bad position around the world. President Trump showed the American people that we can be independent, and that puts us back in a position of strength. The environmental extremist is that other danger that's been there. It's been there forever. Too many Republicans now are using some of the Democrat language, vocabulary to describe energy, and I think that's a terrible way to continue. So we need to stop people from speaking that way, and we believe President Trump will definitely help stop the environmental extremists.
Let's talk about the schools, our kids in schools. I often said some of the biggest applause we get at a rally like this is when President Trump talks about protecting our kids, parents' rights, keeping men out of women's sports. Can you touch upon that a little bit?
Yeah, we've had to deal with that here in Iowa. Sadly, across the nation, we're indoctrinating children, not educating them. My wife and I, years ago, we made a decision to homeschool our children. And I think that is one of the options that people are going for. But more generally, we need to have options for parents. It can't be just a government school. We're trying to make changes with curriculum, but the leftists in the system are deep in the administration, in the education of teachers, and so parents need to have an option now. It's going to take a while to get the school system back in a healthy place.
And of course, parents want safe communities to raise their kids. We've seen historically, a lot of Democrat-run cities have been overtaken by crime of all levels. What can President Trump do here in Iowa to make sure that our cities, the great cities of Iowa, stay safe and secure?
Well, you know, that's where I really think the most powerful government is the one closest to you. Yes, there are things that the federal government can do, but I really would like to put that ownership back onto the people in their local governments. A healthy family, the healthy nuclear family, is the most important thing to any community. And politicians can talk about all kinds of other things and throw money around. But if we don't have healthy families, we don't have enough money to fix it.
Real quick, let's talk about the border, the open border. Not only are we seeing an influx of crime following this open border, but we're also seeing a lot of drugs pouring in our communities. How is the open border affected here in Iowa?
Well, we are concerned that the Biden administration is going to continue to send illegal immigrants into our state. And there's some early conversations of how we can stop that. Nothing concrete yet because, well, the federal government's going to bully its way to get its way. I'm from California, as I mentioned, Southern California. I am absolutely aware of how dangerous illegal immigration is. Over the years, I've seen the changes, increase in crime and gangs, the drugs that come with that, the stolen identification of people for the rest of their life. And so I don't want to see that here in Iowa. I've seen it in California. So we need to make sure we don't have another Biden administration.
Let's talk about election integrity and securing our elections. Obviously, I've often said, if Biden got 81 million votes, then why does he have the lowest presidential approving rating in recent history? What can we do in terms, even though there's a caucus, to make sure when people go out to caucus, their vote is counted accurately and by a paper count? But what can people do in Iowa to secure that the election, we get the outcome that it deserves to receive?
Yeah. Well, I don't believe that Biden won the election, the last election. I don't believe that, and many people don't. There is no way somebody who hangs out in the basement is going to get that many votes. That's just one. The other thing about election integrity, that is such a scary thing to not have confidence in this country. We are lost as a republic if we can't have confidence. We need to go back to very simple paper ballots, same-day voting. None of this month out ahead of time. That is absolutely unnecessary. So same-day voting, paper ballots, and educating the voter. Those simple things can bring us back to where we should be in this country.
Let's talk for a second about all of the lawsuits and the weaponization of the Department of Justice, the FBI, towards Trump, tying him up in courts, the legal system. You go down and look at all the dates coming up next year. I think it's an effort to take him off the campaign trail. Give me your thoughts on what they're trying to do with President Trump as far as take him off the ballot, the 14th Amendment. We had 2 states a couple of days ago add to the list. I personally don't think when the Supreme Court meets in early February, they are going to confirm what Colorado wants. I think they're going to basically they're going to throw it out. I think Trump's going to stay on the ballot, obviously. But give me your thoughts on what they're trying to do to take him away from even being an option for the American people.
I agree with you. I'm confident the Supreme Court's going to reverse that. What we're watching in slow motion, if people are paying attention, even if they're not political people, what they're watching is the absolute danger to what the Founding Fathers understood as enemies, foreign and domestic. We're seeing the whole weight and power of our government against one man. And if you're paying attention, it's supposed to scare you. If you're not, it's going to surprise you someday when you're the target. We have political prisoners right now with January 6th that shouldn't be there. So I think Trump has allowed the people of Iowa, at the very least, I'm sure around the country, to be more engaged and to have hope that with their participation, we can save this republic.
Does this surprise you, the turnout we have here today? I mean, walking in, I did a kind of a time-lapse video, and they were parked across the street. The line went down the sidewalk in front of people's yards. Does this surprise you, the turnout we have on a Saturday afternoon?
Not at all. Not at all. I've seen this consistently. I was talking to my fellow legislator. I can't understand how much energy it takes to do this, what he's doing, all these different stops. But that just shows his dedication to the people. So I'm not surprised because the people feed off of his energy. So I'm not surprised at all.
How can people follow you on social media and follow all the things you do here in Iowa? What's the best way to do that?
Well, I'm on Facebook like most people. I do have a Twitter. Don't really post there too much. But I guess I will as soon. But people in Iowa are welcome to call me anytime. My phone number's public.
Let's go over your district real quickly so people that are watching this that may not be engaged a whole lot in politics, name some of the counties or the cities that your district covers.
Thankfully, my district is pretty compact. It is Muscatine County is my district, House District 96, and the towns of Muscatine and Wilton are the biggest towns in my district.
Mark Cisneros, thanks you for joining us here on the pre-show for President Trump. Hopefully he'll make his way in here shortly.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. As we let me step aside. I would imagine we have a little dance party perhaps behind us. Normally we do when this song comes on and people start to get a little bit loose, and they're definitely fired up for all of that. They've got the signs out. They're having a good time, and so we certainly appreciate everybody. The energy is still remains very high because of they've been here for. I mean, some of these people might have been lined up since 10 o'clock this morning. I would not doubt. When we drove by for our preset at 8:30, there were people here this morning. So these people have been here for a while. Obviously, the energy level is still high, and of course it's warm outside. In the upper 20s, low 30s outside right now, so they're probably also thankful that they're inside. But we are thankful to be with you. Let's take a look at this video that's playing as we get ready for President Trump here in Clinton, Iowa.
Parents who want to take back control of their children's education. Veterans tired of being kicked to the curb. They believe in protecting the sanctity of life, securing our borders, standing for the flag, kneeling for God above, and an honest day's pay for an honest day's work. Hillary made fun of them.
You could put half of Trump supporters into what I call the basket of deplorables.
Biden called them a threat.
The MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic.
And DeSantis degradingly called them listless vessels. No, they aren't, Ron. They're great Americans who know there's one person who will always have their backs.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
I was just informed that President Trump has landed in Clinton. So, according to Margot Martin, who is on Trump Force One and is making probably her way with the president here to Clinton. So I would imagine that airport is about 5-7 minutes away from here. So we'll see how long it takes for him to get here. But we're glad you're joining us on this doubleheader today on this Saturday as we wrap up our coverage for this two-day run. Now, we are coming back next week to cover a couple events on a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, I believe. And, of course, Monday is Caucus night, 7 p.m., and we'll have team coverage there. Christina Bobb will join me, Vanessa Broussard, as well as we cover the Iowa caucus. And, of course, we had earlier, Stacy gave us a kind of a great breakdown of how that works. And, of course, you got to be there in place promptly at 7 p.m. And then at that point, depending on the size of the caucus where you're at, it could wrap up in an hour. It could wrap up in 3 hours. It depends on the size and the conversations that go by. But it's paper ballots. It's all counted right there on the spot. That total is then related to another location. They come up with the sum, and then hopefully later, well, you will later that night, find out exactly out who won the caucus. Now, the margin of victory right now is at 12. That is a record number of points that someone has won the caucus. I really feel like, assuming looking at the crowds that we've had over the last 17 times that we've been with President Trump here recently, I predict a larger margin of victory than 12. I really do. And I think that we're going to have that team coverage for you on Monday. So we're glad you're joining us. And, of course, if you want to participate in the chat, you can always go drop a comment on our Rumble channel. We'd love to have you there. Drop a comment about our broadcast. You can also send us a direct message on social media at RSBN on Twitter. You can follow me at Brian Glenn on X and Brian Glenn on Instagram and Facebook. Don't forget to go to our website. That is one of the best resources to sign up for our newsletter. It's simple, it's easy, it takes 5 minutes, it's no charge, and guess what, folks? We're not going to sell your information to China, but we are going to deliver one of the most comprehensive newsletters that you can get in the industry. Our editor-in-chief, Grace Saldana, Summer Lane, Alex Caldwell, often are retruthed by the president, and he's even left them some personalized notes on some of the content they've written about. So go download our app, sign up for our newsletter, and stay informed, as it's going to be a very busy year in terms of election. Now, after this, after the 15th, we're going to shift our attention over to New Hampshire. Well, their primary is set for January 23rd. We've got a couple events building up to the 23rd, and then we shift our attention early February to Nevada. We're going to go out there and handle that primary, and then we shift our attention over to South Carolina. And at that point, you have 4 states in which I anticipate President Trump sweeping all 4 of those states, and then you're going to see, I think, a shift towards really the main election and defeating Joe Biden if he is the presumptive nominee for the Democratic Party. That's still up for debate for November. So lots is ahead for all of this. Let me step aside, show the room for you. If you're just now joining us, if you're coming off another broadcast, or maybe you took a break from the other one, here we are, folks. And Miles will turn that camera, and he'll show you how many people we have in here. Now, I'm going to note that this line was insane coming in, and they have maxed out this particular room, and at the same time have opened up other facilities inside this school to have people come in and watch on a kind of an overflow situation. So really very much accommodating the Trump team to the people here that has come out today, obviously due to, fire marshal guidelines and occupancy rates, so you can't go beyond that, and they have kept it under control in a very safe environment. But it's one of those situations that if we had a bigger facility, obviously there is no doubt that we could fill it up, as the people have definitely turned out today. Now, if you want to go over some of the stats of Iowa, and of course, it's been a long tradition that Iowa has been the first in the nation. It dates back to about 1972, making Iowa the first state in the nation to kind of come up with their caucus. Now, caucus is very different than an open primary. It very much it's a smaller, it's more of a collective. I would say it's even more of a community type vote where people come together and they definitely play a part in coming up with their nominee. But if we want to take a look at some of the things that President Trump has done in Iowa, unlike Joe Biden, President Trump protected Iowa's first in the nation caucus. President Trump also made E15 ethanol available year-round, boosting the economy here in Iowa and advancing American energy independence. Now, President Trump has also drastically increased the number of fueling pumps where E15 could be sold across the country. And that, of course, is good for farmers here. So he's not only helped farmers out through aid that they got for them, but also has made it more available across Iowa. Now, also, Iowa added 22,000 jobs in the first 3 years under the Trump administration, including 10,100 new manufacturing jobs. And when Joe Biden was vice president, Iowa actually lost 22 manufacturing jobs. And if you look exactly what Joe Biden has done to manufacturing in this country, he has pushed it, he has de-incentivized it to go overseas and move away. So it is no surprise that under Joe Biden as vice president, under Obama administration, that they have lost 2,200 manufacturing jobs. Now, President Trump stood up to China like no one's ever done before, rebalancing our trade relationship and bringing hundreds of billions of dollars in from China. When China targeted Americans' farmers, guess what? President Trump provided $28 billion in relief aid. He will often talk about that, and he will probably remind the audience here tonight of that. President Trump also replaced the job-killing NAFTA deal with an historic USMCA trade agreement that contributed to economic boom in Iowa. Often talks about that. So, when you talk about what is important to the voters, I would say it is all about the economy, stupid. And, of course, that's in the infamous words of Bill Clinton. But isn't it about the economy? Because people want to feel like their job is protected, their dollar goes a long way, their cost of living is reasonable, the inflationary rate is reasonable, and then they can actually achieve and try to obtain the American dream. And that is something that President Trump talks about often in his rallies, is that the American dream is dead. You don't necessarily see optimism from young people coming out of college, getting married, buying the first house, and landing that job that would secure them some financial freedom. And you see such now a kind of a dismal outlook on achieving the American dream, that people are very pessimistic about being able to do that. And President Trump last year released a plan to not only expand the American dream, but make it a reality and something that's very obtainable, starting with communities and custom-made communities around this country. Affordable housing is a big deal. So the economy is, I've always said, is the lowest hanging fruit in any election. No matter what your political position is, it's all about the economy. So I'll step aside a little bit more so you guys can see the crowd. Also, President Trump's campaign has collected more than 52,000 caucus commitment cards in advance to the caucus in January. That is also about 2,000 caucus team captains here in Iowa that represent and speak on behalf of President Trump at their precinct captains. And we had Stacey earlier come on with us and talk about what that looks like when she goes into these caucus. Let's go our attention to the board as we have another video message.
Was always there to support them and their families. He kept his promise to keep them out of endless wars and to never forget about them after they served. America learned having a weak leader can tragically lead to American deaths, which is why America needs strength now more than ever.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
Weak leaders talk about the possibility of war.
American troops fighting Russian troops.
Because they are weak and insecure. It's time for a strong America. It's time to make America great again. So this
American troops fighting Russian troops
never happens.
There you go. We're about 8 minutes from the top of the hour, 6:52 here in Iowa now. I was, like I said earlier, I know that he was landed in Clinton, and it's only a short drive from the regional airport to come here. So I anticipate him coming in really shortly, probably looking at about little after the top of the hour, which is great. But we're glad you're joining us. And, once again, we can't kind of emphasize all of the accomplishments of the Trump administration. And we often hear him talk about the border and safety and secure, and that there was no foreign wars during his administration. And really, we saw the pathetic withdrawal of troops in Afghanistan by President Biden, and it's one of the biggest failures in American history, one of the most biggest embarrassments in American history, and that President Trump, has always said that would have never happened under his leadership. He often talks about the strong military leaders that we need in place to fight the evil that we have in this world, and that when it comes to terrorist attacks, he was always very straightforward with terrorists, letting them know that not only will we tolerate any attack on our soil, but also on any active military member overseas. And that never happened in his 4 years. That is something that we should always value, because now we have two potential wars that we can get involved with right now. And we'll start with Ukraine, Russia. And none of us would ever think that Putin would ever have invaded Ukraine if President Trump was in office. That would not have happened. And of course, when the military started to move up on the Ukrainian border, I remember seeing press conferences where Biden downplayed all of that and said Putin will not invade. He's just positioning, he's trying to scare Zelensky. Well, we know that didn't happen. So now we have a war in Ukraine that's been going on for several years, but also, more importantly, we have a checkbook that has been going to Ukraine for several years, a blank check, if you will, of American taxpayers in the tune of billions of dollars a month. Now, I want you to keep in mind what we're sending them in billions is not just military aid. It's actually money so that they can sustain their government. I'm talking about keeping the lights on, paying the payroll, paying people's salaries. That's exactly what your taxpayer dollars are doing right now in Ukraine. Now, that's outside of any type of military aid in terms of weapons, planes, missiles, things like that. So we are essentially in a proxy war with Russia through Ukraine, and I think that is something that no one wants. I think it's very interesting how the Democrat Party historically has been the anti-war party. It has been liberals, for the most part, have been the party to avoid war at all costs, and have actually often criticized Republicans for getting us into wars. And I'll go back into the Bush era, going into the Gulf War, and all of the years that we have been in Afghanistan. But I think it's really interesting now that the narrative have changed, where the Democrats seems to be the party of pro-wars and liberals seem to be the party of pro-wars. And Republicans and conservatives, mostly conservatives, now there are some Republicans that we have right now that are a part of that military industrial complex that would love nothing more than to engage us in another 10, 20-year war. But conservatives now, MAGA supporters, Trump supporters, people that are in this room right now, you guys watching us at home, we don't want anything to do with these wars. Because guess what? It's just going to lead us into a situation where, and they've often said it, where our sons and daughters are being shipped off to Ukraine to fight a war against Russia, and that's nothing that any of us want. Now, if you look at the financial aspects of it, we don't have the money to fund these wars. So, Russia, Ukraine aside, now we have the conflict in the Middle East. Now, I know that is something that has been going on for thousands of years, and that is a territorial dispute that has been going on, it seems like, the beginning of time. We, as a nation, support Israel. That's what we do. That is what we support with our thoughts, our prayers. I even say military assistance. But when it comes to sending dollars, American taxpayer dollars that we don't have over to Israel, I think is irresponsible as well. So I'm not going to say that not funding one war is bad, but we can fund another war. I don't want to fund any wars. We don't need to do that right now. We don't have the money. We're trillions of dollars in debt, and it's only getting worse because we can't come up with a plan, a balanced budget. Now, that takes me back to the House with the continuing resolution on the budget that will be I think if we get a clean CR, which I think we could get from the speaker coming up in the next, we've got 2 deadlines coming up on the next side of January, February that we must address. But we simply do not have a balanced budget. We have a deficit. We're far from a balanced budget. We have a deficit. We're not cutting spending like we should. And we're really putting ourselves in a tight situation so that guess who's watching all of this from the sideline? China. And so we're faced with that. So we've got some really critical days and years coming up, and that's why this election is more important than ever. Your congressional races that we have are more important than ever. And I think now is the time, if you've never been politically motivated, now is the time to dig deep and find out exactly who your elected official in your district, what is he doing? What is he or she doing right now? How are they voting? Are they citing for additional funding for Ukraine? Are they for the impeachment of Alejandro Mayorkas for the reckless border that we have that is causing so many problems in our country? Are they for that? Now is the time to dig deep. And I've often said, we've got several people that watch our network over the last couple of years get involved in local politics. If you want to change the world, you don't necessarily have to change it from the 30,000-foot elevation. As you know, a president, a senator, a congressional representative, even a state senator or a state rep, you can do that on the very local level of a school board trustee, a city council. Get involved locally down to that level. Believe it or not, you've got more power locally in a way to help your community than someone would on a congressional level. So if you want to change the world where you live, don't be discouraged that you have to run for some big political seat in a state rep or a house rep or on a U.S. seat rather. You can do it on a very small level, and the school boards is where it needs to happen. And we saw what happened with Glenn Youngkin back when he ran for governor in Virginia. He really focused in on the parents' rights and what was going on in the schools and making sure we took the critical race theory and that curriculum out of our school boards. So it's important to get involved in that local level, and that's how you can change your world. I'm going to step aside here as we get ready. 7 o'clock, top of the hour. We probably, a matter of moments before we can possibly see President Trump. I want to talk real quickly how important this next congressional race is. In 2025, in January of 2025, the Trump tax codes are set to sunset there. So they will go out of activity. So whoever controls Congress, January of 2025, will write the tax codes. And what right now, the death tax and the Trump tax codes have been very advantageous to really the average American as far as how much tax he pays on not only the income but on the death tax. If that was the sunset, it could be devastating. The generational wealth that could be wiped away from this is almost irreversible. So I ask you, that's why it's so important that we get involved on the congressional side, because we got to keep the majority in the House. We have to make sure that we can maintain the majority, because guess what? The majority of whoever's in Congress writes the tax codes. And we can enforce, we can propose tax codes for President Trump, and of course he can sign them in to law. So it's very important. So take a look at these districts. I know that with Steve Scalise just recently announced that he's going to step down for about a month for cancer treatment, and by all means we're all praying for his recovery, and by the will of God he is going to beat cancer. And his family, our prayers are with his family, with his constituents there in Louisiana. But what happens with that now is he's going to take a month off. We're already down by a couple seats because of, well, we've got people retiring, we've got people no longer running for office. We've got Republicans that we, with Democrats, helped kick out of Congress. Santos being a great example in New York. So our majority is so slim that it's going to take 100% participation from the conference, from the Republican conference, to get anything done in the House, to get anything passed. And God forbid, if we lose any more Republicans of anything, let's just say someone gets sick, someone has a death in the family, they have to miss a couple of days, they have to miss a week, they have to miss a month. It's life. Things happen. If we don't have the majority, that opens up the door for Democrats. If Democrats have a quorum, if they have 100% attendance on the House floor, they could offer up a motion to vacate the chair for Speaker and put in place someone of their choice, which I think it would be Hakeem Jeffries from New York. So that is how crucial right now, between now and November, that we get out and support these America First candidates across the board. In the Senate, you've got Carrie Lake in Arizona. Very important that she takes that seat. Of course, that seat is kind of up for grabs. Kristen Sinema, being an independent, is struggling a little bit in the polls on that. Let me step aside. We'll show the video. We'll get back into that here in just a second.
Points. Then DeSantis was saved by the endorsement of President Trump. Trump's support was so powerful, just 2 days after the endorsement, DeSantis took a commanding lead, and it propelled him to being elected governor.
I'd like to thank our president for standing by me when it wasn't necessarily the smart thing to do.
You're welcome, Ron. Unfortunately, instead of being grateful, DeSantis is now attacking the very man who saved his career. Isn't it time DeSantis remembers how he got to where he is?
Make America great again. Build the wall. Then Mr. Trump said, "You're fired." I love that part.
Truth is, there's only one person who can make America great again.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
Here's a question for you. Just how far are the radical left and inside the Beltway bandits willing to go to stop him? We all know they hate him for winning the fight to protect life, for exposing their deep state, for draining their precious swamp. And they already know he'll crush Biden. So like a pack of rabid wolves, they attack. So let's impeach him. Let's get tainted radical left prosecutors to charge him. Let's conspire with Hillary and the FBI with fake stories about him. All to distract from Biden's incompetence, weakness, and money-grabbing corruption. But here's the thing. He'll never blink. That's called having the courage of your convictions. And it's why he's our president.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
President Trump, I do want to take a moment to thank a few of our partners for today's broadcast. We cannot do it without them. We have been on this campaign trail from really the conclusion of the 2020 election. We have done all of the Senate hearings for election integrity. We have done all of the swing states and all the contested electors and all of the public hearings that they were held by election officials. We've been there for all of them. And we have not missed a single, not one Trump rally since the beginning. And we will remain committed to staying with it and being there when you need it and being the number one resource for Trump rallies. But we can't do it without our partners in all of this. And right now, we want to talk about our friends at the Birch Gold Group. And they have been instrumental in helping people secure their financial investments. And we can talk about the market. We could talk about a potential crash and how I project a major pullback in the market. I don't think the fundamentals are there to see the peaks that we're seeing right now. But now is the time to invest in gold, silver, and precious metals. At least get the information to make that decision. And our friends at the Birch Gold Group want to help you do that. Simply text the words Trump to 989898. That's Trump to 989898 and get your free information gold kit. They'll even tell you how to convert a traditional IRA into a gold-backed IRA. It's easy. It's simple. There's no obligations. Simply text the words Trump to 989898. Also, our friends over at freetrumpbook.com. This is one of my favorite publications that really spells out the accomplishments of President Trump in a way that people can understand. Now, your kids aren't going to hear about his accomplishments in school, and they're certainly not going to learn about it on the University of TikTok. They're not talking about the accomplishments of President Trump, but this book is. Former governor of Arkansas, Mike Huckabee, has really laid out a great book. The information for that is on your screen. Take advantage of it. freetrumpbook.com, freetrumpbook.com. Also, lastly, Dr. Peter McAuliffe has a great medical emergency kit. Now, we can talk about pandemics, we can talk about viruses all day long. We don't know what is coming in this next year. And you might be supplying food, water for your family, which is smart, but you can also make sure that you're medically safe. We've got this emergency medical kit developed by Dr. Peter McAuliffe, and other fine world-renowned doctors can fight everything from like COVID-19, a virus with ivermectin, to a bug bite. It's all in there. It's all comprehensive. MakeCareGreatAgain.com is the website. Don't forget to put that promo code RSPN to receive a discount. Be prepared. Be safe. Put one at your home. Put one at your office. Keep one in your car. MakeCareGreatAgain.com. I'm going to step aside. I feel like we're getting close. I feel like we're roughly 6 minutes away from President Trump walking out and meeting this amazing crowd that has been here for most of the day lining up. We've had snow flurries off and on for most of the day. Temperatures in the upper 20s, low 30s, which is, I guess, historically about normal for this time of year. But they're here, and they're ready to go. And while you're waiting for them, don't forget to go to our website, check it out, rspnetwork.com, rspnetwork.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Donate there as well. Download our app. You can simply do that. Go to any Apple, Android store. It's absolutely free. You can do that. Download our app. Stay informed. Stream us. I've got several people that sit here in the crowd, and they'll be staring at their phone. They'll hold them up to show us. Matter of fact, that guy right there, he's got the sign. He's probably watching us on the app. He's got the app going. He watches this. I see him. But it's a great way to stay informed on every time. Don't forget to follow us on social media. The crowd is starting to chant Trump, Trump, Trump. Getting kind of restless in here in a positive way. All excited and fired up for 710 here local. Also, don't forget to follow me on social media as well. And we have a great locals. I'm going to jump in here for a second and talk about this. Yesterday, I told many of you to follow us on locals. I was going to kind of do a behind-the-scenes journey of our drive from from last night to Clinton. We were in Mason City. I even forgot where we were last night. We traveled so much. Mason City to Clinton. We did a little bit of that documentary on locals. So go sign up for locals. You'll get some behind-the-scenes stuff. I'm going to do some more in here. As soon as Trump comes on, all my content will be seen on locals. So I encourage you to do that and get engaged on that. And then next week, when I'm in D.C., I'm going to jump on locals quite a bit because President Trump is scheduled to be in D.C. on Tuesday. He's going to sit in court and observe a hearing there, and we'll get more information on that. But I'm going to cover that on the ground there exclusively on locals with some videos and pictures. So you can make sure you sign up right now for that while we're thinking about it, and I'll keep you informed on that. Plus, on Tuesday, we also will start the beginning of the impeachment processes for Mayorkas. Hopefully we can get a quorum going on the Republican Party. Everyone shows up to work, and we can get a collective vote on that to start that process. So there's a lot going on in D.C. next week. Make sure you stay with us on locals. We appreciate all you new subscribers that just signed up. We see you. We love you. We appreciate you. and we definitely want to deliver some content for you. Also, thanks to everyone watching us on Rumble right now. Rumble's been a fantastic partner throughout all of this, because after the election, we were in a situation where with election with all the review, we were receiving strikes left and right on another streaming platform. And guess who came to save us for all that? Well, guess what? It was Rumble. So shout out to Chris and Alex and everyone at Rumble. Shout out for everyone right now back at Master Control. Because think about this for a second. I can stand out here for 5-6 hours and run my mouth. But guess what? It takes people behind the camera. Miles is here. We had Joe over in our other location where Vanessa was at. And we got people back in the control room. Thanks to those guys for keeping us on the air. And also thanks to you for watching us today. Thanks to the Trump team for laying out what a beautiful stage we have here tonight. Trump team is one of the best advanced teams of any production that you will find. That's why these events look first class, because they take the time and the effort to make sure that the participant, all these people here, are comfortable and they have a good time. That goes from the lighting, the seating, the accommodations, the restroom, the water, to the music. It's all right there, all in preparation of putting on, I think, one of the greatest shows in business, and that is a Trump rally. I'm going to step aside because we are minutes away, 1 minute away from President Trump taking the stage, and this crowd is getting ready. We're glad you're ready. Right now, share this broadcast, comment, send it to a friend, send it as a link in a text message to a friend. That is the best way to share it, to make sure we get maximum exposure on it. And we are glad to have you tonight as we are in Iowa getting ready for President Trump.
And said, I need a caretaker. So God gave us Trump. God said, I need somebody willing to get up before dawn, fix this country, work all day, fight the Marxists, eat supper, then go to the Oval Office and stay past midnight at a meeting of the heads of state. So God made Trump. I need somebody with arms, strong enough to rustle the deep state, and yet gentle enough to deliver his own grandchild. Somebody to ruffle the feathers, tame cantankerous World Economic Forum, come home hungry, have to wait until the First Lady is done with lunch with friends, then tell the ladies to be sure and come back real soon, and mean it. So God gave us Trump. I need somebody who can shape an axe but wield a sword, who had the courage to step foot in North Korea, who can make money from the tar of the sand, turn liquid to gold, who understands the difference between tariffs and inflation, will finish his 40-hour week by Tuesday noon, but then put in another 72 hours. So God made Trump. God had to have somebody willing to go into the den of vipers, call out the fake news for their tongues as sharp as a serpent's. The poison of vipers is on their lips, and yet stop. So God made Trump. God said, I need somebody who will be strong and courageous, who will not be afraid or terrified of the wolves when they attack, a man who cares for the flock, a shepherd to mankind who won't ever leave nor forsake them. I need the most diligent worker to follow the path and remain strong in faith and know the belief of God and country, somebody who's willing to drill, bring back manufacturing and American jobs, farm the lands, secure our borders, build our military, fight the system all day, and finish a hard week's work by attending church on Sunday. And then his oldest son turns and says, Dad, let's make America great again. Dad, let's build back a country to be the envy of the world again. So God made Trump.
guessed that he was going to walk out after that video. So I kind of had a false start in the world of NFL sports. A little false start there, but hey, nevertheless, I do think we're getting close because you can see the entrance where he will, the area where he'll make his entrance, and you can see the two American flags are lit up. You can see people, obviously gathered in that area, and that is indicative that they have gotten some type of heads up that that the president is imminent in the building, and so that's usually what you see. And to give you an idea of what he could be doing right now is when President Trump does get to a facility, he does obviously brief with his staff, just, briefly. And then he'll take pictures and meet with people in that area. It could be local election officials, elected, state officials, local, law enforcement. So he does meet with people before he comes out and takes pictures and things like that, and supporters. So he's probably in the process of wrapping that up, and then he'll make his way out here where we have, it would be hard for me to guess right now an estimated crowd. I could say this: they can't really put another body in this room, and the space behind us in other parts of the school is full with people as well. So they tried to do a fantastic job of getting everybody in this building as physically possible. So they have done a great job accommodating that. The president, I will say, the president spoke for about an hour, close to an hour and 50 minutes prior to this. So these speeches have been going a little longer, and kind of a lot of times, as you know, and as you have really learned to appreciate, the fact that President Trump does go off the teleprompter often, and it seems to be one of the best moments that the crowd enjoys, when he gets a little bit off the script and tells a little bit of some of the stories or makes some side comments on a topic. People really do like that. I do see a couple press agents that are making their way, getting into position, so I can only imagine at this point we are intimate with President Trump here in Clinton, Iowa. We appreciate you standing by and you're watching, and let's take it away as we are live here in Clinton, Iowa. Joining us. Don't forget, share this broadcast. Very important, and we keep those numbers up across the board, not only for our for the analytics, but hey, for our advertisers. So we want to make sure all our partners in today's broadcast receive some good impressions on everything. So do us a favor, like, comment, and share on our streams today. We certainly appreciate it. And programming note, we're back here in Iowa on the 13th and 14th. Both double headers on the 13th and 14th, followed up by the full coverage for Caucus night, team coverage. Myself, Christina Bob, Vanessa Broussard will bring you all of the action on Monday. And then Matthew Alvarez will shift the attention to New Hampshire on the 16th. So, and then from there's a couple days of a break. But then we're going to go literally to the 23rd, like the 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st, 22nd, 23rd. All will be in New Hampshire covering their primary there. So we got a full week, really 2 weeks ahead of nothing but campaign with President Trump on the road, and who knows, even maybe a special engagement with the president at some point during that time. We'll definitely let you know. But we're glad that you're hanging with us out on this Saturday night. I'm going to let the music play out for a few minutes, as I think we're moments away from President Trump.
Wow. Hello, everybody. Well, thank you very much. I want to tell you that was a hell of a trip I just took. That was really tough. We had a great time in one of your very nice districts. You know where I'm talking about. And I was told between the weather and we decided brilliantly to rent a small plane because it could save you about 15 minutes if you drove. And we did. We rented a small. We landed with the big one. We got into a small one because the runways were a little small for the other one. And to save 15 minutes, it took us a couple of hours because the small plane didn't work. Somebody in Iowa had a plane that was for rent, and we said, let's take that plane. We'll save a couple of minutes. But, you know, my people were great. They said, look, the people of Clinton won't mind, sir. You can cancel, and it'll be fine. They said, sir, honestly, you could cancel. They won't mind at all. And I said, there's no way I'm canceling Clinton. There's no way. There's no way. Man, do we get an A for effort, though? That was quite a trip. That was quite a trip. But there was no way I would never even think about it, especially when I saw the lines. It's all over the internet, the lines of people going back so far. So I want to thank you. I wouldn't have the courage to do it, if you want to know the truth. We have courage to do a lot of things, but we'll start by just saying, hello, Iowa. You're going to win this election for us so big. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Because 9 days from now, the people of this state are going to cast the most important vote of your entire lives. And I used to say that, 2016, I'd say that, and I meant it. But this is more important because they're destroying your nation. They are destroying your nation like nobody's ever seen before. What they've done is so sad in every way. The borders, the military. You look at all this inflation killing you. Afghanistan, you know, the press, the fake news wants to forget about Afghanistan. The incompetence, which led to other things like Putin going into Ukraine. He went into Ukraine. He saw the incompetence of Afghanistan. He says, let's give it a shot. Why not? They wouldn't have done it with me. They wouldn't have attacked Israel with me. They wouldn't have attacked. There was no way. Iran was broke. They were broke when I was president, and they became very rich in the last 3 years because of Biden. Biden, most corrupt president we've ever had. The worst president we've ever had. The worst president we've ever had, you know? And it's nice because he's an older guy. But this is, I think it's really nice. Jimmy Carter is happy right now because his administration is brilliant. It's brilliant. People say he had a brilliant administration compared to Joe Biden. Crooked Joe Biden. I would say Jimmy Carter was a brilliant president all of a sudden, first time. And I hope he likes hearing that because I mean it. By delivering a massive victory in Iowa, you will send a thundering message straight to crooked Joe Biden and the fake news. Look at all those cameras back there. That's a lot. To the fake news media and all of the evil and sinister people trying to destroy this nation. With your vote for our campaign on Monday, January 15th, it's finally here. We're here. We waited and waited. You will declare that we're going to take back our country. We're going to defeat Joe Biden, and we're going to make America great again. And it all starts here in Iowa, 7 p.m., Martin Luther King Day, so don't stay home, just please, you know. The polls are showing we're going to win by a lot. And worst thing you can do, let's just stay home, Alice. Let's watch it on television. We don't want to do that. You got to get out because the more we win by, we're shooting for November because we got to send a message. We got to send a message. We can't be beaten. Because if we are beaten, we're not going to have a country left anymore. They're destroying this country. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Grossly incompetent and also totally corrupt. And what they're doing with elections, with the interference, is incredible. It's warfare, and it really is. They call it lawfare. I call it warfare. I think it really is warfare. If you're a first-time caucus goer, you can learn how to caucus and find your caucus location, which is often different than where you normally vote. It's at ia.donaldjtrump.com, okay? And I'm going to be learning how to caucus, too, because I'm going to be up here with you. I'll be here. We're not taking any chances. And they're going to teach me all about caucusing because I didn't do this one before. And we've had some great thrills here, great victories here. We won 2 elections. Do you know that if you win Florida, Ohio, and Iowa, in history, there's never been a president that lost the election except for me. You know, it was a rigged election. Now, if you win Florida, think of it, Florida, Ohio, and Iowa, there's never been a president. And we won in a landslide, each one of them. We won you in a landslide. We won them all in a landslide. I could give you about 30 other statistics like that, too. But you know what we're going to do? We're going to win this one, and it's going to be the biggest single political event in the history of our country. That's all. We're going to turn it around, and we're going to turn it around fast. Right? So get out and vote. Don't listen to the polls. In fact, pretend instead of being 40 points up or some crazy number, you know, nationally, we're 66% up. It came out. 66%. I don't mean we're at 66. I mean, so you guys are a little far behind for people. I got $28 billion for the farmers, you know, because you're only about 40 points up. But don't believe that either. Pretend you're 1 point down. Okay? You're 1 point down. You have to get out and you have to vote, vote, vote. You got to do it by big, big margins. We're thrilled to be joined today by state representatives, fantastic people. Bobby Kaufman, where's Bobby? Bobby, did he do a good job? He was telling you about caucusing. Thank you, Bobby. A great guy. Luana Stoltenberg, who's fantastic. Luana, thank you. Great job. Thank you for being here. Great endorsements. We have endorsements from all these people. And Mark Cisneros, thank you very much. Thank you, Mark. Great. Appreciate it. Tremendous energy, tremendous people. We have tremendous endorsements in the state. All over the country, they're pouring in. It's amazing how they pour in when you're winning by 50 or 60 points. All of a sudden, sure, I'd like very much to endorse you. I think you're fabulous. It's amazing how that happens, isn't it? The stakes of this election could not be higher. Under crooked Joe Biden, our borders have been erased. They've been told we don't have borders anymore. It's not even believable because you can't have a country without borders. Millions of illegal aliens are invading from all over the world. Our middle class is being crushed by Joe Biden's crippling inflation, maybe the worst we've ever had. They say in 52 years. I guess that's okay, but probably the worst. Violent criminals are running wild in Democrat-run cities while law enforcement has been weaponized against Christians, conservatives, and people of faith. And, you know, Catholics, I don't know if there are too many Catholics in this room. Are there? You know, they are, I don't know what it is with the Catholics, but they're really going after Catholics. Have you seen that? And I helped the Catholics. I gave them billions of dollars in New York City to help with the schools because they were closing during the China virus period. And people call it COVID. Everyone says, what is COVID? It's a China virus. It came from China. Right? We have war in Europe, war in the Middle East. China is threatening Taiwan. Iran is inches away from a nuclear bomb. You know, they have 37 days there. I just heard now. I say, give me updates on that. 37 days, Iran is going to have a nuclear weapon. If the election weren't rigged, you would have had this thing done within 1 week of the election, and they wouldn't have a nuclear weapon, and they would have been very happy. But they were desperate to make a deal. Now they don't have to make a deal. They're very rich. Biden gave them $250 billion when he took off all the sanctions. That's what they have now. They're now, well, they were broke. And in 3 years, they've made by selling oil to countries that weren't allowed to buy it, because I said to China, if you buy oil, you can't do business in the U.S. They said, like we say, I don't think we're going to buy oil. And I said, we're going to put 100% tariffs on if you do that, too. So it's a terrible thing. You know, it's a terrible thing. But what they've done, and in another 30 days, it's going to be a lot tougher to negotiate. I can tell you that. We would have gotten everything. It's going to be a much different deal. And it's just impossible to believe the incompetence of the people that have destroyed our country. But we're going to get it back, and it's going to be bigger and better and stronger than ever before. Remember that. Remember. Right? Our military has gone woke, and we are teetering on the brink of World War III. This is the closest we've ever come to World War III. I don't know if you see what's going on out there. We have a president who's incompetent. He can't put two sentences together. He can't find his way off the stage. He can't find it. Never. He's looking around. He's always looking for stairs. Has anyone seen? You know, to show you how dishonest the fake news is, these guys, they show that, and they say Trump could not find his way off the stage. It's true. And when I mimic him or, you know, talk like he does, which is I don't want to do it, because every time I do, they say Donald Trump had a hard time. But that's how dishonest they are. Even when Sean Hannity the other night, I did a town hall. He's a good guy, too. He is a good guy. But he said, okay, because he wanted to, you're not going to be a dictator, is that, you know? I said, no, Sean, I'm going to be a dictator. I said that. Right. You guys know it better than I do. I'm going to be a dictator for one day. And we're going to build the wall. We're going to complete the wall because we built it, but we're going to clean up that hole. We're going to stop and we're going to finish. He said he could have finished it in 2 weeks. You know, we built over 500 miles of wall. Could have finished it in 2 weeks. That's when I realized where I was going. But I said, Sean, I'm going to be a dictator. But one day we're going to do the wall and we're going to become energy independent. We're going to drill, baby, drill. Drill, baby, drill. And then I said, right, because he's right there. He's on the ball, this guy. Well, he's a caucus captain. I want one of those hats, too. I like that hat more than... That is a great hat. I'm going to be... look, I'm doing caucus. I don't know if I'm a captain. I think I'll just be one of the regular folks back there. The captains are big shots with those hats. Those hats are beautiful, white and gold. But I also said to him, right, and then I'm not going to be a dictator. No, one day, I said, one day, we're going to stop the invasion of our country, number one, and we're going to become energy independent. We're going to drill, baby, drill. And then I said, and then I'm not going to be a dictator any longer. So the fake news said, I'm going to be a dictator. In other words, that's where they cut it. I said I'm going to be a dictator for one day, right? They said, I'm going to be a dictator. They cut the one day out. They cut everything out. And the headline was, Donald Trump wants to be a dictator. We've known it for years. But he's admitted it. And these are like networks. This isn't even the fake CNN and the fake MSDNC, because it is DNC. Democrat National Committee, right? You know, they like Democratic, but it sounds worse when you say Democrat. Democratic sounds too nice. They ought to change the name if they want to be called that. But these are the networks. And the other day was great because, you know, branding is a great thing. Branding is very important in life. I tell you, you want to brand. So I really branded Ron DeSanctimonious. Look, I got him elected, and then he forgot about it. You know, totally forgot. I got him elected. He was down so low, he had no chance. He came to my office. He said, please, please, tears coming down his eyes. I mean, this guy was desperate. He had somebody that was up 35 points. The Secretary of Agriculture, Adam Putnam. I didn't know the gentleman. I feel sorry for him now. I wish I would have endorsed him. He was at 42 or something. Ron was down at around 3. He was very low. And I said, you know what, okay, because on the impeachment hoax, number 1 and 2, he was one of about 150 congressmen who went on television, would fight for me a little bit. So I didn't know the other guy, so I said, all right, I did. So I pressed that little sacred button. I said, bing. And he went up like the race was over. And the other guy, Adam, he was up in Tallahassee. They were measuring the rooms for carpet. You know, the race was over. It was like about a 30-point spread or some massive spread. And he won. And then I helped him get by the Democrat opponent, who they all said, you know, good-looking guy. They said he was going to be a president someday. He had a big future. Turned out to be a crack addict. But remember that guy? He was a beauty. But he was way ahead of Ron, and we worked, and I said, we'll do a couple of rallies. We did 2 or 3 rallies. We had massive crowds. He won. And then 4 years later, they said, will you run? And he said, I have no comment. When he said, I said, he's going to run. This guy's going to run. I got him elected, and I got him elected. You know, some people I help. Some people don't need help. I think they all need help, actually, because it's tough out there. But some people don't need much. He was dead. It was over. He was going to go out. He was going to either work at a pizza chain or he was going to work in a law office. And he was dead. He was gone. I got him elected, and then they said, are you going to run? He said, I have no comment on that. I said, this guy's going to run. And my people in the back, they said, sir, don't hit him so hard. He's a Republican, sir. I said, I don't care if he's a Republican. Who the hell cares if he's a Republican? And by the way, we're people of common sense. You know, we're conservative, I guess, and all, right? But what we really are is, because this is what being conservative, I think, is, they're people of common sense. We want borders. We want fair elections. We want low interest rates. We want strong military. We want low taxes. We gave you the biggest tax decrease ever. No, we're people of common sense. We want voter ID, right? Can you imagine? They don't want voter ID. Why does somebody not want voter ID? Because they want to cheat. I'm the only candidate in this race who is up to the task of saving America from every single Biden disaster starting day one. I know every one of them. I know what they've done. We're going to knock them out very quickly. And you won't have to buy an electric car, and you'll be able to cook on your gas stove from day one. And if you want to buy it, you can. But you're going to have a lot of choices. You're going to have a lot of choices, all right? You're going to have, we have something called liquid gold under our feet, right? That equates to gasoline for a car. But it's oil and gas. We have more than any other country. We were making a fortune. We were energy independent. Energy was at the lowest point for decades and decades. We were selling it. We were going to sell to Europe. We were going to sell to Asia. We were going to make so much money. We were going to reduce our debt. But then we had this terrible situation with the election, which was, we can never let that happen again. We can't let it happen again. If it happens again, this country is finished. This country is finished. Since 2016, you and I have been in this battle side by side. And I recognize a lot of the people in this room. We've been doing this for a while. That's why I showed up tonight. I know you. You're not going to take that very nice. Ladies, after standing in line for 6 hours and being in here for 3 hours, although you're listening to good music, right? And then I come and say, I'm not going to show up tonight, Clinton. I think that's the end of that. You'd probably vote for Ron DeSanctimonious, Nikki Haley, Vivek. Would you vote for Vivek? You wouldn't vote for sloppy Chris Christie, I don't think. That much you wouldn't do. But taking on the entire corrupt system in Washington like no one's ever done before. We've done that together. Together we stood up, and we really did. We stood up to the failed establishment, the corrupt media. They're the most corrupt people on earth. They are as bad as anybody. Just like I told you the story, walking into a wall, where they show you walking into a wall. They say Trump just walked in, couldn't find his way off the stage. By the way, these stages, this one only has 2 because you people are cheap, but usually you have 3 or 4. Some of them have like 5 stairs. You have so many stairs, it's like impossible not to hit one, and he can never find it. This is not the man we want negotiating nuclear with Russia or China. Do we agree? But we stood up, and we stood up to the deep state, the globalists, the warmongers, people that want to go into war with every country, that even countries you've never even heard of. They don't even want us over there. The Wall Street special interests, the open borders fanatics, the Green New Scam people, the Green New Scam. We're spending trillions of dollars on the Green New Scam. And the radical left, we achieved more than any administration in the history of our country. We've done things that nobody believed possible. I mean, biggest tax cut in history, biggest regulation cuts in history, greatest job numbers in history. I mean, we have, their job numbers are fake because a lot of people aren't looking for jobs because they handed them so much money. And those people won't be working for a long time. They're not real job numbers. And our country is in trouble. I actually think that if for any reason something happens and we don't win, I think we're going to go into a depression. The reason the stock market's good is because every poll has us winning by a lot. And every time there's a good poll, watch it, the stock market goes up and up and up and up. And if something happened where it gets stolen, because it's the only way they're going to do it, they're professional thieves, they're the greatest. If they devoted that genius to fixing our country, we would have the most successful country ever, ever. But they're not. They want to destroy the country. With your vote, these caucuses, we're going to finish the job bigger and better and stronger than ever before. Our country will be, believe it or not, it's hard to believe now because you see those scenes at the border with millions of people trying to get in. And don't forget, many of those people are from prisons. Many of those people are from mental institutions, insane asylums. Many of them are terrorists. Many of them are terrorists. We have people coming into our country, and we're going to get them out. We're going to have to, because no country can sustain this. You can't sustain this. Together we have fought long and hard to rescue the Republican Party from the likes of Mitt Romney. How bad is Mitt Romney? Is he the worst? He likes to pretend he's like legit. Remember he did the thing on Twitter? By the way, truth is the best. There's nothing like truth. But in those days it was Twitter, where he had the fake name. Very good, Pierre Delecto. Who the hell said that? That's very good. I was just going to say it. This guy is serious politics, right? That's why we kept Iowa in. That's why we kept, you're only first. You're first in the nation. You're first because of me, not because of anyone else. They like to take credit. They said, sir, could you help us? I said, yeah, I'll do it. I'm going to keep it because I made that pledge to you 7 years ago. I said, if we win, you're going to be first in the nation. They wanted to move you to the back of the pack. And in fact, the Democrats basically have done that. They're not going to be here with us, which is fine as far as I'm concerned. I think it was a stupid decision because to me, Iowa, it means farmers. It means just beautiful, everything. I drove here even in this horrible rain and snow. Well, it's pretty beautiful, actually. The snow came down, the rain came. I saw everything in a period of 20 minutes from... I saw every form of weather in the period of about 25 minutes because we were going slightly fast. Thank you very much, Secret Service. We're going like... Whew. Those red lights, they didn't mean a thing. It was just... But I saw every form of weather you can see. But we're going to do something. We're going to do something really, really great. This will be... When we win, people want me to say, I always like to say if, because I don't want to jinx it. You understand? Does anyone understand? They say, sir, not if, it's when. I've seen what they can do. They can work magic where you're winning in Pennsylvania by like close to 1 million votes, and all of a sudden, a miracle happens at 3:02 in the morning. They found another 1 million ballots. So we've got very good people. I'll tell you, we have a great group of people. And we had that was China virus territory. And a lot of people were afraid to come out, like security and a lot of people. They were afraid. Nobody knew what was going on. But we have good people. I can't imagine it would be possible. They're going to try. They have all their A-team out. That's the only thing they do well, actually. They cheat and also misinformation. They say, we really want to run against Trump. Well, how did that work out for Hillary? Not too good. And remember, last time, we did much better than we did in 2016. We got like 12 million more votes, right? We got more votes than any sitting president in history. And we lost to a guy that never left his basement. He didn't get 80 million votes. He didn't get 80 million votes. And they have a big enthusiasm problem now. It's interesting, speaking of that, so I left the hotel this morning here. And they said, sir, Nikki Haley's going to have a very big protest outside. So I figured I'm going to walk down, I'll wave to everybody, and, they'll have a protest. There was nobody there. There was one guy who was the nicest guy. He had a little tiny Haley. The name was like this big. It wasn't like that guy or these people with those beautiful signs, L. But it wasn't like that tiny little thing you could barely read. I was actually going to suggest that he make it larger. But he was a nice guy. He goes, hi, President Trump. Hi. Hi. I said hi. I could have persuaded him, but I was late for the other rally. I wanted to be nice on time. Unlike what I was for you, I wanted to be on time. But this big rally turned out to be one person, the nicest rally goer I've ever seen for the other side. I'm sure he's going to vote for us. I was nice to him. I said, hi. Make sure you go and vote. And he said, thank you very much. But that's what they have. They have no enthusiasm. Our people have enthusiasm. So I heard it's going to be very... So I saw Bobby Kaufman. I saw the whole group backstage. I said, well, I hear the weather's going to be very cold. It's going to be cold. Not going to be rainy. It's going to be cold. And they said, that's good. Why is it good? Why is that good? Because the other side will never vote because they don't have any enthusiasm. We won't lose one vote because our people, they use the term, will walk on glass. They're not going to stay away. They're going to walk on glass. So, and I think it's true because we've gone through 2 unbelievably successful campaigns. And again, the second was much more successful, but bad things happened. But we've gone through 2, and the first one was legendary, but this will be more legendary. This will be the biggest thing perhaps ever to happen in politics. And we're fighting against these weaponized criminals, where they weaponize. And, 2 can play that game. It's a very dangerous game once they start that. We could have done a lot of stuff, too. I thought it was so bad for the country. And it is very bad for the country. But, and they are criminals. You look at the kind of things, the stuff that the money he takes from these foreign countries. If that were us, they would have reinstituted the death penalty if that were us. You know, the money that he gets from China, he gets the $3.5 million from Russia. Remember I brought that up on the stage? Chris Wallace said, you can't talk about that. I said, why? He got $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife. What did he do for it? Did he work for it? Did he invest? No, I don't think so. He invested in his own pocket. But I said, why is that? The money they've taken, and you know, two can play this game. It's a very dangerous game, and it's very bad for our country. And our country's dying, and there's no time to waste. You vote, you have to get these establishment politicians out of there because they're bad, whether it's Democrat or Republican. Unlike every other candidate in this race with me, you know in your heart that I will always put America first, which I will. I think I've proven that. I could have had a nice life. Look, I didn't need this. I got indicted more than Alphonse Capone. Did you ever hear of Al Capone? Al Capone. He was the greatest mobster of them all. Scarface. You ever see the movie Scarface? He had a scar from here to there. Scar, and I think he probably liked it. He thought it looked good. But Al Capone, he was indicted less than me. I got indicted because I challenged a crooked election. Now it's turned out, you saw the facts that came out 2 days ago. 100% right. I have no doubt about it. Never did have any doubt about it. But now what they're doing is misinformation. That's right. You're right about that, actually. Well, they do have it. Trump was right about everything. I actually was, including Wuhan. I said Wuhan. That's where it came from. You know, everyone was saying... They tried to blame Italy. They tried to blame France. They tried to blame us. They tried to blame the American soldiers. You know, the soldiers said, what did we have to do with it? But no, it came out of the lab. I said it came out of the lab from Wuhan. That's what happened. That's a sad thing. And I think it was incompetence. You know, a lot of people think otherwise. I think it was gross incompetence. I think the scientist walked out, had lunch with his girlfriend. She died shortly thereafter, and a lot of people started dying, and that's where it spread. That's how it came, I believe. I've said it from the beginning. But a vote for Donald Trump and these caucuses is a vote to secure your border, a vote to stop the invasion of our country. It's like a military invasion. Because I believe they're killing 300,000 people a year. Not, you know, you always hear 90. I've been hearing 90 for 15 years. I believe it's 350,000. And we had it down to the lowest number in a long time because we not only stopped, you know, we had the safest border ever recorded, meaning perhaps 200 years ago it was good. I doubt it. But we had the safest border ever recorded. And there's never been anything like that. And now we have the worst. We have the worst immigration situation of any country anywhere in the world ever. There's never been even a third world country where you have a thing like this. And they would stop it. They'd use sticks and stones if they had to, but they wouldn't let it happen. We let it happen. We encourage it. And these are people that are occupying our hospitals now. They're taking the place of our vets. I mean, our vets are sleeping out on the street, and these people are staying at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's really bad. It's a vote to rescue our economy, and it's a vote to reclaim our democracy, because, you know, that's his new theme. Did you watch him stumble through that speech last night? Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. Now, that's the only thing he can say, because they didn't do anything. In fact, a lot of the people were saying, you know, got a little tired. I think he mentioned my name 29 times. But he said Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. That's going to be their case, because he can't say anything good. The world is blowing up. They asked the great Viktor Orban of Hungary, one of the toughest, smartest leaders in the world, actually, one of very respected, very tough guy. Very tough guy. He doesn't play games. They say, what could we do to make the world safer? He says, make sure Trump becomes president, because when he was president, now he said this, I wouldn't say it. He said, when he was president, China feared him, Russia feared him, every country feared him. I don't want to say, let's say respect, but they feared our country because they knew that there was no games. Russia was never going into Ukraine, and it was the apple of his eye. I talked to him a lot, Putin. You know, they hated when I got along with Putin, but I like getting along with people with 1,600 nuclear weapons. I think getting along with them. I got along with Kim Jong-un. You would have been, if Hillary got in at the time, if Hillary got in, you would have been in a nuclear war with Kim Jong-un. He expected it. I got to know him. He liked me. We got along great. Didn't start that way, little rocket man, all the stuff. It started tough, but he got along, we got along, and you had no problem. But now he's getting very anxious again. He's getting very anxious because they're not dealing with him properly. They're not dealing with anybody properly, and that's why you could end up in a third world war. And while we're close to the election, we're not close enough because 10 months for them, they can destroy our country all the way in 10 months. 10 months, they can destroy our country. And you probably heard me say, if you took the 10 worst presidents, I used to say the 5, and then I realized the 5 don't even come close. If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of our country, the 10 worst, you added them up, they they couldn't have done the damage that this guy has done to our country. And remember, you know, MAGA is the greatest, probably the greatest ever in politics, but I was going to put it CAG. I'm glad I didn't do that, actually, CAG. Keep America great. But then I realized America is not great. I can't use it. America is not great right now. We're going to make it great. We're going to make it better than ever before. But right now we're a laughingstock all over the world. So this election is our last chance to save America. The battle begins in Iowa. It begins right here. First in the nation, it begins right here in Iowa on January 15th, and Joe Biden's Banana Republic ends on November 5th, 2024. That's what it is. And with your help, we're going to bring back our country. We're going to bring it back from hell, because this country has been in hell. What they've done, and they ought to, you know what they ought to do? They ought to release the J6 hostages. They've suffered enough. They ought to release them. I call them hostages. Some people call them prisoners. I call them hostages. Release the J6 hostages, Joe. Release them, Joe. You can do it real easy, Joe. This guy, what he's done to people. And Antifa knocks the hell out of Portland, takes over parts of Seattle, destroys Minneapolis. If I didn't send in the soldiers, Minneapolis, you wouldn't even have Minneapolis, right? Because the governor wouldn't do anything. I'm not even supposed to do that. I had no choice. 7 days in, I sent them in. The place was burning down. They took over the police station. The police weren't allowed to do their jobs. We got to allow the police to do their jobs, so we're going to indemnify the police against liability, and you'll stop crime. Remember that CNN guy? He's up. This is really a friendly protest. Remember that? Minneapolis. This is a friendly protest. And right behind him, the whole city was burning to the ground. You remember that? As far as the eye could see, it was all flames. And I mean, all massive. It looked the biggest fire I've ever seen. And he said, oh, this is CNN. That's right, CNN. This has been a friendly protest. Friendly. No, it's one of the greatest scenes in the history of television, as he's calling. And behind it, I don't mean like there's a little smoke. The whole place was in flames. It was crazy. No, they're really bad. But victory cannot come soon enough. As we speak, the last remnants of our open and broken borders are crumbling into rubble as millions and millions of people storm into the United States in the largest illegal mass migration in the history of the world. There's never been a migration like this. Millions and millions of people. It'll be 15 or 16 million people by the end of this guy's term. And I'm not even sure he understands. You know, he's not a smart guy. I never used to talk this way about him. I talk very badly about him now because he indicted me 4 times. That means everything's off, right? He has this guy, Jack Smith. He's a deranged human being. He's a nut job. I have him. And he's being investigated on boxes. He did real stuff because he wasn't protected by the Presidential Records Act. But I have Jack Smith, deranged Jack Smith, I call him, and he's all over the place, trying to frighten people, trying to scare people. And he has a very bad record. You know why? Because he always goes too far. He goes so far, and he's got a bad record, lost before the Supreme Court a couple of times. But a record 300,000 illegal aliens were detected crossing the borders in December. Now think of that, 300,000. That's bigger than almost any city you have in your state. Iowa has, I don't know, how many people in Des Moines? How many people does Des Moines have? What is it? 100,000. Got to be bigger than that. He said 200. Whatever. 300,000 came in like in the last couple of months. 300,000. We have no idea. I say from parts unknown. It's from parts unknown. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 300,000 people from parts unknown. They have languages that we don't even have people that know what the languages are. So it's rough stuff what they're doing to our country, but we're going to turn it around. Under the Trump administration, we had the most secure border in U.S. history. We built 561 miles of border wall. You know, I tell people, because they like to say we did 50 miles. Okay, 50 miles when? The first week? So if we have a 2x4 laying on the ground, and over there that's 50 years old and rotted, just sort of decayed, and just, you know, maybe it was a little bit of a tiny wall or something, which we throw away and start the new wall. We go down 8 feet, we go up 30 feet and 40 feet. But if there's a little piece of steel that's 50 years old that's rotted, laying on the ground, they say, he didn't build a wall there. That was just a renovation. These people are sick. And you do. You have garbage laying up and down the border. Anytime you had anything, if it was a piece of paper laying, they say it was a renovation because they don't want you. We did an unbelievable job. The reason our numbers are so good are that. And, of course, I got 28,000 soldiers free of charge from Mexico. Not easy to get. When I went to the president, I said, you have to give us 28,000 soldiers while we're building the wall. And remember when I used to say Mexico will pay for pieces of the wall, but you can't do it legally. It's a little hard for them to pay for a wall that we own. You know, it's not that easy. But there was no real legal mechanism. But there was a mechanism where they could pay for soldiers. So I want 28,000 soldiers on the border. I want a remain in Mexico policy. I got all this stuff. And I got it despite the State Department, everyone else telling me you can't get it. A woman at the State Department was terrific, but she was not a good negotiator. She said, sir, you can't get free soldiers from Mexico. We've been asking them for years. They won't do it. I said, yes, they will. 100% they'll do it. 100%. And as far as catch and release, you know, catch and release meant we release them into our country. We had a new definition. Catch and release, we release them into Mexico. Slight difference, slight difference. And then we had remain in Mexico. Remember Tijuana? Tijuana, over about a 2-week period, became like the largest city in the world. I'm only kidding when I say, I have to be very careful because when I say something like that and I'm sarcastic, they say, he called Tijuana the largest city. And Seoul is larger. And Beijing is larger, you know. If you're a little sarcastic with these characters, they say, he lied, we're giving him a Pinocchio, you know, Pinocchio, 4 stars. Because I said Tijuana, but Tijuana became a massive mess because they had hundreds of thousands of people there that we wouldn't allow into the country. Biden ended that. It wasn't easy to get. And I was very tough with Mexico. I said, you know, you do this. And by the way, Mexico now is asking for $5 billion if we want them to help us keep people out of our country. They would never have done that with me. I said, look, if you don't do it, because they had a representative come in, I said, if you don't do that, and he was a handsome guy, came in, and I really do. I like the president of Mexico. He's great guy. He's a socialist. But what the hell can you do? You can't have them all, right? But he's a great guy. And he sent his top negotiator, his top representative, came in, very handsome, suave guy, beautifully dressed. I remember how good I was going to ask him for his tailor, but I didn't feel like going to Mexico to get a suit. It wasn't worthwhile to go to Mexico to get a suit. But very suave guy. And I say, we need 28,000 soldiers, and you're going to have to pay for them. No. He looks laughing. Oh, no, we won't do it. Oh, yes, you will. No, you will do it. 100%. You're going to do it. No, we're not going to do it. Yes, you will. You will do it. You'll do it. And he didn't know what was going on. Then I said, we want remain in Mexico. Everybody that's at the border is going to remain in Mexico. And did we create a mess there? Because Tijuana and these cities along the border they had a lot of people. And no, we won't do that. We can't allow that. We're not equipped for that. I said, yes, you are. You're going to do it. And then we had other things, including our title program, where we had, you know, if sick people are sick, we don't want them in our country. We don't want them in our country. So he said, no. I said, yes, you're going to do it. Don't worry about it. He said, we will not do it. You're going to do it. 100% you're going to do it. I said, here's the story. In front of me, I have a piece of paper that I actually signed. On Monday morning, this was Friday afternoon, on Monday morning, we're going to charge every piece of equipment, every car that you took out of the United States. You know, they took out 32% of our business. They make them in Mexico. They have some of the largest auto plants in the world. They stole them from our stupid people are stupid. I hate to say it because, again, I have a lot of respect for a president, but our presidents were very stupid when they allowed this to happen. 32% of our automobile business was taken out of our country and is in Mexico. So they send massive numbers, millions of cars into our country. I said, we're going to charge you 25% on every car that comes into our country and 25% on every item. And in 2 months, it goes to 50%. And in 2 months after that, it goes to 75%. And maybe I'll stop at 75%. And he goes, no, 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 no. And he said, may I be excused? May I make a phone call? And he comes back. I say, but make it quick if you would. I have to get out of here. And I tell you, I really impressed the woman at the State Department, because she was a good woman. But she said, I can't believe this. Because all these things, and I asked Tom Holman, I asked Brandon Judd, they're great guys, by the way. All they had to do was let them do their jobs. This guy would go to the beach. If he didn't tell him to do it, if he went to the beach, that little chair that he holds up, of course, it's like 3 ounces, right? A child can, they're meant for children to lift them for the grandfather, right? He can't lift them. Did you see how he couldn't get it out of the sand? The thing weighs like 6 ounces, I guess. And if he would have gone to the beach, because somebody in his campaign said, you look really good in a bathing suit. You know, when you're 82, or whatever the hell he is, I know a lot of people, by the way, in their 80s, that the sharpest people. I know a friend of mine became a billionaire from, he never quite made it. And then he hit big from 80 to 90. He became worth billions of dollars. You can be, this is not an age thing. This is something else is going on up there with this guy. But all he had to do is leave it alone. He could have gone to the beach. If he would have gone to the beach and left everything alone, he would have had the safest border in history. But he decided to end everything that we were doing. He wouldn't even put up the planks, the panels of wall. We had bought them, 200 miles of wall. He sold them, I understand, for 5 cents on the dollar. It's expensive stuff because it's rebar. It's what they wanted. It's rebar, concrete, and steel on the outside. And it's really a sad thing. I will tell you, it's really a sad thing. We had the greatest border. We had the greatest border in history, and now we have the worst border in the history of the world. No place in the world. But Ron DeSanctimonious, Nikki Haley, and the rest have never will. They're never going to be into securing the border because they're globalists. They want the globe. They like the globe, and they believe it. Maybe they're right. I don't think they're right. I think I've proven they're not right. And we want to protect America, and we'll help people, but we want to protect America. We've got $35 trillion in debt. You know, that debt, we were going to be drilling like crazy, and we were already became number one. We went from number 4 to number 1 in a period of short period of time. We were so drill, baby, drill. You're right about that. But we were doing so well. It was Saudi Arabia and then Russia, and we were down here. And you have to see the chart. I got to get the chart for the people at some point. It goes like we're down here, then all of a sudden we go, Trump gets in, he goes, shh, and we passed Russia, we passed Saudi Arabia, we were doing more, and soon we were going to be energy dominant. We were energy independent, but we were going to be selling to Europe, to Asia, all over the world we were going to be selling. We would have been paying off our debt. It was unbelievable. Then this guy comes in and stopped everything. He gave up Anwar in Alaska. I got Anwar, so proud of it. I got Anwar. Nobody could do it. Ronald Reagan couldn't do it. He tried so hard he couldn't get it approved. And that was a lot easier environmentally, a lot easier in those days. But I got it approved. We were going to start drilling in Anwar very shortly. Great for Alaska, but great for the country, for the world. The largest site, probably bigger than Saudi Arabia. Think of that. And he ended it in his first week. He terminated everything I did. We worked our asses off to get that. He terminated everything that I did on Anwar. That would have made so much money for this country, but we're going to pay off debt. We had a machine going, and then we had a rigged election, and all of that ended. Then we had inflation, which was caused, by the way, by energy. You know, when your gasoline triples and quadruples, and your heating and your house goes up, everything else is going to go up too. The bakery is going to go up. They deliver their donuts, and they use their fuel to cook the whatever it is. Everything goes up. Energy is so big, and we had it at a level that nobody... We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy, and they blew it. And we had no inflation. One of the biggest donors to Nikki Haley's campaign is this slob known as Reid Hoffman, the big slob. I can't use the word fat, so I won't. He'll criticize me. If I say fat, you're not allowed to use fat, so I will not call him a fat slob. I'll just call him a slob. You're allowed to. but a real slob. You got to look at a picture of this guy. But he's a rich guy. He supports crooked. Think of it. He supports all of these crooked people, but he also supports Haley. Can you believe it? You know why? Because they don't want to run against Trump. But they're great on misinformation, disinformation. It's almost the same, but it's actually not. But we won't go into definitions. They are great on misinformation, disinformation. We want to run against Trump. That's what Hillary said, too. Let's run against Trump. That'll be wonderful. But we want to run against Trump. We beat him the first time. We beat him this. They don't want to run against me. But they say that because that's sort of demeaning. Every poll has us beating Biden. They're losing to Biden. They all say, oh, well, we're going to win. They're not going to win. First of all, they can't beat me. They're 50, 60 points down. They're not going to win. And they're going to get hit harder than me. So with me, they hit me. And they won't take it like I take it, because I take it. People do say, they say, two questions they have for me. One is, sir, how do you do it? How do you take it? And the other one is, will they do it again? They better not do it again. We have a lot of good people, and we're fighting like hell. I actually say, don't worry about the vote. We're going to get plenty of votes. Just worry about securing the vote. And we used to say election day, right? But today you have election period. You have some of these things that go on for 55 days. We want one-day voting. We want paper ballots, and we want voter ID. And Republican governors should do it right now. There's no reason for them to wait. But much like with Ron DeSanctimonious, the people who fund Nikki Haley aren't working for your interest. They're working for their interest. They really are. And look, I know them both very well. I mean, they're both, they're very disloyal. Nikki would say, I will never run against the president. He did this for years. I will never run against the president. He was a great president. I will never run. I always used to say, that's nice. But I knew her. So I figured, when's it going to come? Because she can't help herself. I knew it. And then one day she called it, and that's, I've decided to run for president. I'm not going to do the job for you. She's not going to do the job. So you have that, and you have Biden, and all they're going to do is grant amnesty to Biden's illegal aliens, and they'll do it very early because they believed in that. And they also believed in hurting your Social Security. They believed in hurting your Medicare. And I didn't. Ron DeSanctimonious wanted to lift the age from a much different number, much different, up to above 70, and he voted on it 3 times. You don't want that. We have so much wealth under our feet in the liquid gold. We don't need to hurt people with Social Security, senior citizens, and they'll go back. When Ron, and the same thing with Nikki, both of them, I wouldn't tell you who to vote for. I tell you, I wouldn't know. They're both not good. They're both, there's a rumor that Ron's going to leave the race right after this. I read it. No, he's going to endorse me. I don't know if that's true or not. I make it much harder for him to, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. But the rumors, a big story just came out. Did anybody see it? That Ron's going to leave. So you're really into politics, and going to leave the race. He's going to endorse me, and that's going to be it. Well, that'd be nice. But you know what? It's important. We got to get the biggest vote, because I'm thinking more about November. We have to send a signal to these crooked people out there, to a corrupt Washington. By the way, we're going to also federalize Washington. We're going to take over our capital, which is so dirty, so horrible, and so unsafe. 3 people killed over the last couple of days, shot, tourists. The parks are disgusting, the most beautiful parks in the world. The buildings have graffiti, the white marble columns are beautiful. The statuary marble, the most beautiful marble you've ever seen, gorgeous columns that are 10 feet thick, and they've got graffiti all over. They have swastikas on them. We don't do anything. It's filthy dirty. We're going to redo it. We're going to get rid of the slums. We're going to redo it. We're going to bring it back. It's going to be the most beautiful capital in the world. And most importantly, we're going to make it safe. We're going to give the police back their authority. We're going to make it safe so people can actually walk down the street without getting shot. And we're going to do that, the same things for our cities, because our cities are in tremendous decay right now. Our cities are all run by Democrats, the cities we're talking about. But we're going to go into our major cities, New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, and we're going to rebuild our cities, and we're going to make them safe. We're going to give the police back their authority. We're going to indemnify the police so that when they get sued all the time, they get sued and the city doesn't back them up. But we're going to indemnify our police. So if they stop criminals from robbing stores, how about this new phenomena where 300-400 people, mostly young people, go into a department store and they just loot the hell out of it. There's nothing left in the store, and then they have to close. They spent millions of dollars building it, millions of dollars stocking it, and these guys go in a half hour. They walk out with televisions. Those people are going to be dealt with so tough. And as soon as and you know what I mean by tough. And as soon as that happens, in one day, the whole thing will stop. But we have to bring back our police. We have to help our police. We have to love our police. I met a lot of you great policemen backstage. And they know how to do it. But we're going to indemnify them because they do get sued. They get sued. And you're going to always have some bad apples. You're always going to have that, I'm sorry, no matter what. But, we can't let that, because we've gone the other way. The police, it's like they have no power. They can't even talk to people. Don't shout. Don't shout. If they're robbing, how about this? If they're robbing a store, let them rob it. This is the orders to the police. Let them rob the store. No. If they're robbing the store, they're going to be so tough. I don't know if we'll do the Clint Eastwood thing, right? Make my day. He wants to do that. Remember Clint Eastwood? Make my day. Go ahead. He had the gun to speak. Make my day. Go ahead. The guy's inching toward the gun. I don't know that we'll do that, but could be close. I mean, could be. But not one thing has gotten better under crooked Joe Biden, under the Trump administration. Think of it, not one thing. Name me one thing that's gotten better. Well, inflation's gotten bigger. That's about the only thing you can say, right? What a disaster. We're up almost 30% over 3 years. And, you're not going to bring that down. They think it's down because the economy's getting bad. They've made interest rates so high that the economy's getting killed right now. But you're not going to solve the problem where your bacon costs 4 times more than it cost 3 years ago. Numbers that are incredible, 4 or 5 times more for food and for other items. Under the Trump administration, you were better off. Your family was better off. Your neighbors were better off. Your communities were better off. And your country was better off. Other than that, you should be quite unhappy. America was stronger, richer, safer, and more confident than ever. And when I was in the Oval Office behind that beautiful Resolute desk, you ever hear of the Resolute desk? Most beautiful desk. I love that desk. We got to get back to that desk. This country was in great shape. We had the greatest economy. Think of it, greatest economy ever. We had the lowest number of regulations in 55 years. No president cut regulations. That's why we had such great job numbers. We were bringing people back. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. We were giving a lot of it to the farmers in Iowa and Nebraska and other great places. And I joke, but that's why, backstage they say to me sometimes, sir, don't tell them that they're going to vote for you. That sounds so demeaning. I said, I got them $28 billion for their farmers. Of course they're going to vote. We're going to win. Iowa's so big. I got them $28 billion. Of course I'm going to win. Maybe, who knows? But I tell them, you think Joe Biden would get 28? You think he lies awake at night tossing and turning and how are we going to take care of President Xi? President Xi is very smart and he's all business. You meet him. We will now get down to business. And I said, this is a little different. This isn't, gee, it's a nice day. How's the sky? This is serious stuff. These guys are serious. And there's nobody smarter. They're smart. They're cunning. They love their country. Different forms of love. Thank you. I agree with that, actually. But different forms of love. But they're tough and they're smart. You look at France, Emmanuel Macron. He was going to put taxes on. I said, you're going to put those taxes on? I'm going to put a tax on your champagne and your wine coming in. We're going to put big, big taxes on. So I will tell you this. We are going to bring this country back to a level that you haven't seen before. We're going to bring the country back like it hasn't. And by the way, here's some of my staff. They can't get enough of me, so they come out to watch. The great Susie Wiles, the legendary Susie Wiles. She ran Florida for me. Nobody wants to say it, but I got 1.4 million more votes than Ron DeSanctimonious. Nobody won. He only got good votes because I endorsed him. But we got 1.4 or 1.5 million more votes than Ron DeSanctimonious. But she ran it for me. Now she's running the whole campaign. I shouldn't say this. I'll make her famous. Then somebody's going to hire her away. But I don't think that's going to happen because she's into it. Do you know that gentleman right there? Very famous man. Walt. He's in many ways more famous than I am, and he's a good man too. But it's no wonder the same corrupt forces that have been fighting us every step of the way. They fight us and fight us and fight us. They don't want us going back because we found out things that are just too bad. So look, we are going to get elected. You're going to get out there in caucus. I'm going to be with you for caucus. I'm coming back in 2 days, 3 days. We're going to make, this was a rather hectic day. We made lots of stops and lots of speeches and big ones. The level, I will tell you this, the level of enthusiasm, I've never seen anything like it. But we're going to come back. And remember, if you want to save America from Crooked Joe, then get every patriot you know, get 10. You know, we say 10 for 10, but get 10 and make sure they're registered Republicans. You have to register as Republicans, get them out to vote. And it's Monday, January 15th, 7 p.m. I'm going to be there. We're all going to be there together. And we're going to be first. You're first in the nation because of me, but we're going to be America first again. It's America first. There's nobody that we put ahead of our country. There's nobody that we're going to put ahead of our country. The whole world is watching, so learn how to caucus. I'm going to learn with you because I have no idea how to caucus. But we're all smart. We're going to learn very quickly. I leave you with this. Look, we have a special thing happening. We have numbers like nobody's ever seen before. Forget that. Get out and vote. We're going to set a tune and we're going to set an authority like nobody's ever seen before. And we love you. I recognize so many of you. We've won twice. We've won twice. And, you know, we've won twice. And you take a look, and from Fort Dodge to Cedar Rapids, from Des Moines to Davenport, from Waterloo to Sioux City to right here in Clinton. Oh, I'm so glad I didn't cancel you out. That would have been the end. That would have been the end. We stand on the shoulders of generations of Iowa patriots who tamed the wilderness, braved the elements, tilled the soil, worked the fields, all true, isn't it? Built the factories and poured out their blood, sweat, and tears to make this country into the greatest nation in the history of the world. But now we are a nation in decline. We are a nation in decline, sad to say. We're a failing nation. We're a nation that has lost its confidence, its willpower, and strength. Think of the words, lost its confidence. We do. We have no confidence as a nation. We're being laughed at all over the world. But we are not going to allow this horror to continue. 3 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. We're going to be a great nation again. And remember that it was hardworking patriots like you who built this country, and it is hardworking patriots like you who are going to save our country. We will fight for America like no one has ever fought before. 2024 is our final battle. It's our final battle. Remember this, we together are going to do something that will be, I believe, the biggest event in the history of our country. That's how important it is. And they're going to put up stop signs all along the way, and many of them are illegal stop signs. They're bad people. They're very bad. They're sick people. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. They hate our country with a passion. It can be the only reason they do what they do. We will rout the fake news media, those people right there. And we will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House on election night 2024. The great silent majority is rising like never before, like never before. The level of spirit and pride and enthusiasm is greater than it was in 16, and it's greater than it was at 20. And I shouldn't say this, but any numbers that they're thinking about, I think we're going to even be bigger than that next week. It's going to be bigger than any numbers, because that's what's there. It's the underbelly. It's bigger than anybody has any idea of what's going on, because it's based on common sense. It's based on safety. It's based on pride. We want to see our country be great again. We want it to be not just great. We want to have the greatest country in the world. without question. And we had that. We had something that has never been duplicated, what we did. Never been duplicated. Under our leadership, the forgotten man and woman will be forgotten no longer. You're not going to be forgotten. We didn't forget you for 4 years, but Biden totally forgot you. We will love our country. We will take care of our country. We will pray to God for our strength and for our liberty. We will pray for God, and we will be with God, because we are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together, we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make it proud. We will make America safe. Forget it's going to be safe. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Iowa. Thank you. God bless you all. Thank you.
Making his way down through the front of the crowd, taking pictures. Looks like he might even sign a couple of hats. What a tremendous speech, and of course made light of the fact that he had some travel issues getting here, but nevertheless this crowd did not care one bit, and they received him in what we would expect to be a very highly energetic response. We want to thank our partners for today, the Birch Gold Group. Without a doubt, to invest in gold, silver, and precious metals, just simply text the words Trump to 989898. Get that free information kit on how to invest in gold, silver, precious metals. Convert that traditional IRA into a gold-backed IRA from our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Also, pick up the book, freetrumpbook.com, freetrumpbook.com. What a great illustration that shows all the accomplishments from President Trump that your kids will not learn in school, and of course, they will not see it on the University of TikTok. But you can get this book right to your house freetrumpbook.com. Also, pick up the wellness kit, this emergency wellness kit provided by our friends Dr. Peter McAuliffe. World-renowned doctors have prepared you and your family to deal with any type of crisis that can come up, from ivermectin to COVID-19 to bug bites. This emergency medical kit has it all for you. The information for that is on your screen. Also, our friends over the Tax Network USA, no matter what your tax problem is, they can help you. If time is not on your side, please reach out to our friends over at Tax Network USA and put your tax problems behind. Don't forget about our friend Mike Lindell over at MyPillow. If you miss any shopping, you can do it right there at mypillow.com/RSBN. Put the promo code for maximum discounts on there. That's mypillow.com/RSBN. And don't forget to subscribe to our newsletter. Also, don't forget to donate on our website as well. Special offers on our website for our newsletter. Subscribe right now, rsbnetwork.com. Subscribe to our newsletter. Big thank you to all of you guys watching. We have had a fantastic 2 days here in Iowa, wrapping up another doubleheader for you. We'll be back in Iowa next week, getting ready for the Caucus Day on January 15th at 7 p.m. Full coverage right here on Right Side. I'll step away. Until next time, everybody, goodbye and God bless from the great state of Iowa. We'll see you.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and Activity Book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
My employees and I are excited to announce it's our 20th anniversary, and to celebrate, we're bringing you a limited edition MyPillow. The Giza Elegance MyPillow is made with the most amazing cotton, 2-inch pipe gusset, comes in 4 custom loft levels, and it's machine washable and dryable.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night, and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
My patented fill adjusts to your exact individual needs and helps keep your neck supported and aligned. That's why we've been around for 20 years, because MyPillow works.
Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your limited edition 20th anniversary MyPillow queen size. Retails for $69.98, now only $19.98. That's right, only $19.98.
With my 60-day money-back guarantee, you have nothing to lose. Sleep well, America!
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. We've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.